Chapter 51 Cheng Wei. Before going to New York, Bai Xian's return trip had been set for December. This time he didn't come back with Li Cangyu. He took advantage of Li Cangyu's 2-day return to China and took his luggage to travel outside. Xie Shurong couldn't go to eat Bai Xian's cooking. He sighed at the half-cooked steak at the team's canteen. He suddenly missed Chef Bai and he couldn't eat the Western food. Where was Vice Captain Bai? Come back soon. He bought a lot of merchandise. In the few days where Li Cangyu temporarily left the game, the speed of the major guilds in the new district shot up. That evening, Li Cangyu went with Old Zhang and Xiaogu to the Dragon Warriors training room and logged into the brand new computers. On his friends list, Time Machine was almost level 60 and there was a guild challenge event on Saturday night. Li Cangyu sent a private message to him, "President, I won't join you in this instance. You play on your own. I have guild members on my side who I need to guide through the instance." The busy Time Machine replied, "Okay brother Fish, I won't bother you if you are busy." At first, the join team was because the food squad had only 6 people who were level 50. Now there were so many people at level 50 that they could play alone. The food squad was very popular in the new district. It was soon full after being upgraded to a level 3 guild. Li Cangyu was very busy these days and didn't have much time to manage the guild. Fortunately, the small elf, small hunter, small archer trio that had been added to the guild took the initiative to manage the instance. Li Cangyu handed it over to them but hadn't expected the 3 guys to organize it so well. It was currently 6 in the evening. Li Cangyu opened the guild channel and saw that these 3 people were actively organizing teams for instances. Small elf, 3 outputs are still needed for Demon Forest. Quickly send a private message. Small hunter, anyone level 50 and above, go to the eastern area of Zaya Castle to gain experience. Right-click on me to enter the party. Small archer, anyone who hasn't reached level 45 yet, several teams are being formed for Frost Temple. I will distribute you. The guild channel was very lively and everyone was actively leveling. Li Cangyu felt very thankful when he saw this scene. In fact, guild management wasn't something he needed to do in person. He could find a few effective assistants and share these tasks. These 3 classmates organized the instances well, relieving his worries. Li Cangyu typed in the guild channel, "I will challenge the guild instance at 8 o'clock tonight. At 7:30, I will pay attention to anyone level 50 or above and will bring you to fight. President is here." "Okay President. Wait 10 minutes for me. I will be level 50 by then." "President, I am also level 50. Take me along." The guild channel was suddenly jubilant. Then he suddenly received a message in his private chat. "You haven't been online for 2 days. Did President go somewhere?" It was from Steamed Base. Li Cangyu replied, "Yes, I had something to do." "Steamed Base, aren't you abroad? You are online at 6 o'clock. Isn't this early?" Li Cangyu didn't explain and only typed a single word. "HRMM." He suddenly felt that this Steamed Base was a big strange. It was as if Steamed Base was very concerned about him. Why did he want to know where the president went? Was this person the undercover of another guild? Li Cangyu thought with some doubts. Steamed Base sent another message. "How are you going to play tonight's instance?" Li Cangyu, "Go as a group. Time doesn't matter. The people of our guild will play it our own way." At 7:30 in the evening, Li Cangyu counted the people in the guild list and found there were exactly 60 people who reached level 50. He split the group into 2. Zhang Zhuiming would lead one while he led the other. The guild challenge started on time every Wednesday and Saturday at 8 o'clock. The guilds will be ranked in the order of the instance clearance. The first prize received the most rewards and the golden advertisement. From second place onward, the rewards decreased gradually. Li Cangyu's goal wasn't the rankings. After all, it was impossible with a group of newcomers. It was better to familiarize them with playing the instance and gain some experience, gold coins and construction points. Moreover, this time he would familiarize them with the strategy and wouldn't need to lead the team himself in the future. Other people in the group could also lead the team. The fixed elites of the big guilds would naturally play the challenge instance very quickly. In addition, their levels had improved in the past few days. The Time Guild successfully passed the instance at 8:20 and won first place again. Flying Feathers was the second to pass at 8:25 while Wind Color took third. The top 10 were basically well-known large guilds. The 2 food squad groups led by Li Cangyu and Zhang Zhuiming opened the guild instance at 8 o'clock. There were too many newcomers in the guild and the progress was relatively slow. They played from 8 o'clock to 9:30 and their ranking had fallen to 50. The president of Flying Feathers looked at the list and couldn't help wondering, why is the ranking of Food Squad so low? An undercover replied, the president personally led the team and taught them step by step. There were too many newcomers in the group so they played relatively slowly. Flying Feather Liang Shan immediately understood. Last time, So Guangmo had come online to PK with Blossoming Tree. Flying Feathers Liang Shan and several other management members had been watching. Later, So Guangmo sent a message to them. Love to eat braised fish is Old Cat while Blossoming Tree is my younger brother, Xie Shurong. The priest healer is probably Cat God's old partner, White Fox. The identities of the other people are unclear so follow up on that. Flying Feather Liang Shan jaw dropped open. He went to assassinate these great gods. What if Cat God came to kill them? Flying Feather Liang Shan was worried to death. To his surprise, Cat God didn't retaliate against the Flying Feathers Guild. Flying Feathers Liang Shan had leveled up but he was terrified for 2 days, then he found that Cat God seemed to have forgotten this matter and his heart recovered. Yes. With Cat God's level, how could he care about these lowly people? These days the Flying Feathers Guild felt very comfortable. They didn't go to Cat God to die but Flying Feathers Liang Shan still paid attention to the movements of the Food Squad. The Food Squad was ranked 50th in the guild activity because Cat God brought a group of newbies and taught them step by step, delaying the time. Cat God was very sensible. At the beginning, he teamed up with Time to win the first golden advertisement and attracted a large number of players to join the guild. The second time, he personally brought the members to play the instance, making the guild lively and united. As long as the new people had a sense of belonging to the guild, the president didn't need to be in charge in the future. Everyone would consciously take the task of building the guild and Food Squad would be upgraded to a level 4 or 5 guild. Sure enough, the great god was thinking long-term and his means of attracting people's hearts were also very clever. It was shameful compared to himself, who became angry and tried to assassinate Cat God after losing once. Flying Feathers Liang Shan pondered a long time before starting to worry again. What should he do for tomorrow's event? The Time Guild's office. We took first place in the guild challenge 2 times in a row. Flying Feathers Liang Shan's face must be swollen. Time Machine spoke in a very good mood. A slightly hoarse voice was suddenly heard behind him. Whose face is swollen? Time Machine turned back and found Vice Captain Cheng Wei entering with a smile, followed by the helpless-looking Tan Shishan. After the match last time with the Wind Color team, Cheng Wei was seriously ill and had a high fever of 39 degrees. Captain Tan took care of him all night and directly brought him to the hospital the next day. Cheng Wei had an IV stuck in him for several days. Today, Cheng Wei was probably still sick but he looked rosy and energetic. Time Machine stood up and said, Captain Tan, Vice Captain Cheng, why did you come? He had entered time with old Captain Su Luo and had more seniority than Cheng and Tan. He had watched these 2 youngsters grow up. Tan Shishan respected him very much and often came here in his leisurely time. It was just that today, Cheng Wei was the one determined to come over. Tan Shishan looked helplessly at Cheng Wei and said, he couldn't sit still when he was sick. He saw that the lights were still on at the guild office and ran to see. You locked me up all day. I'm not a prisoner. Cheng Wei protested. It is just a small cold. Why do you want to exaggerate it? Isn't it because I'm afraid of your cold getting worse? Tan Shishan habitually rubbed Cheng Wei's head and softly coaxed him. You should go back to sleep. Your voice is so hoarse and it obviously isn't good. How can you run out at night and catch a cold? I'm fine. Cheng Wei stared at him before looking back at the president. President, Miracle has a Legion defense every Sunday, right? What is the plan for tomorrow's event? Can I go and watch? The Legion defense was the largest activity in Miracle. Once the event opened, there would be opposing teams guarding the Bright Goddess and Dark Goddess. Players were free to choose the side they wanted to join. The 2 sides would compete in a large venue that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Regardless of winning or losing, rich rewards could be gained. The Legion Defense campaign was started in the first year Miracle opened. The ability to maintain it for so many years proved the popularity of the event. Many Miracle professional players, even if they usually didn't go online, would log in just to watch the weekend Legion battles. The Bright Goddess and Dark Goddess were world-class bosses in Miracle, which could be said to be the most powerful bosses. The former wore a white sparkling dress and had 6 angel wings on her back, looking like a holy angel. The latter's clothing was mainly black and red. She had a graceful figure, long curls that went down to the waist and had 6 demon wings on her back. The Legion Defense War was an activity where players of both camps protected their goddess. Cheng Wei especially liked this excitement. This type of large-scale defense battle involved tens of thousands of people was his favorite. However, he was currently still ill. Time Machine looked at the captain. Tan Shishan nodded to express his permission. Then Time Machine said with a smile, "Since the vice-captain wants to go see the fun, I have many side accounts here. You can casually pick one." Cheng Wei cried out happily, "Thank you, President. Give me a white magician account." He quickly picked an account and tested it by logging on, excitement filling his face. It was no wonder. This lively guy had been trapped by Tan Shishan for a few days. He almost died from frustration and flew to the Time Guild at 8 o'clock in the evening. "We have always joined the camp of the Bright Goddess. Will you be commanding this time?" Cheng Wei asked. Time Machine hesitated for a moment before saying, this might not necessarily be the case. He had commanded a defense war before, but after doing the instance with Love to Eat Braised Fish, he felt that he was a child compared to Brother Fish. Therefore, wouldn't it be better to give command of this defense war to Love to Eat Braised Fish? Tan Shishan heard this and was puzzled. "You won't be commanding?" "Yes." Time Machine explained, "In the First Legion defense of the new district, the big guilds in the same camp will usually discuss the selection of a leader before rotating it. However, this district is a bit different. Recently, there is a relatively strong commander in the new district. I think it would be good to let him try leading the defense." "A strong commander?" Cheng Wei asked curiously, "Is he better than you?" "This," Time Machine coughed with shame. "To be honest, this person's awareness is truly better than mine." The president was a good person and didn't want to deny that there were people stronger than himself. After all, he was aware of his own level. Tan Shishan asked, "What's the situation with this man?" "I don't know either." Time Machine scratched his head and said, "I tried to pull him into the Time Guild but he didn't want to. He built a guild in the new district called Food Squad and it developed very quickly." Tan Shishan thought for a moment before saying, "Maybe the news of Miracles World competition blew many masters out of the water. Many people from the old districts probably ran to the new district to play side accounts. The name of the Food Squad sounds like it is a casual guild for playing instances." Captain Tan's analysis was very reasonable. Many masters built their own guild because after reaching full level, they would focus on instances. A casual guild would play instances together and gain equipment, passing the days leisurely and easily. However, Time Machine felt that Love to Eat Braised Fish shouldn't be building a casual guild. His goal should be a competitive guild. Once he reached full level, he would go the arena. After all, he had a good level of awareness. In the bounty mission, he destroyed 2 guilds and his PK level was also first class. According to Luo Xiaoluo, he seemed to know the vice-captain. Time Machine thought of this and said, "By the way, he seems to know vice-captain." "Ah." Cheng Wei looked up doubtfully. "What's his name? What type of class is he playing?" "His name is Love to Eat Braised Fish and he plays an elf summoner." Cheng Wei froze for a moment. Surprise obviously appeared on his face before he excitedly said, quickly. "Where is he? Tell me quickly. I'm going to meet him." Cheng Wei was so excited that he almost jumped up. A name instantly flashed in Tan Shishan's brain. He walked to the computer next to Cheng Wei, sitting down and saying to the president, "Can you call this person to the voice room?" Time Machine noticed that things weren't simple. He immediately said, "Yes, we are an allied guild in the online game. I will call him here." Cheng Wei said, "Open the sound quickly, open it. I want to hear this person's voice." Chapter 52 Conflict. Li Cangyu finished taking the guild team to challenge the instance. The level 3 guild reached 50% construction points. In a few days, it would be promoted to a level 4 guild. This development momentum was very good. The addition of the 3 students helped Li Cangyu very much. Li Cangyu set up the trip as vice presidents and let them help with the guild. Small Elf said with excitement, "President, rest assured that we will manage the instance team well." Li Cangyu ordered, "Please take everyone to level. Wait until we reach full level and then we will go play the difficult instances. Then organize some people who like PK to go the arena. If there is anyone with a good awareness when playing the instance, you can also recommend them to me." Small Elf cried out, "Okay, no problem. I will organize everyone to quickly go level. Li Cangyu properly arranged the management of the group and then a private chat message from Time Machine popped up. Brother Fish? Can you go to the voice channel? I have something I want to discuss with you. Li Cangyu asked, is it about tomorrow's Legion defense? Once the Legion defense was opened every Sunday, all online players were free to join the camp of the Bright Goddess or the Dark Goddess. Players could go alone when choosing a camp or they could register as a team or guild. Many big guilds in the game had a favored camp. For example, Time always chose the Bright Legion while Windcolor would generally join the Dark Legion. The president of Time came to find him, so Li Cangyu's first thought was about the Legion defense. In fact, Tan Shishan and Cheng Wei were sitting next to him and wanting to hear Love to Eat Braised Fish chat in the voice channel. Time Machine had to push it. It is about the Legion defense. Brother Fish should be joining the Bright Legion, right? I want to discuss with you in advance how to command it tomorrow. Okay, I will go find you. Li Cangyu typed back. Then come to this voice room to discuss it. Time Machine was happy and immediately sent the voice room number and password. Li Cangyu entered the password and went in. He saw that Time Machine was waiting for him. Time Machine immediately asked, Brother Fish, will you direct tomorrow's Legion war? I think that if you are directing, the Bright Legion will definitely win. That isn't necessarily the case. Li Cangyu opened his mouth. There are 3 big guilds on the side of the Dark Goddess. Windcolor, Ghost Spirits, and Pure Cleansing. The Black Magicians, Bloodkin Assassins and Psychics will have an advantage in a chaotic situation. Cheng Wei jumped up excitedly the moment he heard this voice. Cat God, Cat God. It is Cat God. Li Cangyu was almost deafened by him. Tan Shishan looked helplessly at this guy who suddenly jumped out of his seat. How excited was he? If Cheng Wei could enter the network cable, he wouldn't hesitate to crawl along the network cable to the other end of the computer. Cheng Wei shouted excitedly before grabbing Time Machine's headset and saying to the other person, Cat God, is it really you? Li Cangyu helplessly rubbed his ears. Who are you? Cheng Wei explained, I am Cheng Wei. Cheng Wei? Cheng Wei of the Time team. Li Cangyu asked, who is Cheng Wei? Cheng Wei was stunned. Tan Shishan looked at his appearance and couldn't help patting his head with sympathy. Stupid, Cat God was obviously teasing him, but he took it so seriously. Cheng Wei seemed to realize as he smiled and said, don't joke around, Cat God. Why are you in Miracle's new district? I heard that the Kanglan team disbanded the other day. I messaged you but you didn't reply. I was so worried about you. Xiao Cheng's simple and direct care made Li Cangyu's heart feel warm. He remembered the queue number that he hadn't logged into for a long time and spoke apologetically, I went abroad after Kanglan disbanded. I didn't log into the previous queue number that I used and didn't see your message. He had 2 queue numbers. After leaving Miracle, the previous queue number wasn't very useful. He naturally wouldn't reply if Cheng Wei sent him a message. Oh, that's it. Cheng Wei didn't mind. He was just happy that Cat God was here. Then what are you doing in Miracle's new district? I am forming a team to return to Miracle. Li Cangyu stated. Ah, really? Cheng Wei jumped up again excitedly. You are returning to Miracle? Yes. Li Cangyu replied helplessly. Cheng Wei, his head was very simple. The moment he thought about what to say, it would emerge. In particular, his speed of talking was as fast as a machine gun when he was angrily swearing. Didn't Cheng Wei have a cold right now? His voice was so hoarse yet he didn't know how to take care of it. Shouting so loudly, didn't his throat hurt? At this time, Cheng Wei didn't pay any attention to his throat hurting. He heard Cat God saying that he would return to Miracle and was so happy he almost burst into tears. Cat God didn't give up. Cat God was really courageous. He was back. He was finally back. Cheng Wei didn't know how to describe this feeling. There wasn't a formal acceptance as a teacher, but Cat God had always been the most respected person in Cheng Wei's heart. After leaving Miracle for a few years, Cat God had finally returned. Cheng Wei couldn't wait to jump on Cat God, excitedly hugging him and saying, welcome back. It is nice to have you back. However, he couldn't see Cat God and could only jump around. Tan Shishan saw Cheng Wei jumping up and down and couldn't help laughing. He looked just like a furry kitten. He really was Cat God's apprentice. Both of them were cats. Cat God was a mature and steady big black cat while Cheng Wei was a small white cat that almost moved around. Tan Shishan came up with the picture of the big black cat and small white cat and became inspired. He decided to write a paragraph on Weibo later. Cheng Wei looked back and saw Captain Tan smiling very happily. He couldn't help saying, "What are you laughing at? I asked you to invite Cat God onto our team and you wouldn't. Yet you are still smiling. You are this person." Tan Shishan interrupted. "Don't scold me. Your voice still isn't good. Accumulate your anger and then scold me once your cold is gone." Cheng Wei. It was useless to scold such a cheeky person. Li Cangyu heard the Tan Cheng duo arguing and his heart felt funny. Tan Shishan had a good sense of humor while Cheng Wei had a straightforward personality. It was estimated that only Tan Shishan could cure him. Cheng Wei glared at Captain Tan and ignored him. He sat at the computer and picked up the headset again. "Cat God, you haven't signed with other teams, right? Won't you come to time?" Li Cangyu spoke bluntly, "I have signed with Dragon Warriors." Cheng Wei's eyes widened with surprise. How did you sign with Dragon Warriors? Come to time, the conditions here are also very good." He was bent on getting Cat God to join, thinking about staying with Cat God without considering the team, the lineup, and other factors. It was rare for someone to be so stupid. When would he grow up? It was pitiful. Li Cangyu explained, "I have several teammates on this side. Making my own team is more convenient. I have signed with Dragon Warriors and can take the new team to Miracle." Oh, Cheng Wei was a bit lost but he soon became happy again. "You must get a strong team this time." "Of course," Li Cangyu said with a smile. The two people hadn't met for a long time and Cheng Wei was frustrated for several days from his cold. Therefore he kept nagging how could the team be disbanded? Where was Cat God now? How was he doing? What was the situation with the teammates? When was he coming back? Cheng Wei excitedly threw out many questions. Like a jumping bean, he couldn't stop. Tan Shishan was very bored sitting next to him and sent a Weibo. Once upon a time, there were two cats. The big cat was quick to catch a mouse and the kitten sat back, ready to eat. One day, the big cat left home and the kitten was heartbroken. He was particularly stupid and couldn't catch mice, almost starving to death. The dog next door took him home and carefully raised him. The kitten often frowned but the dog fed it small fish and they got along happily. It was pleasant until after a few years, the big cat suddenly came back. The kitten immediately threw himself into the arms of the big cat, ignoring the dog. The dog was so sad, tears. The moment the storytelling god posted this, there were thousands of comments. "Captain Tan is too esoteric. I don't understand. Captain Tan, I don't understand but I still want to compliment you. The storytelling god is so mighty and domineering. I hope you don't want to enter this field. Captain Tan, do you want a dog or a cat?" Captain Tan pulled out a big trick that no one can understand. P.S. Does the big cat own the kitten? Dogs and cats aren't destined to be together. Don't you know they are different species? Captain Tan, my son is following your Weibo. The fairy tales you write are very good. Surprisingly, Flying Feathers Captain Su Guangmo actually forwarded this Weibo with only a row of emojis, candle 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 candle. Su Guangmo's fans were confused. What did Su Guangmo mean by lighting candles for Captain Tan? The even more surprising thing was that Ling Suifeng also forwarded Su Guangmo's Weibo while commenting in a serious tone, "The big cat and kitten are father and son." Fans. Captain Ling, what was he doing? What about his image of an abstinent male god? He actually read Tan Shishan's Weibo? Was the forward a slip of the hand? Unexpected, Tan Shishan's handwritten story was forwarded by Su Guangmo and Ling Suifeng, the two biggest people in the Miracle League. Fans excitedly grabbed a screenshot but they couldn't understand Tan Shishan's story. What exactly did he want to express? Chapter 53 Lu Zhang Combination. They didn't know what he was saying but they still wanted to give him compliments. This was what the fans thought. Tan Shishan's popularity was extremely high. In addition to the dead loyal fans who watched every game in the Miracle League, there were the passers-by fans who followed him because of the funny things he wrote. The fans praised him together and the forwarding of Su Guangmo and Ling Suifeng made the number of people who read this Weibo more than 1 million. In just half an hour, Tan Shishan's post was the day's hot topic. The Ghost Spirits team, first dormitory. Vice Captain Zhang Shaowai was lying on the sofa and looking through Weibo. Once he saw the news that appeared on the front page, he couldn't help spitting out, "What is Tan Shishan saying about a big cat and a kitten? Captain Sui and Captain Ling forwarded it as well? Then let me do the same. Zhang Shaowai forwarded the tweet and commented, "This story is really good." Applause applause. He had just sent it on Weibo when the door of the other bedroom opened. A man came over and said, "Eh Hui, you don't understand the situation, so why are you fooling around?" The man was thin and wearing a pair of silver-rimmed glasses. His skin was very white, his facial features very soft, and he looked very gentle and handsome. However, his face was always frosty, and he gradually became the famous cold beauty of the Miracle League. He was the league's most famous killer, the captain of the Ghost Spirits team, Lu Wushuan. His assassination techniques were first class, and many great gods had died under his lurking sneak attack. Therefore, he had the nickname of Viper, since anybody he aimed for was like having a poisonous snake stare at them. There was basically no possibility of escape. This person's appearance was cold, but Zhang Shaowai knew that his cousin was actually inwardly soft. That's why Zhang Shaowai wasn't afraid of him, despite Lu Wushuan's unmatched cold face. Yes, the Lu-Zhang combination were distant cousins. When Zhang Shaowai was young, his parents died in a car accident. There weren't many relatives, so he was taken care of by a kind distant aunt. His blood relationship with Lu Wushuan was already outside 5 generations, but because the two of them grew up together, their feelings were closer than brothers. Lu Wushuan's cold personality caused him to suffer when studying at school. At that time, his skin was white and he looked good. There were always people who disliked the sight of him and wanted to bully him. Zhang Shaowai was a type of small bully and quite unreasonable. He never lost when he rolled up his sleeves. Anyone who dared to bully Lu Wushuan during their school days would have their front teeth knocked out. He might be the younger one, but he always protected his cousin. It was because he thought Lu Wushuan looked good, got good grade, and was born to be a noble person. He would certainly have a good future. This was different from Zhang Shaowai, who grew up rolling around in the mid. Apart from his fighting abilities, his academic performance was a letdown. He completely couldn't understand mathematical formulas and probably couldn't test into university. During his high school graduation year, Zhang Shaowai didn't apply to any good universities. He felt it was impossible for him and wanted to find his own way in the future. It turned out that he was good at playing games, and the Ghost Spirits team in Shenzhen were recruiting talents. He was bold enough to go to the interview. Lu Wushuan accompanied Zhang Shaowai together to the interview and also tested out his hand speed. He didn't expect that his hand speed was actually higher than Zhang Shaowai's hand speed. He had actually received an admission letter to a university, but because his hand speed was so high, he chose to become an esports player and had a big fight with his family. Zhang Shaowai's advice was also useless. Lu Wushuan was always stubborn and firmly carried his luggage with his brother to go to the Ghost Spirits team. Zhang Shaowai had no way to stop him, but also felt happy that they could be together. The two teenagers under 18 were appreciated by Mo Chuan, the Ghost Spirits captain and one of the 5 gods. Mo Chuan had been planning to retire, and he trained the brothers as the successors to the Ghost Spirits team. Lu Wushuan had always been studying attentively and never played games, but he was very clever. After entering the training game, his talent for the game was amazing, and he quickly caught up to his brother Zhang Shaowai. The two brothers grew up together and had a tacit understanding. After training for a period of time, they officially debuted in the 3rd season. They won into talented players such as Cheng Wei and Xie Shurong and couldn't get the rookie awards, but they were full of stamina. In the 4th season, they showed their strength and became the miracles of the Miracle League, leading the Ghost Spirits to win the 5th season. Zhang Shaowai's character was hardy and he was good at martial arts. He was accustomed to fighting people since childhood and his body was very tall and strong. His popularity in the Miracle League was also high. It was just that this person was a bit blind and there were many situations where he was unclear. Lu Wushuan was very calm and had a high IQ. He understood the meaning of Tan Shishan's story with one glance. The highly intelligent Captain Lu and the explosive force of the vice-captain, this combination of brother killers was a unique thing in the Miracle League. Lu Wushuan saw his dazed cousin and couldn't help explaining, "Captain Tan means that Cat God has come back." Cat God? Zhang Shaowai stood with surprise. Are you talking about Li Cangyu who left Miracle a long time ago? Yes. Lu Wushuan nodded calmly. Tan Shishan's big cat is referring to Cat God and the kitten refers to Cheng Wei. The dog is himself. This story means that Cat God trained Cheng Wei. After he left, Tan Shishan has been carrying Cheng Wei. Now that Cat God is back, Cheng Wei went to Cat God and ignored Captain Tan. Captain Tan is a bit sad. Zhang Shaowai. The big cat, kitten, and dog could be mentioned this way? Tan Shishan was truly amazing. Lu Wuxuan pushed up his glasses and continued to explain without any expression. Sui Guangmo and Ling Suifeng forwarded the message, indicating that both of them know that Cat God has returned. Zhang Shaowai finally recovered his spirit and walked to Lu Wuxuan, praising him. It was originally like this. Brother, you are so clever. The younger brother was half a head taller than himself. He showed a mouthful of white teeth when laughing, and he had just taken a shower, so he was only wearing a sexy black vest and shorts, exposing the muscles on his body. Lu Wuxuan turned red at being half-hugged by this man, but he quickly adjusted his expression and said, I am just speculating. Smart is smart, there is nothing wrong with admitting it. You have been smarter than me since you were a kid. Zhang Shaowai found that he was blushing and couldn't help joking, I am just boasting about you. Why are you blushing? You are pretty good looking, why don't I post a photo of you and perhaps the popularity of the photo will surpass Tan Shishan. Lu Wuxuan turned away. Idiot, your brain cells have gone to your limbs. Zhang Shaowai looked at his back and felt something strange. He didn't know why, but this cousin that he slept naked with when he was a child changed. Once they got older, Lu Wuxuan always seemed to be hiding from him and his jokes made his cousin angry. Zhang Shaowai innocently touched his nose. Did he make a mistake boasting about his cousin's cleverness? After being stunned for a while, Zhang Shaowai recovered and sent a text message to the Ghost Spirits Guild's president. President, what are the recent movements in the online game? Especially with wind color, flying feathers, and time. Under the leadership of the Lu Zhang combination, the Ghost Spirits team won the championship in the 5th season. The overall strength of Ghost Spirits wasn't as strong as time, wind color, and flying feathers, but there was no team that dared to look down on Ghost Spirits. They were killers lying in the darkness, and there was a tacit understanding with the Lu Zhang combination. As long as they were given the opportunity, they could kill ace players such as Ling Suifeng and Sui Guangmo. The Ghost Spirits Guild wasn't as strong as time, flying feathers, and wind color. The President Devil May Cry was relatively low-key. No matter what the outside world did, he just silently leveled up with his guild members. He didn't participate in the disputes of the new district, but he sent people to follow up on the situation of Love to Eat Braised Fish. After receiving the text message from Vice Captain Zhang, he immediately replied, the new district has an elf summoner master called Love to Eat Braised Fish. Previously, there was a bounty mission and the elite teams of Wind Color and Flying Feathers were eliminated. Later, he created the Food Squad Guild and allied with Time, taking the first ranking in the Guild Challenge instance. Zhang Shaowai saw up to here and understood the situation. According to his cousin's words, if Cat God was back, then Love to Eat Braised Fish should be Cat God. Wind Color and Flying Feathers experienced a big loss and alerted the great gods on the team. Ling Suifeng and Sui Guangmo obviously recognized him. It was estimated that Time only found out today since he made this post. Cat God was back. Cheng Wei ignored Captain Tan after recognizing Cat God, and Captain Tan was sad. Lu Wuxuan was really smart to understand it with one glance. Zhang Shaowai often felt that his IQ wasn't high enough. Fortunately, Ghost Spirits had Captain Lu and he just needed to follow his cousin's orders. How will tomorrow's Legion defense be arranged? Zhang Shaowai asked. I want to go to the game and see Love to Eat Braised Fish. Ghost Spirits has always entered the Dark Legion. If Vice Captain comes, why don't you take command of the Legion? I just want to play a side account for fun. Zhang Shaowai felt it would be a mess if he went to command the Legion War. He just wanted to go and see what the famous cat god was doing in the game. What about Captain Lu? The president asked. He isn't going. Zhang Shaowai made a decision for his cousin. He hates such a chaotic situation and his body isn't very comfortable these days. I will let him rest and go see myself. Then I will prepare an account for Vice Captain and send the password to your phone. Yes, thank you. The guild office of the Wind Color team. Popular Land Under Heaven saw Captain Ling forward the Weibo message and couldn't help wondering, the big cat and kitten have a father and son relationship? What does the captain mean? The vice president same boat under wind and rain guessed, perhaps it is the relationship between Cat God and Cheng Wei. Popular Land Under Heaven realized. Yes, that must be it. It seems that Time also knows the true identity of Love to Eat Braised Fish. The two people were talking when they suddenly heard footsteps and looked back. They saw Ling Suifeng walk over, followed by Qin Mo. Popular Land Under Heaven stood up and asked, Captain Ling, you came over so late. What is the matter? In tomorrow's Legion defense, can you win the right to command the Dark Goddess camp? Ling Suifeng asked. Popular Land Under Heaven was surprised. Captain Ling, do you plan to personally direct it? Yes. Ling Suifeng nodded calmly. Cat God should be the leader on the Bright Goddess side. Tan Shishan and Cheng Wei will definitely log into the online game to join the fun. If there is no commander to fight against them on the Dark Goddess side, the whole Dark Legion will collapse. This isn't good for the development of the guild. He spoke so much, but didn't he just want to face Cat God? Popular Land Under Heaven was joyful. He had been worried that if the Bright Legion had Cat God, wouldn't the Dark Legion be abused? They would have no face if the score difference was too big. He had been worried about the result, but Captain Ling, since he would personally come forward. Popular Land Under Heaven was filled with excitement and the blood in his body boiled. Ling Suifeng vs Li Cangyu in the Legion defense. Tomorrow's event would definitely be a wonderful match in the history of Miracle. Captain Ling, rest assured. I will definitely win the right to command tomorrow's war. He immediately sat in front of the computer and pulled the president of two guilds, Ghost Spirits and Pure Cleansing, into a discussion group. He quickly typed, Devil May Cry, Sister Wan Qing, can Wind Color take command of tomorrow's Legion defense? I'll give it to you next week. Devil May Cry found out some things from Vice Captain Zhang Shaowai. Since Love to Eat Braised Fish was the famous cat god, he didn't want to take command of the Dark Legion. Since someone dared to pick up this hot potato, he immediately agreed. Okay. The president of Pure Cleansing was a girl with a gentle personality. She didn't like fighting and had no interest in commanding. She replied, I will leave it to you. Thank you. Since my side will be commanding, let's work together tomorrow. Will all of you listen to our commands? No problem. Yes. Popular Land Under Heaven was happy about convincing the two largest guilds and turned around. Captain Ling, it is done. Ling Suifeng nodded and asked, what is the current guild situation on both sides? Wind Color, Ghost Spirits and Pure Cleansing are part of the Dark Legion, while Time, Terminator and Red Fox are part of the Bright Legion. These three guilds have always been on the Bright Goddess side. Flying Feathers and Cheetah haven't made a statement yet, so their choice is unclear. Flying Feathers should enter the Light Legion, so go and pull the Cheetah Guild over. Ling Suifeng decisively ordered. Popular Land Under Heaven wasn't sure why the captain was so certain, but he was still obedient. Okay. Ling Suifeng said, you are busy. I will come again at 7 o'clock tomorrow to meet with the management of all the guilds in the Dark Legion. Popular Land Under Heaven excitedly replied, no problem, I will arrange it. Ling Suifeng turned away. The little follower Qin Mo never spoke from beginning to end. He just followed his master and left with his master. Popular Land Under Heaven wanted to cry out, little boy, why did you come here? Do you want the title of follower? TL, with this, all the CPS in the novel have appeared. Main CP, Li Cangyu x Ling Suifeng. Bai Xian x Xie Shurong. Tan Shishan x Cheng Wei. Su Guangmo x Yu Ping Sheng. Zhang Shaowai x Lu Wushuan. The rest are all close relationships, no matter what hints you might see. In addition, Qin Mo is the MC of the third novel, so his story will be told there. His Gong appears in this novel but hasn't made his appearance yet. Chapter 54 Chief Commander. Cheng Wei and Li Cangyu chatted for a long time. It was only after Cheng Wei's mouth became dry that he willingly ran to the side to pour water. Li Cangyu spoke on the voice channel, President, shall we continue to discuss tomorrow's Legion defense? There were tens of thousands of people participating in Sunday's Legion defense. If there wasn't a good commander, the activities would become a mess. Li Cangyu didn't take the heavy responsibility of the commander for the limelight. He was just in it for the rewards. If the Bright Legion won, the Commander's Guild would be rewarded handsomely and he would be able to rise to level 65 in one go. He didn't have much time to waste in the online game. The most important thing was to quickly increase the fame of his guild. Cat God, are you willing to command? Time Machine asked. Yes, but I'm not familiar with the other guilds. You have to help persuade the president. No problem, leave this matter to me. Time Machine said. At this moment, Li Cangyu received another private message. Great God, what camp will you choose for tomorrow's Legion defense? Why don't you take us with you? It was from Flying Feathers Liang Shan. Flying Feathers Aries sitting next to the president was shocked. Boss, isn't this a bit shameless? We previously used side accounts to assassinate him. Flying Feathers Liang Shan spoke in a serious manner. Why does that matter when playing a game? Everyone. Flying Feathers Liang Shan continued, Cat God definitely doesn't care about us. The assassination is over and tomorrow is another day. Everyone. As the president of Flying Feathers expected, Li Cangyu knew that Flying Feathers used side accounts, but he wasn't the type of person to hold grudges. He didn't want to suppress or retaliate against them. After all, it was normal to kill in the online game. It wasn't necessary to worry about these things. Today they might have a vendetta against each other while tomorrow they might be teammates happily playing together against a boss. Li Cangyu saw Flying Feathers Liang Shan words and bluntly replied, I am allied with time and will enter the Bright Legion. President, do you want to join us? Of course. Great God, please take care of me. Flying Feathers Liang Shan sent a row of handshake emojis. We will enter the Bright Legion and absolutely obey your commands. The president truly had no shame. Flying Feathers Liang Shan said, we will go to the Bright Legion with Cat God. Why should we be hostile to Cat God? The people of Flying Feathers said, President has a really high vision. Flying Feathers decided to join the Bright Legion while Popular Land Under Heaven pulled the Cheetah Guild, with the other side promising to enter the Dark Legion. In this way, the Bright Legion had Time, Flying Feathers, Red Fox, and Terminator, plus the Food Squad. Meanwhile, the Dark Legion had Wind Color, Ghost Spirits, Pure Cleansing and Cheetah. There would also be many small guilds who would join, and the strengths of both sides were relatively balanced. Whoever lost or won would depend on the skills of the commander. Beijing time, 7 o'clock on Sunday. The number of people logged into Miracle had reached the highest peak since the opening of the new district, Moonlight Forest. The operators had already prepared a large server capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people. The Legion defense started at 8 o'clock and sign-ups opened at 7 o'clock. In order for the Legion defense to be more balanced, there was a rule in Miracle that the number of people in one camp couldn't be much higher than the other camp. At 7:10, the registrations would close. In the following time, those who hadn't decided would be randomly assigned to a camp. Since the Food Squad entered the Bright Legion's camp, the number of people in the Bright Legion occupied a certain advantage early on. But at 7:10, the gap in the number of people became smaller and smaller. A large number of randoms joined, resulting in both sides gradually becoming balanced. Li Cangyu greeted his teammates in advance. Bai Xian, Xie Shurong, Zhang Zhuiming, and Gu Siming were all added to Li Cangyu's fixed team, while Time Machine had already organized the dozens or so guilds in this camp and was waiting in the voice channel. Once Cat God entered the voice channel, Time Machine immediately opened his mouth and said, "Let me introduce you. The chief commander for this event is the president of the Food Squad, love to eat braised fish. Do you want to say a few words?" Li Cangyu spoke simply. "I would like to say this first. Don't act without permission. Follow the orders of the chief commander." The crowd liked his decisiveness. There were many guilds and players. If they didn't listen to the commands, it would be a confusing mess. Li Cangyu continued, "All guilds, send me a list of numbers of classes. Then I will decide the formation." At the same time, the Dark Legion camp. Popular Land Under Heaven also organized all the large and small guilds who joined the Dark Legion. He opened a discussion group channel in the game, gave the Popular Land Under Heaven account to Ling Suifeng and then logged into a side account. Ling Suifeng used the president's account to type, "In today's event, the commander for the Bright Legion is very powerful. If you don't want a full collapse, you should listen to my arrangements." Vice Captain Zhang Shaowai, who was operating a side account. Was this really the tone of speech of Wind Color's president? Why did he think it was a bit strange? Ling Suifeng continued to type calmly, "First, count the number of teams in the major guilds. Same boat under Wind and Rain is responsible for organizing the scattered randoms to form a unified number. Once the start of the event, all team leaders will listen to my commands and don't act without permission. Type a 1 if you understand." A large row of 111 instantly filled the discussion group, proving that everyone was listening. Ling Suifeng sent an image to the group, which was an instance map of the Legion defense. This map was in the official database and was exactly the same as the event map. They could see many different color markers on the map. The people who had done the Legion defense before knew what these marks meant. After a few minutes, Ling Suifeng asked, "Are the teams compiled?" Same boat under Wind and Rain replied, "Yes, there are a total of 175 teams. I will send you the list." He often played the Legion defense in the old districts, so same boat under wind and rain was already familiar with this. Before Captain Ling came, he had already discussed the groups in the Dark Legion with the president. Ling Suifeng appreciated the vice president's actions and immediately started to make arrangements. As soon as the event time arrives, groups 1 to 50 will walk in the 1 o'clock direction. The pure cleansing group will take the lead and all of you will win the demon mine using the fastest speed. Groups 51 to 100 will take the 3 o'clock position. The Cheetah Guild will take the lead and win the beast mind. Groups 101 to 150 will walk to the 5 o'clock direction. The Wind Color Guild will take the lead and win the Bloodkin mine. There were a total of 6 racial mines on the event map. At the beginning of the defense war, none of the 6 mines had any owners. Whoever killed the mine guards first could get ownership of the mines and collect the ores there. Collecting ores gave money and the money earned would go into the reserve funds. They could buy items that added a certain attribute from the battlefield store or construct offensive chariots or defensive castles. In large-scale competitive games, the concept of economy was very important. It was the so-called economic base determines the structure. The Legion defense was about both sides competing for resources to try and gain economic benefits. The greater the economic gap between both sides, the greater the gap between the defense and attack statuses of the players and the easier it was for the balance to collapse. At 8:30, the Bright Goddess and Dark Goddess would refresh at the defense castles. If the economy was too low and the castle defenses insufficient, the Goddess would easily be killed by the other party. This was the most interesting part of the Legion defense. It wasn't about thousands of people fighting and killing each other. In order to command the defense battle, it was necessary to comprehensively consider the terrain of the battlefield, the configuration of players on both sides, the timing to attack the mine, the timing to defend, etc. Such a complex campaign meant commanding it was even more difficult than the professional league. However, today's command in the Dark Legion was clearly excellent. The soldiers were well organized to take 3 mines. Zhang Shaowai saw this and couldn't help whispering, "Why do I feel like this is a bit similar to Captain Ling?" "It is Ling Suifeng." A familiar voice was suddenly heard beside him. Zhang Shaowai turned and saw Lu Wushuan come to sit next to him. Lu Wushuan said lightly, "Ling Suifeng and Li Cangyu are fighting each other on opposite sides. This will be interesting." "Brother, what are you doing here?" Zhang Shaowai was a bit surprised. "I was bored so I thought I would go see what old cat is doing." Lu Wushuan replied while logging into an account that the president gave him. The Bright Legion, Commander Li Cangyu. The Dark Legion, Ling Suifeng personally commanded them. On Sunday evening, tens of thousands of players came online. The server was opened to the maximum capacity and numerous undercovers lurked in both camps. Tan Shishan's story caused several big gods to log into side accounts. Tonight's Moonlight Forest was truly a gathering of stars and gods. This was definitely the most spectacular world war in the 6 years since Miracle opened. Chapter 55 Legion Defense, Mine Battle. Beijing time, 8 p.m. on Sunday, the Moonlight Forest District. The Legion Defense War is about to begin. Both camps, please be prepared. Defending the goddess is your greatest mission. The server announced these messages on time. Miracle's liveliest Legion defense was finally opened. All players who signed up for the event were sent to the Legion defense instance. The battle map was a circular map similar to a clock. There was a bottomless abyss that stretched vertically from the 12 o'clock position to the 6 o'clock position, isolating the players from both camps, the Bright Legion on the left and the Dark Legion on the right. On the Bright Legion side, from top to bottom there was the Elf Mine, the Terran Mine and Angel Mine respectively. On the Dark Legion side, from top to bottom there was the Demon Mine, Beast Mine, and Bloodkin Mine. The 6 racial mines had a lot of guard NPCs with a level equal to an elite boss of a large instance, requiring at least one team to kill one. After killing the guards and occupying the mine, the players could moor the ores back to their base camp to earn money. At 8:30, the goddesses of both camps would refresh and 3 bridges would appear over the abyss separating the 2 camps. At this time, both sides could reach the other territory through the bridges, stealing resources and even killing the enemy's goddess. In other words, there was no way for both sides to meet each other at the beginning due to the abyss. At 8:30, the maps would be connected. This setting gave everyone a bit of buffer time. During the half an hour from 8 o'clock to 8:30, the players could mine and build up their economy. It showed how important seizing resources and improving the economy was, not killing. Ling Suifeng's idea was very obvious. Once the defense war started, he immediately divided the 150 groups into 3 paths and would win the 3 mines at the fastest speed. This was in order to obtain resources and gain an economic advantage. The remaining 20 groups were mostly assassins from ghost spirits. Ling Suifeng had a special arrangement for these groups. Ghost spirits has 8 teams. You will divide into 3 groups and first attack the upper, middle, and bottom resurrection points. Then wait for the bridges to refresh. As soon as the bridges appear, you will immediately enter the Bright Legion territory and assassinate the people at the mines. Just hit and run, don't get into a prolonged battle. Groups 173, 174 and 175 will scatter across the map to look at the enemy's situation. I need to grasp the actions of the other party. Ling Suifeng calmly issued instructions one by one in the discussion group. The leaders took the instructions back to their people and the soldiers quickly reached the designated locations. Mining, grabbing the resurrection points, investigating. It might be an attack and defense war involving tens of thousands of people, but Ling Suifeng didn't appear disordered as he guided the teams. There were a large number of guard bosses in the racial mines. 30 people worked together to kill one boss. Everyone consciously dispersed, pulling the guards one by one to kill. It took less than 3 minutes for the 3 major mines to be occupied. The Dark Legion has occupied the Demon Mine. The Dark Legion has occupied the Beast Mine. The Dark Legion has occupied the Bloodkin Mine. The Bright Legion has occupied the Elf Mine. The Bright Legion has occupied the Terran Mine. The Bright Legion has occupied the Angel Mine. 6 announcements continuously appeared on the center of the screen. Li Cangyu couldn't help frowning slightly when he saw this. The other side's commanded obviously used the method of winning the 3 mines at the fastest speed. It wasn't uncommon to see such at start in the Legion defense war, but Li Cangyu couldn't help having a strange feeling. According to the undercovers, this time the Wind Color Guild had won the right to command the Dark Legion. Was the opposite commander the president of the Wind Color Guild? In any case, Li Cangyu was confident that the Bright Legion could win. He issued an order on the command channel. The 3 mines have been successfully won. Everyone collect the ores at the fastest speed. Our legion's economy must exceed 100,000 before 8:30. Mining was the only way to increase a camp's economy. The Dark Legion collected ores at the fastest speed, and the collect ores would be converted to gold coins at a certain rate. In the center of the screen, the economies of both sides were growing rapidly due to the occupation of the mines and the collection of ores. At 2025, the total economic value of both sides had reached 100,000. There were still 5 minutes left until the goddesses refreshed. The early preparations were completed and the war was imminent. Ling Suifeng looked at the time and immediately typed in the command channel, the 3 mining groups have been divided. The team leaders with a multiple of 5 in their number will immediately go to the camp NPCs to buy chariots. The other teams will go to the nearest bridge. Some people were surprised. We aren't building up the castle. It was well known that the ultimate goal of the Legion defense was to protect the goddess from being killed. Defensive castles would be built in the place where the goddesses refreshed. Otherwise, they would be easily attacked by the other side's forces and the camp's goddess would be threatened. Ling Suifeng didn't choose to build a defensive castle first and wanted to buy attacking chariots, making many people unable to understand. The other side doesn't have the strength to directly kill our goddess. Ling Suifeng typed calmly. The chariots are used as a cover. Our real goal is to seize the mining resources of the Bright Legion. The commander unexpectedly came out with a sneak attack, making many people marvel. Wasn't this courage too big? Driving the chariot to the other side and leaving their goddess naked, was it okay? Not even one castle? Of course, Ling Suifeng's thoughts were also true. The Dark Goddess was a big boss and the thousands of people on the opposite side couldn't kill her immediately. He was sure that Li Cangyu wouldn't rush with 100 groups to kill the Dark Goddess. That's why he could take the risk to use money to build the chariot and directly attack the other side. As long as the other side's mines were successfully taken, their economy would grow rapidly, making it actually quite cost-effective. It took 3,000 gold to buy a primary chariot and 90,000 to buy 30 chariots. Almost all of the 100,000 gold in the Dark Legion was soon consumed. Ling Suifeng didn't feel sad as he typed in the command channel, Investigation Group, quickly report the other side's situation. The Ghost Spirits Guild's assassins in charge of stealth investigation immediately replied with a few messages. The opposite side's elf mine has 20 groups. There are only 10 groups left in the Terran mine. The others are retreating. The people in the Angel mine are also retreating. It should be to build the castle. Ling Suifeng nodded and quickly typed on the keyboard, Everyone assemble. The soldiers will divided between the 3 bridges. Use chariots to directly seize the other side's mines. He divided the 150 teams into 3 groups, upper, middle and lower. The positions of the 3 groups were adjacent to the 3 bridges connecting the 2 camps. At his command, everyone could drive the chariots directly to the nearest mine and hit the opposite camp. The people of the Bright Legion had returned to the city to build the castle under Li Cangyu's command. Unexpectedly, the Dark Legion used 30 chariots to make a sudden attack. Commander, the opposite army has attacked the elf mine. They have 10 chariots. There are also chariots in the middle of the Terran mine. The guards at the Angel mine are about to be killed. They came to steal the mines. Damn, they are taking 3 roads. The large-scale attack of the Dark Legion was too unexpected. The destructive power of the chariots were extremely strong. The Bright Legion side saw the enemy's chariots arriving without any preparation. Everyone was beaten and the 3 mines were actually lost. The Dark Legion has occupied the Elf mine. The Dark Legion has occupied the Angel mine. The Dark Legion has occupied the Terran mine. 3 messages appeared in the middle of the screen and all 6 mines on the small map showed black signs, indicating they had been occupied by the Dark Legion. Li Cangyu looked at the black on the map and couldn't help feeling startled. The conventional strategy for the Legion defense was to take 3 mines on their side and develop steadily, earning money and building castles where the goddess was, raising the castle defenses to a stable level. Then they would buy attack vehicles such as chariots and artillery. At the beginning of the game, leaving the goddess alone and coming for a surprise attack. Spending a lot of money to buy chariots and directly entering enemy territory to seize resources, this style of command wasn't popular land under heaven. This commander was very ambitious and bold. The Miracle League had one aggressive player who used fierce attacks as the best defense. Was there any need to say who was controlling popular land under heaven's account? The corners of Li Cangyu's mouth couldn't help rising slightly. Ling Suifeng, you really want to play with me? It seems that it is time for me to become serious. Chapter 56 Legion Defense, Resurrection Counterattack. Ling Suifeng suddenly drove the chariots to the enemy camp and even grabbed 3 mines. He also sent more than 20 groups of assassins to kill the mining people, delaying the economic development speed of the Bright Legion. In just 10 minutes, the gap between the 2 sides' total economy became 110,000 to 150,000. The Bright Legion had fallen behind by 40,000. Now that 3 mines were taken away, this gap would only increase. Many people in the Bright Legion started to question the level of command, the public channels filled with swearing. What is the commander doing? Isn't he going to make a comeback by stealing the mines from the opposite side? Give us a command to kill and steal their mines. Who is in command today? Can't we get a reliable one? Cheng Wei was controlling a side account and became furious at those who dared to scold Cat God. He couldn't help typing in the camp channel, everyone who is scolding the commander, shut up, you up no can no bb. TL, author wrote this in English so I'm literally just copying it. Tan Shishan saw his angry appearance and couldn't help laughing. What are you so anxious about? This is a battle between Captain Ling and Cat God, we are just watching the fun. Captain Ling unexpectedly got the first hand but Cat God will certainly come up with a way to deal with it. He just said this when there was a cold light behind him. A knife stabbed straight towards his chest in a calm and fierce attack. Tan Shishan's side account was hit by the knife and directly had his blood reduced by 1/3. Tan Shishan immediately used the elf race's movement skill to jump back. He had just hidden when someone else aimed another blade straight at his chest. The elf side account was stabbed and his blood plummeted to 15%. Cheng Wei and Tan Shishan often argued but they had been teammates for 1.5 years. Once he saw that Tan Shishan was being beaten, Cheng Wei reflexively used the white magician's big move, God's Faith. A white light fell from the sky, enveloping Tan Shishan and removing the stealth from the 2 assassins. Their IDs were Wisp and Ghost Mirror. They were obviously from the Ghost Spirits Guild. The situation became very chaotic once they were revealed. The 2 killers realized they were exposed and were forced to use combat stealth, taking advantage of the chaos to hide their traces. Come with no shadow, leave without a trace, the decisive and aggressive assassination techniques really made people feel creepy. Cheng Wei tried to chase them but couldn't find their shadows. He angrily typed on the keyboard, "You run faster than rabbits. Let's see when you don't have the ability to run anymore." Tan Shishan said with a laugh, "Don't you think these 2 killers are similar to 2 people?" Cheng Wei's understanding was poor and he said in a confused manner, "The 2 killers must be like 2 people." How can they be 3 people? Tan Shishan stretched out a hand and rubbed Cheng Wei's head hard. Why are you so stupid? I mean that these 2 killers are very similar to the Lu Zhang combination of the Ghost Spirits team. Cheng Wei was attracted by the latter half of the sentence and ignored Tan Shishan calling him stupid. His eyes widened with surprise as he asked, do you mean Lu Wushuan and Zhang Shaowai? Those cousins are here as well. Tan Shishan nodded. Yes, it is probably to see Cat God. Cheng Wei couldn't help feeling angry again at the mention of this topic. Lu Wushuan found out that Cat God is back due to your post on Weibo. It is all your fault. Why are you so idle? What was with that story? Comparing me to a kitten? Where do I look like a cat? Tan Shishan looked at Cheng Wei's hair standing up and thought, isn't this like a kitten? He looked even more like one when his hair stood up. Tan Shishan listened to his machine gun-like scolding and suppressed the urge to laugh as he said, okay, it is all my fault. I have deleted the story and the Lu Zhang combination just wanted to see the liveliness. They hold no malice towards Cat God so you don't have to worry too much. This sentence was true. The Lu Zhang combination debuted with Cheng Wei in the 3rd season. In the same year, they played against Cat God. It was estimated that they entered the online game tonight because of curiosity. Cheng Wei thought about this and his mood improved. No, if Lu Wushuan and Zhang Shaowai team up, Cat God will be in danger. I have to protect him. He quickly ran to the side of Love to Eat braised fish and raised his hand, prepared to act as a bodyguard. The Miracle League's #1 brainless fan was really dedicated, controlling a side account to act as Cat God's bodyguard. Tan Shishan helplessly looked at him and had to follow Cheng Wei to protect Cat God. The Ghost Spirit's dormitory. Zhang Shaowai followed his cousin to hide behind a tree and looked at the white magician. He wondered, is that Cheng Wei? His cousin's IQ was actually working for once. Lu Wushuan felt very relieved as he nodded. They are Tan Shishan and Cheng Wei. Zhang Shaowai couldn't help laughing. It seems that many people are interested in this event. Brother, shall we go and assassinate Cat God? He took a few steps forward, wanting to stab Cat God when Cheng Wei used the wide-range God's faith. Zhang Shaowai immediately ran while spitting out, Cheng Wei is simply Cat God's brainless fan. He has incredibly tight protection. Lu Wushuan spoke with a cold face, can't you just hide and watch the excitement? Ah, I will listen to you. Zhang Shaowai smiled and scratched his head. He settled down and hid behind a tree with his cousin, eyes watching the excitement. The Dark Legion had 6 mines and the economy instantly reversed. Many people in the camp channel gave a thumbs up. The commander is sharp. The commander is too big. Ling Suifeng ignored the camp channel and typed in the discussion group, leaders of the 3 large groups, report the war damage. The Dark Legion's upper, middle and lower roads were led by the Pure Cleansing, Cheetah and Wind Color group respectively. It was impossible for Ling Suifeng to take care of each group so he entrusted it to the management of these guilds. As the team leaders, they commanded the 3 roads separately. After all, the 3 president-vice commanders weren't rookies and they were able to quickly understand Ling Suifeng's meaning. Same boat under Wind and Rain immediately sent a message, the 3rd group has 3 chariots damaged and there are 7 left. The personnel casualties are 12 groups. Pure Cleansing's president reported next. The 2nd group has 5 chariots left and 10 groups of casualties. Cheetah's president Ultimate Hunter typed, the 1st group is similar to the 2nd group. The surprise attack had stolen 3 mines but the losses to their side were also heavy. The good thing was that these losses were within acceptable limits. The satisfied Ling Suifeng typed, everyone will push the chariots and oars back under the protection of the paladins. Since 90,000 gold was used before, there wasn't enough money to repair the castle. They had to make money as soon as possible. Ling Suifeng's ideas were good but the opposite commander Li Cangyu wasn't a person to be bullied. His order had just been given when a large number of messages appeared on the camp channel, not good. The opposite side went straight to our stronghold. They are pulling the Dark Goddess. Damn, the main T is as the name suggests of the food squad. The Dark Goddess has lost 5% health. There are at least 100 groups. It is extremely crowded. Ling Suifeng saw the information on the camp channel and inwardly felt surprised. Cat's counterattack speed simply wasn't ordinary. The Bright Legion's counterattack was truly swift and depended entirely on the determination of the chief commander Li Cangyu. Ling Suifeng had just stolen the 3 mines of the Bright Legion. A general commander might be confused by this sudden attack but Li Cangyu was very calm. He reacted as soon as he found out that the opposite commander was Ling Suifeng. If you dare to sneak attack my mines, I will assassinate your camp's goddess. Not repairing the Dark Goddess castle? It was a convenient way to let them enter unimpeded. The Dark Legion's chariots did cause the Bright Legion to suffer heavy casualties. However, the Legion defense had one characteristic. Players who died could freely choose a resurrection point that had been occupied by their side. At the beginning, Ling Suifeng sent people to investigate the entire map. Li Cangyu naturally wasn't idle. Once the bridges were connected, he sent 10 groups secretly into the Dark Legion's camp and forcibly took that resurrection point. As Ling Suifeng drove the chariot to the Bright Legion's camp, Li Cangyu took the opposite side's resurrection point. Everyone who dies, immediately choose the resurrection point of the Dark Legion to resurrect. Li Cangyu ordered after the 3 mines were attacked. Anyone who isn't dead, jump into the abyss to kill yourself. Then resurrect on the opposite side and assemble at the point I marked. Jumping into the abyss took only 3 seconds and waiting to resurrect took 10 seconds. This way of gathering was much faster than groups of people walking slowly down the roads. In just half a minute, while the Dark Legion were slowly driving the ore across the bridge and returning home, hundreds of groups from the Bright Legion had already gone from the lower resurrection point to the goddess lair. The small madman Gu Siming pulled the Dark Goddess according to Cat God's instructions. The goddess was really beautiful and the dark wings behind her were gorgeous. It was a pity that she didn't have the protection of the castles after appearing and the Bright Legion reached her unobstructed. There were no doubts about Xiao Gu's boss techniques. Once he stabilized the boss, Li Cangyu immediately ordered everyone to open fire and the goddess blood quickly fell to 95%. Li Cangyu attacked the boss while watching the timer. After all, this was the Dark Legion's base. It would be disadvantageous to fight against a large group here and Li Cangyu estimated that the opposite side's forces were about to arrive. He looked at the boss blood volume that had fallen to 80% and didn't hesitate to order, don't avoid the boss big move and collectively die. Once you die, choose the resurrection point in the center of our castle. The Dark Goddess blood soon fell to 80% and a red light flashed from her black wings. Her huge wings then unfolded and countless black feathers descended from the sky in a 360-degree range. They danced and stabbed the surrounding players like swords. The black feathers swept over them, the effect of the big move looking truly gorgeous. Ling Suifeng saw this scene when he came over with a large force. Hundreds of Li Cangyu's groups died under the goddess big move, their bodies covering the ground. Then after 10 seconds, the bodies magically disappeared. They chose to resurrect back at the camp according to the commander's order. Hundreds of enemy groups suddenly attacked, decreasing the Dark Goddess health by 20% and then collectively disappeared. This type of sneak attack was more shocking than taking 3 mines. You know, it was very difficult to decrease the camp boss blood, especially after the defense castles were built. If they wanted to see the camp boss, they had to first destroy the castle, kill the castle guards and face the other forces after seeing the boss. In the many years since Miracle opened, the camp boss had been killed no more than 3 times. Today, Li Cangyu took advantage of Ling Suifeng stealing the ores to quickly suicide and resurrect at the stolen resurrection point. They quickly sneaked into the Dark Goddess lair and took 20% of the camp boss health. It was inevitable that the Dark Legion's troops would rush back to kill them. Yet the hundreds of groups were killed directly by the boss big moves, without a single person left behind. This approach was really decisive and simply astounding. Ling Suifeng looked at the disappearing corpses and a glimmer of appreciation filled his eyes. This was Li Cangyu's command style. He wasn't willing to eat a single bit of loss. This counterattack was really fierce. The Dark Legion might have an advantage in economy but 20% of the boss blood had been destroyed. In the later period of the war, it was necessary to be careful. If a mistake was made, Li Cangyu would directly go and kill the boss. The guild's management were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. In the past, the Legion defense involved occupying the 3 mines in the early stages then use the money to build up the castle. Once the castle was repaired, make money and buy chariots and cannons. Sometimes it would take 2 hours and the face of the camp's boss couldn't even be seen. However, today, the speed of the 2 commanders was so quick that the people involved couldn't recover. This started less than 40 minutes ago and the Bright Legion already had 3 mines stolen while the Dark Legion's boss was attacked. There were many people in both camps who gave thumbs up and praised the commanders on both sides. The League's #1 brainless fan Cheng Wei was also excited and crazily filled the camp channel, the commander is mighty and domineering. Commander, good power. Great. Commander, fighting. Tan Shishan. In the office of the Wind Color team, Popular Land Under Heaven looked at his captain with a perturbed glance. Any commander would be irritable at having 20% of their goddess blood stolen, but Ling Xuefeng's expression was very calm. His eyes were full of appreciation and it was like he was happy. In fact, winning or losing wasn't important. Captain Ling personally became the commander in order to fight against Cat God. Popular Land Under Heaven suddenly felt that, he understood something very important. Once Li Cangyu successfully counterattacked, he sent a message on the World Channel, "Opposite Commander, how about the middle group?" Ling Xuefeng said, "I'll go back to repair the castle. Let's talk at 9 o'clock. Li Cangyu, the activity is over at 11 o'clock. Hurry and make money." Ling Xuefeng, "I have more money than you." Li Cangyu, "My boss is still full of blood." Ling Xuefeng, "You're good. Thumbs up." Li Cangyu, "You're not bad either. Thumbs up. Everyone. Hey hey. Is it okay for the two great commanders to praise each other? Look at all the people watching." Chapter 57 Legion Defense, Guarding the Castle. Li Cangyu spoke on the World Channel, so Ling Xuefeng knew his identity was discovered. However, Ling Xuefeng hadn't intended to hide it, so he didn't mind. It was currently 8:40. Ling Xuefeng ordered everyone to gather oars. After the mines were occupied, there were 10 minutes of protection time. Once the 10 minutes passed, Li Cangyu would definitely take back the Elf, Angel, and Terran mines. Ling Xuefeng wouldn't bother taking them again since this advantage was enough. The Dark Legion collectively mined and their economy grew at a rapid rate. The economic difference between the two sides soon became 60,000. Li Cangyu wasn't in a hurry. Once the time came, he commanded his troops to successfully take back their own mines. The early battle over the mines temporarily concluded. The Dark Legion was dominant when it came to the economy, but the Bright Legion had stolen 20% of the camp boss blood. It could be said that both sides gained something and there was no victory or defeat. In the following time, Li Cangyu decided to stabilize the economy first. Everyone on the Bright Legion side worked together to collect ores and their total economy reached 150,000 and the castle successfully built. The Dark Legion's economy had reached 210,000, but they consumed 90,000 gold buying the chariots. In fact, only 130,000 funds were available and the construction progress of their castle was only 70%. It hadn't yet been completed. This was a good opportunity. Li Cangyu gave an order in the command channel, 30% groups will sneakily head to the dark campsite and quickly take the middle resurrection point. The groups lurking in the darkness quickly killed the guards at the resurrection point. Someone in the Dark Legion reported, "The opposite side has taken the middle resurrection point." Ling Xuefeng thought, is he planning a suicide raid again? The battle for resurrection points was just as important as the battle over the mines in the Legion Defense War. The mines determined economic strength, while the more resurrection points that were taken, the more positions the camp's players could choose when resurrecting, increasing their tactical arrangements. The resurrection point at the bottom of the Dark Legion's camp was taken away. Now the resurrection point in the middle was attacked. Li Cangyu's intention was obvious. It was another sneak attack while the Dark Legion's castle wasn't built. Ling Xuefeng quickly decided. Every large group of 30 people, wait at the resurrection points. As soon as they arrive, attack and kill them. 30 groups waited in ambush at the 3 resurrection points of the dark camp. Everyone prepared their group attack skills, waiting for the other side to arrive and catch them off guard. Li Cangyu asked Flying Feathers Liang Shan, "What are the undercovers saying?" The president of Flying Feathers excitedly replied to Cat God, "They went to the 3 resurrection points for an ambush. There are nearly 3,000 people." Li Cangyu was satisfied. Very good. Flying Feathers Liang Shang had truly seen a lot of spy movies. His undercover work was quite brilliant and he had a spy in the Dark Legion's command channel. This type of large-scale attack and defense war, how was it possible without undercovers? Li Cangyu received the response from the undercovers and immediately changed his strategy. The 3 large groups head over the middle bridge and immediately pressure them. In fact, his capturing of the resurrection point was to divert eyes. It was because he knew Ling Xuefeng. He knew that as soon as he took the resurrection point, Ling Xuefeng would think he was planning a sneak attack from the resurrection points. Therefore, Li Cangyu didn't take the usual path and instead pushed straight from the bridge. Ling Xuefeng was throwing away people to protect the resurrection points. The Bright Legion's big army moved over the middle bridge at the fastest speed, killing along the way. This is bad. There are many people in the middle. Hundreds of groups are passing over. Ling Xuefeng frowned slightly as he saw the messages on the camp channel. Was this luring the tiger from its domain in the mountains? Everyone, go back and protect the dark goddess. Ling Xuefeng ordered on the command channel. At this time, their castle wasn't completely finished. If Li Cangyu led the army to kill the camp boss, the dark goddess would once again lose health and their situation would become disadvantageous. The surprising thing was that Li Cangyu didn't lead the team to the base of the dark goddess. The large army of the Bright Legion quickly divided into 3 groups and headed straight to the mines. The Bright Legion has occupied the Demon Mine. The Bright Legion has occupied the Beast Mine. The Bright Legion has occupied the Bloodkin Mine. Once the 3 messages appeared on the center of the screen, everyone in the Dark Legion was speechless. Popular Land Under Heaven wanted to cry out, "Cat God, you are playing with us." Ling Xuefeng was also speechless. He couldn't help sending a message on the World Channel, "Threaten the East and strike in the West, a diversion." Li Cangyu, yes. You didn't think about it. Ling Xuefeng. This trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain then making a sound in the east while striking in the west was really brilliant. He deliberately took the resurrection points in order to let Ling Xuefeng mobilize thousands of people to ambush there. The result was that Li Cangyu didn't go by the resurrection point but took the roads to kill. Ling Xuefeng thought Li Cangyu wanted to attack the goddess and sent troops back to defend. The result was that the 3 mines instead of the goddess were attacked. He was really a smart cat. Ling Xuefeng had experienced so many competitions but he was actually outsmarted by Li Cangyu. Li Cangyu unexpectedly led his army to win the opposite side's 3 mines. In addition to their 3, they gained 6 mines in one go and quickly caught up with the original gap of 60,000 gold. This time, it was a real hit. The Bright Legion's camp channel was full of flowers and applause. They didn't expect that after the disadvantageous beginning, Li Cangyu would not only get rid of a large amount of blood from the boss but also use a plan to take the 3 opposite mines. Our commander is so handsome. Commander, marry me. Love to eat braised fish, are you lacking any leg items? I'll make one for you. Cheng Wei saw the camp channel and couldn't help exclaiming excitedly, "Cat God is so handsome." Tan Shishan said, "Don't you think I'm handsome too?" Cheng Wei looked back and saw Tan Shishan's deliberate gentle smile. He said, "I don't think so." Tan Shishan suddenly felt like an arrow had pierced his chest. In the Dark Legion, Ling Xuefeng was still very calm despite the other side taking his 3 mines. He opened the statistics list to check the battle situation between the 2 sides. The Bright Legion had built their defensive castle but they had yet to buy chariots. Meanwhile, the money was building up but the Dark Legion still had 17 chariots. As long as these chariots existed, they would be a great threat to the Bright Legion. At present, there were still tens of thousands of gold in the Dark Legion's funds. Ling Xuefeng calculated it carefully and decisively typed, "Stop the castle at the first level. Then raise the chariots to the highest level and buy 2 heavy firepower cannons." His intentions were clear. Since they had the advantage of the chariot, they would expand that advantage and go on the offensive. The head of the chariots immediately upgraded the chariots to the highest level according to the instructions. At this time, the castle on the Bright Legion's side rose to level 2. The defense of a level 2 castle was very high. It wasn't easy to break through but Li Cangyu knew that Ling Xuefeng had never been a timid person. As long as he made up his mind, he would definitely go forward. Li Cangyu guessed that he would use the chariots to attack and could only quickly increase the level of the castle. Sure enough, Ling Xuefeng was very decisive. As soon as the chariot rose to the highest level, he immediately had the troops cross the bridge. There weren't many obstacles on the way. It was clear that Li Cangyu had transferred everyone back to the castle for defense. Ling Xuefeng looked at the small map and typed, "Pure Cleansing, Wind Color and Cheetah, send groups to quickly take the 3 resurrection points of the Bright Legion." If the resurrection points were taken, they could only return to their base after death. It would be difficult to return to the front line as support in time. Ling Xuefeng emerged in full force, ready to set fire to the Bright Legion's camp. At this moment, the clock was pointing to 9 o'clock. It was the time the 2 commanders previously promised. Li Cangyu typed on the World Channel, "You are really punctual. Did you deliberately bring your troops over at precisely 9 o'clock? Ling Xuefeng, of course, when have I ever lied to you? Everyone. Why did they sense a feeling of love between the 2 commanders? Ling Xuefeng's commands weren't flustered and his expression was extremely calm. Once all 3 resurrection points were successfully won, he summoned people to gather in the middle road and led them to the castle containing the bright goddess, decisively killing along the way. Paladins, berserkers, and swordsmen rushed to the front to open the way for the chariots. Magicians and psychics, be ready. Then Ling Suifeng sent a private chat to the president of Ghost Spirits. I will give you a mission. Take the 30 groups of assassins and detour around both sides. Go to the ladders at the back of the castle and cut at the rear of the opposing army. Quickly take care of the archers of the Time Guild. Ghost Spirits president was stunned when he saw this private chat and immediately understood. He realized the existence of undercovers in the command chat and gave instructions in a private chat. Based on Vice Captain Zhang's words, the person who talked privately with him was Ling Suifeng. Devil May Cry was very excited. He was proud of being able to talk to the ace of the Miracle League. After feeling excited, Devil May Cry gave orders to several leaders and privately chatted with Zhang Shaowai and Lu Wushuan's side accounts. Lu Wushuan saw his message and couldn't help saying, sending 30 groups of killers to the rear. Hitting the Bright Legion from the front and back, this wave of strong attack might gain us the victory. Zhang Shaowai exclaimed, it seems that Captain Ling is very serious today. Playing such a strong attack and defense, how much does he hate Cat God? Lu Wushuan. Sure enough, the silly IQ went online for a while and now it was offline again. This obviously wasn't the strong smell of gunpowder. Zhang Shaowai saw that his cousin's face was a big ugly and couldn't help asking, brother, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? As he spoke, he reached out and gently placed a hand on the other person's forehead. There was a thin layer on his fingers from tapping the keyboard so long. He gently touched his cousin's forehead and once he touched it, there was a faint numbness like being struck by an electric current. Lu Wushuan stiffened and avoided his hands, his cheeks turning red. He had been pale since childhood and the blush was particularly obvious. Zhang Shaowai asked nervously, brother, do you have a fever? Why is your face so red? Lu Wushuan. Who would save his stupid brother's IQ? The helpless Lu Wushuan coldly slapped his hand and said, I am okay. Quickly keep up. Ah. Zhang Shaowai had a habit of listening to his brother's words from a young age so he immediately followed. The two killers quietly moved around to the rear of the Bright Legion along with the other Ghost Spirits members. Chapter 58 Legion Defense, Killing the Goddess. Ling Suifeng naturally had more than 50% confidence if he dared to attack. The Bright Legion led by Li Cangyu mostly consisted of archers, white magicians, and swordsmen while the Dark Legion were mostly black magicians, assassins and psychics. An assassin's sneak attack was the strongest of all classes. Ling Suifeng led the big army from the front while sending 30 groups of assassins to sneak around the back. This time, he privately gave instructions to the Ghost Spirits president to avoid the undercover. Therefore, the news that the undercover returned to Li Cangyu was, the Dark Legion is directly attacking from the front. This might be the base of the Bright Legion but the other side had many chariots and cannons so Li Cangyu didn't dare underestimate them. He stood on the castle and looked down. The dense crowd of people was like beasts pouring in from the middle while the chariot flags and black markings were shocking. Groups 150 will intercept them at the castle gates. The rest of the groups will scatter to hold the walls. Li Cangyu quickly typed out. The group leaders took their groups to the designated location. Ling Suifeng said, ready the chariots and artillery. Scatter in a fan shape and attack. Once the people of the Dark Legion arrived at the gate of the castle, the 17 chariots immediately fanned out. There was a loud noise and the cannons fired, directly smashing a large hole in the castle. The castle's defense value at the top right of the screen dropped from 100% to 95%. Countless cannons fired in succession, causing the castle to become smoky. At the gate, the 50 groups that Li Cangyu sent as guards rushed out like beasts. The two sides launched a fierce battle, with countless deaths and injuries. Ling Suifeng said, those who die will choose the nearest resurrection point. After resurrecting, don't go to the front but head around to the rear of the castle. Many people didn't understand why the resurrected had to go to the back until they arrived and saw the bodies of countless guards. What was going on? They looked up and saw the killers climbing to the top of the castle. Everyone reacted by excitedly following the killer's path. There are people at the back. The first assassinated player typed on the camp channel but it was too late. The Ghost Spirits were the best situations. They were like fish in water when the situation was chaotic. In a flash, the Ghost Spirits Guild's 30 groups, 900 killers, suddenly attacked from behind. Their sharp blades cut into the soft bellies of the fragile elf archers and white magicians, killing them. They fell down one after another and the castle was suddenly filled with corpses. Previously, the archers and white magicians relied on the advantage of their ranged attacks to interfere with the speed of the Dark Legion. Now almost half of the remotes had died, relieving the pressure on the front lines. Ling Suifeng immediately typed, "Full push." The onslaught from the front and back caught the Bright Legion unprepared. The chariots and artillery brought by the other party finally emptied the castle's defense value. Once the castle's defense value was emptied, players in the enemy camp were free to enter and exit the castle. However, Li Cangyu wasn't someone who would just be beaten. The moment the remotes were assassinated, he mobilized the large Flying Feathers troops to ambush at the entrance of the castle. As soon as the Dark Legion entered, gorgeous swordsmanship flashed in front of their eyes. Light and shadow rotation. What would happen if hundreds of swordsmen opened a group attack at the same time? It was shown today. The silver swords waved and illuminated the sky with a bright light. Xie Shurong waved the sword in his hand and entered the middle of the Dark Legion came. He smashed through to seize their king, Ling Suifeng. The small madman Gu Siming followed closely, the two men rushing into the opposite camp. Ling Suifeng was the commander so he couldn't die so easily. There was also a small follower around him, Qin Mo. Qin Mo had quietly been playing the role of follower. Like Cheng Wei's personal protection of Cat God, Qin Mo personally protected his master. After seeing Blossoming Tree, Qin Mo cast a curse death imprisonment to set Xie Shurong in place. The fixed Xie Shurong suffered the group attacks of the black magicians and was instantly killed by black magic. Gu Siming was also dragged down by him and killed together. Li Cangyu sent them to disturb the opposite side's formation. He didn't think they could actually kill Ling Suifeng. The dead Xie Shurong privately chatted with Bai Xian and joked, "Milk Dad, why don't you care about me? Pull me up. Bai Xian, you ran too far out of my reach." Xie Shurong want to resurrect at the rear when Li Cangyu sent him a private message, "You and Xiaogu go to the resurrection point on the Dark Legion side and look at the situation there." Okay. The two men received the order and immediately headed to the territory of the Dark Legion. Thousands of people were fighting at the gate of the castle. The 900 killers had quickly cleared the remote classes of the other side so the Dark Legion gradually occupied the advantage. They moved straight forward and arrived at the Bright Goddess. The Bright Goddess wore a snowy white dress and huge wings hung gently down towards the ground, soft white feathers covered it. Her blonde hair grew down to her ankles and there was a white crown on her head, looking as holy as an angel. Many people excitedly typed on the camp channel, "Oh, I have never seen the Bright Goddess in the old district. Every time, I couldn't even break the castle. Hello Goddess! The Goddess is so beautiful." The area channel was filled with players doing strange actions towards the NPC. Ling Suifeng also issued an order on the command channel, "The second and third healer groups will focus on the blood of the main T. The main T will pull her and then everyone else will steadily attack." Before attacking the Bright Legion, Ling Suifeng let the leaders of the three large groups to readjust the team configuration, specifically selecting a paladin group and two healer groups to play the boss. The camp boss was extremely strong and it was easily to kill the paladins. The two healer groups were specifically to ensure the safety of the paladins. The other melee separated to take care of their teammates. Once the main T stabilized the boss aggro, the black magicians quickly placed hundreds of negative states on the boss. The psychics also stacked negative defense, attack and movement speed debuffs onto the boss. The blood of the Bright Goddess quickly fell to 95% but the large army of the Bright Legion didn't move. Ling Suifeng couldn't help feeling some doubts. Why didn't the other side return to defend? If people came back at this time, the Dark Legion wouldn't have it so easy. He was just thinking this when a message came on the camp channel, "Once they died, they all resurrected at the Dark Legion's lower resurrection point. Are they planning to steal the boss? Give us the command to go back and defend." Many people in the Dark Legion camp were flustered. Yes, Li Cangyu wasn't someone who would just be beaten. He couldn't fight for the Bright Goddess so he sent all his troops to kill the Dark Goddess. The early sneak attack gave him a 20% blood volume advantage. Therefore, Li Cangyu was confident that he could kill the Dark Goddess before Ling Suifeng killed the Bright Goddess. Offense was the best defense. Ling Suifeng, don't think you are the only one who could do this. After Li Cangyu sent A Shu and Xiaogu to investigate, he decisively left his old base. He sent everyone to attack the opposite Dark Legion's castle and take away their boss. Since the opposite commander was Ling Suifeng, Li Cangyu didn't want to mess with him. A quick offense was the best, otherwise this war would never finish. The Dark Legion side was panicked. Previously, their goddess lost 20% of her blood. Should they defend or keep fighting here? Ling Suifeng quickly made a decision. Keep fighting the boss. Unleash all attacks. Cat wanted to play a time difference with him, but Ling Suifeng didn't think he would lose. The Dark Goddess might have already lost 20% blood, but it would take time for the Bright Legion to reach the gate from the Resurrection Point and then break through the level 1 defense castle. As long as Ling Suifeng could catch up with the gap in blood during that time, the winner and loser was still uncertain. President, bring the assassins back to the base. Don't do anything apart from killing their main T. Ling Suifeng gave an order to the president of the Ghost Spirits Guild. I understand, Captain Ling. Devil May Cry was embarrassed when he carelessly spoke. Then he gave instructions to the killers in his guild. Return back to the base. Kill their main T. Assassins were easy to use in this chaos. The return of the assassins caused great trouble to Li Cangyu. However, Li Cangyu also left behind something. On the side of the Light Legion camp, he left 15 swordsman groups and 15 berserker groups. They specifically killed the remotes on the other side. Most people should know that the remotes were the main output force against a boss, causing the Dark Legion to be troubled by their interference. Fortunately, the number of people Li Cangyu left behind was limited and Ling Suifeng was able to fight back to kill these groups. Of course, the cheeky flying feathers resurrected after being killed and kept interfering with the outputs in the back rows. Ling Suifeng impatiently said, "Don't pay attention to them. Concentrate on the boss." The territory of the Dark Legion. The level 1 castle was breached by the large army led by Li Cangyu. The Bright Legion went all the way to the Dark Goddess and started to attack the goddess at full speed. The opposite side is starting to hit the boss. The president of Ghost Spirits reported. How much blood does the boss have left? It is 75%. Ling Suifeng nodded and looked at the Bright Goddess blood volume of 78%. The blood volume gap of 3% wasn't too much. He had to speed up the output. Ling Suifeng thought about it and said, "Pure Cleansing Guild, send 3 groups of psychics back to interfere with them." The psychics had a spell called illusion. This could create hallucinations for a short period of time, which was why many teams in the Miracle League used psychics to assist. The 3 groups of psychics returned near the boss and opened magic arrays. The effect was unexpectedly good, directly messing up the healer groups of the Bright Legion. Fortunately, Bai Xian was specifically staring at the blood of the main T, Xiaogu. He flexibly avoided the illusions and saved Xiaogu from sudden death. Li Cangyu immediately ordered, "Rear archers, kill the psychics." A large number of arrows fell and the psychics were killed in seconds. Of course, the psychics of pure cleansing played the role of stalker. After being killed, they resurrected and returned as they kept using illusions to interfere with the other. The two sides continued to fight for half an hour in such a state of mutual interference and full attack. The blood volume of the Bright Goddess and Dark Goddess was gradually suppressed. The Bright Goddess has 40% blood left. Shouldn't we return to the camp to defend? The Dark Goddess is almost dead. We should just continue. Don't tease. My goddess still has a move left and all of you will have to fall down. Same. The players on both sides started a war of words, but the commanders were very calm. At this point, all defense was abandoned. It was better to focus on the output and simply kill the goddess. It was 10 o'clock in the evening and the goddess of both camps only had 8% health left. The blood gauge started to flash red. Many players were so excited that their fingers were shaking as they madly tapped at the keyboard to throw skills at the boss. In particular, many players who came from other districts had never played such a fierce Legion defense war. Once he saw that the blood of the camp boss was reduced to 5%, Ling Suifeng immediately typed, "The melee should retreat. Remote classes, be prepared to jump." At the same time, Li Cangyu also typed on the camp channel, "All melee head to the roof. The remotes at the far end will jump immediately." Guardian Angel. Devil's Curse. The goddesses of both camps opened a super big move. The pure white wings of the Bright Goddess moved like a tornado and all players touched by the white feathers were instantly killed. The Dark Goddess also wasn't polite. The black wings were transformed into countless swords and swept in 360 degrees, striking down all nearby people. Fortunately, most of the witty old players obeyed the commands and evaded it in advance, successfully surviving the big move. Corpses filled both bases as the commanders simultaneously gave a command, "Those who died, quickly resurrect. All remaining people, quickly unleash your full attacks." After successfully surviving the camp boss ultimate move, players on both sides unleashed their top hand speed and decreased the boss blood volume at a terrifying speed. The World Channel. Congratulations to the Bright Legion for successfully killing the Dark Goddess. Congratulations to the Dark Legion for successfully killing the Bright Goddess. The System Channel. Congratulations Popular Land Under Heaven for completing the achievement of killing the Bright Goddess. Congratulations Love to Eat Braised Fish for completing the achievement of killing the Dark Goddess. You could imagine the tens of thousands of congratulations XX for completing the XX achievement and how spectacular this scene was. The System Channel's achievement information was so much that many people's computers even crashed. Those who didn't crash watched this spectacular scene. The Dark Goddess fell and the huge black wings turned into black smoke while the Bright Goddess fell and her white wings turned into bright light. Many people who played Miracle for the full 6 years had never seen this picture. In the new district of Moonlight Forest, 2 mysterious commanders led both sides to kill the camp bosses. A number of people couldn't recover as they stared at the fallen camp boss in front of them. In the 6 years since Miracle opened, the goddesses had rarely been killed. There were 2 or 3 incidents where a goddess was killed due to the gap between both camps. The situation where both sides killed the camp boss together was really a once-in-a-lifetime scene. It was definitely the first case in this world's servers. Once the goddesses were killed, all the people involved in the event received a fearful amount of experience and gold coins. Some even rose 6 levels instantly. The players saw the experience they received and finally recovered, frantically filling the screen of the World Channel. Commanders on both sides, did you consider killing them together? Yes. Did the 2 of you talk about it? Your brainwaves are synchronized. Be together. If you aren't together and no one else can see. A world record was set in the new district. The camp goddesses died together. The 2 commanders should have a once-in-a-century wedding. Commander's Wedding +1. Commander's Wedding +1 0086. Li Cangyu quietly ignored the people joking on the screen. At the last minute, the Bright Legion camp took the lead in killing the Dark Goddess with a difference of 5 seconds. Therefore, the Bright Legion received more rewards than the Dark Legion, making Li Cangyu very satisfied with this result. Today he gained 6 levels in one breath and also got a lot of gold coins and materials. The reward for the 2-hour Legion defense was comparable to doing instances for 1 week. After seeing everyone's jokes, Ling Suifeng seriously wrote on the World Channel, "Thank you, we will be together. Everyone." This reply was soon wiped out by the messages of countless people and Li Cangyu didn't see it. However, the sharp-eyed Cheng Wei was confused. Isn't Ling Suifeng always serious? Why did he respond to everyone's joke on the World Channel? Was this really a joke? Tan Shishan remembered the big cat and kitten are a father and son message that Captain Ling wrote when forwarding his story and suddenly felt that he understood something. Did Captain Ling mean that the big cat was booked by him? Then he really had this type of feeling towards Cat God? Chapter 59 Pickled Fish. The Legion defense lasted for 2 hours and the result was the collapse of the boss on both sides. This made all the players who participated in the Legion defense very excited. The players in the Moonlight Forest district even lit fireworks, causing fireworks to appear in the night sky. The decorated black sky was extraordinarily beautiful. There were many people who took photos next to the body of the camp's boss and the online game suddenly became very lively. The official reporter stationed in the new district quickly sent a screenshot of the situation to the forum, giving it the title, "The Bright Goddess and Dark Goddess have fallen. The Moonlight Forest new district is going against the heavens." The reporter excitedly talked about this grand occasion and the forum post quickly became popular. Then in the gossip section of Miracle's forum, there was this post, "The 2 wonderful directors of the Moonlight Forest's Legion Defense War on August 18. The goddesses of both camps fell together and the 2 commanders openly showed love on the World Channel. These photos are proof. The following were screenshots. How about the middle group? I'll go back to repair the castle. Let's talk at 9 o'clock. Did you deliberately bring your troops over at precisely 9 o'clock? Of course, when have I ever lied to you? The last photo killed all the single dogs. It was Ling Suifeng responding to everyone's joke with, "Thank you, we will be together." Everyone. Nobody would believe it without the screenshots. Why did it look like the 2 commanders really weren't joking? The case became confusing and many gossipers investigated these 2 people to see if they had a prior relationship. It was said that Love to Eat Braised Fish wiped out Wind Color's elite teams 2 times. Later, they ignored Love to Eat Braised Fish. It looked like a hostile relationship, so why did they speak so ambiguously? The crowd immediately wrote a love-hate story between Love to Eat Braised Fish and Popular Land Under Heaven. Popular Land Under Heaven saw these posts and wanted to cry towards Captain Ling. You controlled my account and did so many things. How can I live in the future? He looked at the captain and saw that Ling Xuefeng had no expression from beginning to end. His expression didn't even change when he wrote "We will be together," as if it really was an irrelevant joke. Ling Xuefeng had never been good at joking, so what happened today? Popular Land Under Heaven hesitated for a moment before sending a text message to Vice Captain Yan Ruwen. Vice Captain Yan, what is the relationship between our captain and Cat God? Why do I think the relationship between the two of them isn't that simple? Yan Ruwen quickly replied, you know too much. Popular Land Under Heaven's neck cooled and he immediately retracted his gaze from his phone. He stared at the computer in front of him, pretending to know nothing. Li Cangyu organized the reward items and retreated from the map of the Legion defense. He opened his friends list and found that Steamed Base still wasn't online. Was this a temporary failure to go online? Or was it not convenient for him to go online? Before the defense war began, Li Cangyu wanted to bring Steamed Base in only to find that he wasn't online. At that time, Li Cangyu hadn't thought too much, but not the defense war was over and he still wasn't online. This made him feel doubts. Li Cangyu touched his chin and thought of Steamed Base usual tone when speaking as well as the obvious concern for Li Cangyu. Then a strange thought flashed through his mind. Was Steamed Base someone he knew? For example, someone with the surname of Ling? He was just thinking this when a private message popped up. Are you leveling in the game to find teammates? It was sent by Ling Xuefeng. Li Cangyu suppressed his thoughts and quickly replied, I am leveling in the game to learn about the changes. I haven't played in 2 years and don't know much about the new skills of many classes. That's good. Ling Xuefeng quickly replied, after the Spring Festival, the 7th season will begin. There is still a lot of time remaining, so you should have a good team by the end of the year. Yes. Li Cangyu asked, why did you come to command today's Legion defense? I was idle on my holiday. Ling Xuefeng said, it is boring, so I came to see you. Ah. Li Cangyu smiled and suddenly said, did you know that I like to eat Steamed Base? It was bad. In today's defense war, he forgot to log into the Steamed Base account. Did Cat find something out? These thoughts flashed through Ling Xuefeng's mind, but he pretended to be calm. Don't you like to eat all types of fish? Li Cangyu didn't keep asking. After all, he was just guessing without any evidence. He would wait until Steamed Base came online and check. If he was really Ling Xuefeng, this identity would be smashed. Ling Xuefeng guessed that Cat had started to suspect him, but the good thing was that he hadn't left any evidence when using the Steamed Base account. Thus, he continued to pretend like he didn't know. Ling Xuefeng thought this before changing the topic. Are you still in New York? I'm in Changsha. Changsha? Are you at the Dragon Warriors Club? Yes. Li Cangyu said, I had something to discuss with the manager. When are you leaving? I am flying out tomorrow night. Li Cangyu returned for only 3 days. This schedule was really rushed, but he had a reason for wanting to return to New York as soon as possible. If he wasn't at home, Bai Xian couldn't live in his sister's house. In the past few days, Bai Xian had gone out to travel and stayed at hotels. Moreover, Aishu couldn't have a good meal for several days. He had just sent Li Cangyu a private message, Cat God, when are you coming back? I haven't had good food for days. The hungry Aishu seemed pitiful. Li Cangyu decided to hurry back and have Bai Xian continue living at his sister's house. In addition, Li Cangyu would bring back Chinese medicine for him. It looks like we won't have a chance to meet this time. Ling Xuefeng asked. Li Cangyu said, if you have time tomorrow, you can come out and meet me. Ling Xuefeng quickly typed, aren't you in Changsha? Li Cangyu, I will fly to Shanghai tomorrow, then fly from Shanghai to New York. I am just passing by you. A surge of joy suddenly filled Ling Xuefeng's heart as he replied, I will go to the airport to pick you up. What time will you arrive? I will arrive at noon at Hongqiao Airport T2 terminal. Okay. Li Cangyu said, by the way, can you check if there is a delicious pickled fish store in Shanghai? Let's have lunch there. Ling Xuefeng was silent for 2 seconds before saying, are you coming to see me because of the pickled fish I owe you? Well, I think it isn't convenient to bring pickled vegetables to the United States to make the fish, so I'll come to find you. Li Cangyu replied seriously, otherwise, how uncomfortable would you be to keep owing me pickled fish? Ling Suifeng. Cat said this, but Ling Suifeng knew that he came to Shanghai for Ling Suifeng. Otherwise, wasn't there tasty pickled fish stores in Changsha? Running all the way to Shanghai to eat? He just said that as an excuse. Ling Suifeng's mood became better when he thought this and a gentle expression appeared. He quickly typed, "I know a delicious pickled fish store. Please come and have a good time tomorrow." The next morning, Ling Suifeng got up early, found a brand new suit in his closet and shaved his face. As he went out, he happened to meet Qin Mo. The young boy looked at his master and asked, "Master is going out?" Ling Suifeng replied while tying his tie, "Yes, I'm going to meet a friend." Qin Mo made a curious expression but didn't dare ask anything else. Once Ling Suifeng left, Qin Mo came to the guild area and talked about it with the president. Popular Land Under Heaven couldn't help saying, the captain might be going on a date. Qin Mo was shocked. "A date?" Popular Land Under Heaven asked, "Didn't you see that he was particularly dressed us when leaving? He was wearing new leather shoes." Qin Mo spoke seriously, "Master always dresses very well." Popular Land Under Heaven rubbed the head of the small prince and said, "Once you grow up, you will understand. It isn't the same when seeing your sweetheart." Qin Mo thought suspiciously, did Master really go to see his sweetheart? What would his sweetheart look like? At this time, Ling Suifeng was driving on the freeway towards the airport. He could finally see the person he had missed for a long time. The always calm and serious man couldn't help smiling excitedly. Ling Suifeng arrived at the airport at 11:30 and he quickly walked towards where the domestic flights would arrive. There was still half an hour until he could see Li Cangyu. He was outwardly calm but Ling Suifeng's heart couldn't help jumping. Since Li Cangyu left with his team, in order to not disturb his development in Woolen and to also prevent him from thinking about the past, Ling Suifeng rarely asked for a meeting. If he really wanted to talk, he would say a few words of greeting by phone, WeChat, etc. In the past few years, contact wasn't broken. They often sent text messages to each other during the holidays but they didn't say too many words. They both had their own business to operate and also shouldered the responsibilities of a team. They were busy all day. In addition, Ling Suifeng wasn't a person who made others feel tired. The best way to get along with Li Cangyu was this: a simple greeting during busy or critical moments was enough to make the heart warm. In any case, they were people who knew each other best and knew what they needed most. When they first met and the 17-year-old stretched out a hand with firm eyes, Ling Suifeng knew that Li Cangyu occupied a position that no one could replace in his heart. He later watched Li Cangyu lead a weak team into the Miracle League but didn't show any frustrated expression. Seeing him show more courage after falling down, climbing up with confidence, watching him change from a rookie to an ace elf summoner of the first season that could stand side by side with himself. Ling Suifeng's appreciation, admiration and heartache gradually became a vine that wrapped around his heart. Every time the name Old Cat was mentioned, Ling Suifeng's heart would involuntarily shake. Over the years, Li Cangyu regarded Ling Suifeng as one of his best friends but for Ling Suifeng, emotions other than friendship gradually emerged. For example, every time he thought of Li Cangyu, his heart beat faster and any news would involuntarily get Ling Suifeng's attention. In front of Li Cangyu, Ling Suifeng's serious and cold shell would be removed and he would be filled with an inexplicable gentleness. No one knew more about Li Cangyu than Ling Suifeng. No one else could stand beside Ling Suifeng without any weakness like Li Cangyu. Li Cangyu was undoubtedly strong. However, there were many times when Ling Suifeng hoped that Li Cangyu wouldn't be so strong in front of himself. He wanted Li Cangyu to rest on his shoulders when he was tired or sad. Similarly, he hoped he could lean on Li Cangyu's shoulders when he was tired or irritated. They can safely give their backs to each other. They always showed a strong front in front of outsiders but in their hearts, there was a softness that belonged to each other. There was a crazy idea in Ling Suifeng's mind. Since no one else could understand them, how good would it be if Ling Suifeng could walk through his life with Li Cangyu? Chapter 60 Meeting. The hour hand was pointing to 12 o'clock and Li Cangyu's flight was about to arrive. Waiting for the person you loved was a very wonderful experience. Ling Suifeng sorted out his messy thoughts and looked down at his watch, tidying up the collar of his suit with slender fingers. He usually didn't wear this type of formal outfit when training in the team. But when he came to see Li Cangyu today, he dressed himself up, shaved his beard and wiped his shoes. Ling Suifeng was filled with confidence but in front of his beloved, he still wanted to show his best self. This man's appearance was impeccable and handsome. Due to his indifferent expression, there was a suffocating temperament around him that people didn't dare approach. He stood as still as a statue, like a movie star. The people around him looked at him with curious or stunned eyes, but Ling Xuefeng ignored them. His deep eyes were only focused on the exit flight. Li Cangyu finally appeared. Ling Xuefeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Li Cangyu wore a comfortable t-shirt and slim jeans on the flight. It was casual clothing, but it was difficult to hide his unique temperament. The 23-year-old Li Cangyu was old enough to retire from the esports industry, but he was very young in this crowd. He was tall and well-proportioned, with a pair of straight long legs making him particularly eye-catching. His nose, lips, and eyes weren't particularly good, but the combination of facial features were good-looking. In particular, when he laughed, there was a type of sunny handsomeness. Li Cangyu's gaze swept over the crowd and quickly locked on the target before moving over here. Ling Xuefeng's heart beat violently as he saw Li Cangyu stepping towards him, enough that he could hear his own heartbeat. Li Cangyu walked very quickly and arrived in front of Ling Xuefeng in the blink of an eye. He looked Ling Xuefeng up and down and said, "You are wearing a suit. I almost didn't recognize you." Ling Xuefeng answered him with a tight hug. Li Cangyu wasn't very surprised at being hugged. Whenever they met before, this guy would always come to hug him. Li Cangyu hugged him and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "I really troubled you. There was no need for you to pick me up from the airport." This sentence was obviously platitudes. If it was really troublesome, then why run to Shanghai? There is no need to be so polite. Ling Xuefeng couldn't help smiling as he whispered, "Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat fish." "Okay." Li Cangyu immediately replied positively. This attitude was really like a big cat following fish. The two of them headed to the parking lot together. Li Cangyu saw the black Audi in front of him and couldn't help saying, "This is a nice car. Would you like me to give it to you?" Ling Xuefeng asked. "Forget it, my driving skills are terrible." Li Cangyu sat in the passenger seat. "Should I accompany you to a driving school when you're free? Say it later." Li Cangyu was lazy. He liked looking at cars, but he had no interest in driving. It is said that it is harder and harder to get a driver's license. I have to buy a car and parking space. The car also has to be maintained. It is really troublesome. I would rather take a taxi directly. In fact, I can be your driver." Ling Xuefeng suppressed this sentence and sat in the driver's seat, leaving the airport. The two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time, but some friends had such a deep understanding that it wasn't uncomfortable despite the long time span. Once the car was steady, Li Cangyu casually asked, "Isn't the second round of the regular season about to start? Don't you have to go back to training today?" "There is the vice-captain," Ling Xuefeng said, "he is currently in charge of the team's training." "Ah, Yan Ruwen is really more careful than you," Li Cangyu lamented. "Remember when Vice-Captain Yuan retired when he was only 18 years old? Now Yan Ruwen is the vice-captain. Things are a lot easier for you with things helping. Aren't you the same? You have Bai Xian to help and you even took him to New York with you." Ling Xuefeng said. "I didn't take him. Xiao Bai has a serious stomach problem." Li Cangyu explained, "I went to New York to see my dad and show him Bai Xian's stomach problems." Once the explanation was over, he felt a bit strange. Why was he explaining these things to Ling Xuefeng? Li Cangyu touched his nose and smiled, moving his gaze to look outside the window. Ling Xuefeng looked over and saw his side profile. It was masculine and handsome, with a tall nose and deep facial features that gave off a masculine sexiness. The contrast with his red lips and white skin was very big, making him seem like a type of safe man that girls liked. But from his point of view, Ling Xuefeng couldn't help thinking about kissing him. Li Cangyu seemed to perceive eyes on him and turned away. Ling Xuefeng immediately shifted his gaze. The car filled with silence. Li Cangyu hadn't slept well last night, so he simply closed his eyes and went to sleep. "Lazy cat, wake up and get out of the car to eat." A low voice that contained a hint of tenderness suddenly entered his ears. Li Cangyu opened his eyes and looked into Ling Xuefeng's deep eyes. He slept very well in the car and hadn't even dreamt. He didn't know why. Perhaps Ling Xuefeng just made him feel safe. When they played together in the Miracle League, many players were 17 or 18-year-old peers who especially loved to play. They often went out for dinner after a game. Every time, Ling Xuefeng would sit next to him and give him fish. This type of quiet care made Li Cangyu feel particularly warm. The two of them had many years of friendship. They might be the most powerful opponents in the arena, but Li Cangyu had no defense against Ling Xuefeng. For him, Ling Xuefeng was one of the most trustworthy people, so he could sleep peacefully beside Ling Xuefeng. Li Cangyu couldn't help smiling at Ling Xuefeng. Cough, I've been affected by jet lag the last few days and actually fell asleep. Ling Xuefeng spoke softly, if you feel tired after eating, do you want to sleep all afternoon? We'll talk about it again later. He unbuckled his seatbelt as he said this and wanted to open the door. He had slept too much and wasn't completely awake. As a result, he slammed his head into the roof of the car. Ling Xuefeng immediately reached out to his forehead. Are you hurt? Li Cangyu said helplessly, it isn't painful at all. I was just disoriented from waking up. Ling Xuefeng looked at him carefully. The sound just now had been particularly loud, but fortunately, it wasn't serious. Li Cangyu's forehead was just a bit red and it should be fine after a while. Ling Xuefeng couldn't help sighing with relief. In the next second, his back suddenly straightened. It was because his actions made the distance between the two people very close. Ling Xuefeng was half pressed against Li Cangyu's body and there was only 1 inch between their faces. If they just leaned forward slightly, they could directly kiss. He saw his own reflection in Li Cangyu's black eyes and Ling Xuefeng paused for a moment, his heartbeat ringing in his ears. Li Cangyu didn't move, he just quietly looked at the other person. Ling Xuefeng always felt that this smart cat seemed to see something, but Ling Xuefeng didn't want to confess that he liked this person yet. He moved away and said, let's go eat. Yes. Li Cangyu didn't question it and left the car. The two of them entered the restaurant together. This store specialized in pickled fish and was quite famous. It was peak lunch hour and there were people waiting in line. Ling Xuefeng had booked in advance, so after giving their names, the waiter took them upstairs to a private room. The waiter asked, we use live fish here. How many pounds do you want? Ling Xuefeng looked at Li Cangyu, is 4 pounds enough? Li Cangyu replied, 6 pounds. Ling Xuefeng nodded and said to the waiter. Listen to him and give us 6 pounds. The waiter. The two of them wanted to eat such a big fish. Once the fish was ordered, Li Cangyu made a satisfied expression. Ling Xuefeng asked, do you want anything else? Li Cangyu said, no, I'll only eat fish. Ling Xuefeng ordered 2 other vegetable dishes before handing the menu back to the waiter. A large pot of pickled fish arrived. The 6-pound fish really looked spectacular. Li Cangyu immediately started. The store chosen by Ling Xuefeng was very good. The fish was fresh and tender while the pickled taste was good. Li Cangyu was very satisfied when eating. Ling Xuefeng saw him burying his head to eat fish and couldn't help smiling. Li Cangyu was truly a big cat who couldn't move when seeing fish. Li Cangyu didn't like to talk during a meal. He only concentrated on eating fish and finally finished the big pot after half an hour. Ling Xuefeng accompanied him and ate the vegetable dishes, filling his stomach. Li Cangyu wiped his mouth with satisfaction and smiled. You have paid off the pickled fish you owe me. Next time, let's eat steamed base. He deliberately emphasized the word steamed base. Ling Xuefeng pretended to be calm as he replied, no problem, next time I will cook for you at home. It was still early when the two of them left the restaurant. Li Cangyu said he was going to find a Chinese medicine doctor recommended by his father and Ling Xuefeng willingly drove him. The old Chinese medicine practitioner listened to Li Cangyu's description and gave him some medicines to regulate the gastrointestinal tract. He instructed Li Cangyu to drink it every day on time and it would be effective in 1 month. Li Cangyu thanked him, took a few packs of medicine and walked out. After returning to the car, Ling Xuefeng asked, a treatment for stomach problems? Is this medicine for Bai Xian? Li Cangyu nodded. Yes, my father said that this is better for Xiao Bai's stomach problems than Western medicine. I'll bring some back this time to help him. Bai Xian and Li Cangyu were really as close as brothers. Previously, Ling Xuefeng couldn't help being jealous, but he later found out that Li Cangyu only regarded Bai Xian as a friend and no longer minded. It is still early. Do you want to go to my place for a while? Ling Xuefeng asked. Is it convenient to go to the wind color team? We aren't going to the team, it is my house. Ling Xuefeng said, I bought a small place here. Okay. Li Cangyu couldn't help feeling curious. I haven't been to your new home. Ling Xuefeng had bought a small 2-bedroom place. He didn't like a house with too much space because it would look very empty. This house was located in the high-rise area and the property was very good. The layout of the north-south house was very reasonable. The 2 rooms, one of which was the master bedroom with a bathroom, was very large. Ling Xuefeng placed a king-size bed inside and removed a side wall, installing a big wardrobe. The other slightly smaller room was refurbished into a study. There was a wall-mounted bookcase and a brand-new desktop computer placed on the big table in the middle. The living room and dining room was decorated in a simple and stylish manner, but the wallpaper was in warm yellow tones, making the whole house look clean and warm. Li Cangyu wore slippers and agreed with Ling Xuefeng's taste. This man might look cold and serious, but he was very careful. He always knew how to take care of people, making them feel warm and not embarrassed. This was a very rare thing. Wouldn't his future wife definitely be happy living in this cozy home? He was just thinking this when Ling Xuefeng suddenly asked, "What do you think about the decorating style?" "It is very nice." Li Cangyu praised. "I'm not very good at this. You are more careful than me when it comes to the home." The praised Ling Xuefeng was in a good mood. He brought Li Cangyu to his bedroom and said, "If you are sleepy, sleep for a while. I will send you to the airport at night." Li Cangyu readily took off his coat and got on the bed. He smiled and said, "I really am sleepy. I'll take a nap first and leave at 7 o'clock." Ling Xuefeng had a dreamlike feeling when he saw Li Cangyu sitting on his big bed with a smile. Ling Xuefeng wanted to rush over and kiss him until he was breathless. However, Li Cangyu was really sleepy and didn't take long to fall asleep. Ling Xuefeng forcibly controlled the thoughts in his heart. He watched Li Cangyu sleeping quietly and couldn't help getting a warm feeling in his heart. Was it because Li Cangyu trusted Ling Xuefeng that he could sleep so peacefully in this bed? "Li Cangyu, this trust you have given me, I will never let you down. So before you readily accept me, I won't do anything that makes you resent me. For you, the most important thing at the moment is the Miracle Professional League. You have longed for the Miracle League's trophy for so long. It is your obsession and your greatest dream. I will support your decision and never affect your progress. Come back, my cat god. I am here, waiting for the king to return." Chapter 61 Farewell. Li Cangyu slept soundly and opened his eyes at 5:30 in the afternoon. Ling Xuefeng's bed was very comfortable. It was big and the mattress was thick. There was no need to worry about falling down when rolling over. Li Cangyu was never still when sleeping. He woke up and saw that Ling Xuefeng's quilt and sheets were all rolled up by him. This was Ling Xuefeng's home, so it wasn't very good to mess up his house. Li Cangyu self-consciously tidied up the sheets and quilt before leaving the bedroom with a yawn. To his surprise, Ling Xuefeng was cooking in the kitchen. This man usually looked very serious and was considered an abstinent male god in the eyes of many fans. It was difficult to imagine that he would cook while wearing an apron. Today, Li Cangyu had the privilege of witnessing Ling Xuefeng cooking. This man's expression was still serious, but under the warm light of the kitchen, his handsome face seemed to have a touch of homely warmth. Ling Xuefeng sensed the eyes on him and looked back to see Li Cangyu standing at the door of the kitchen, yawning. A gentleness filled his eyes as he spoke in a warm, low-pitched voice. "You woke up?" Li Cangyu hummed, speaking while rubbing his eyes. "The time difference is really tiring. I'm still sleepy. The food will be ready soon. You can wait in the dining room first." Ling Xuefeng took off the lid and looked down at the ingredients in the pot. Li Cangyu suddenly smelt a strong aroma and didn't go to the dining room. He greedily came over and glanced at the pot, finding a pot of braised pork. He drooled as he said, "The color looks good. The taste is also delicious." Ling Xuefeng stated. Li Cangyu smiled, "Don't you know how to be modest? I'm telling the truth." Ling Xuefeng grabbed a piece of meat out of the pot with his chopsticks and placed it at Li Cangyu's lips. "Do you believe me?" Li Cangyu immediately opened his mouth and ate the meat. He was a bit hungry after sleeping. The braised pork was tender and soft, a fragrant taste filling his mouth. Li Cangyu chewed the meat with a contented face and swallowed, seemingly unaware that Ling Xuefeng had been feeding him. Ling Xuefeng showed a faint smile. This big cat really didn't move when eating. Feeding him meat made him feel very good. Of course, Ling Xuefeng immediately retracted his gaze after feeding the piece of meat. He pretended to calmly put all the braised pork onto a plate. There were already 2 vegetable dishes set on the counter, the green color increasing people's appetites. Ling Xuefeng handed the plate to Li Cangyu and said, "You take this to the dining room first. I will prepare the soup." "Ah!" Li Cangyu accepted the task and brought the 3 dishes to the dining room. Then he went back to get the cutlery. Ling Xuefeng soon finished the seaweed egg soup. Li Cangyu drooled at the sight of the 3 dishes and soup on the table. You just ate fish at noon, so I didn't make fish. I will cook it for you next time. Ling Xuefeng said as he handed over rice. Well, I ate too much fish at lunch. It is good to change the taste at night. Li Cangyu might love to eat fish, but even he would be tired of it when eating it for 2 meals a day. The dishes made by Ling Xuefeng also fit his taste. Li Cangyu raised his chopsticks and immersed himself in eating. As he ate, he couldn't help praising, the peas are delicious, the dishes are delicious, the pork is the best. In any case, it was all delicious. Ling Xuefeng was in an excellent mood after being praised. He was particularly satisfied after seeing Li Cangyu eat vegetables. They were captains and the pressure on their shoulders was very big. There were many things to do, but this time, Li Cangyu made an effort to see Ling Xuefeng. They might only be able to meet for a short time, but Ling Xuefeng was very satisfied. Personally cooking a few dishes for him and eating face to face, this was the more relaxed and pleasant thing for Ling Xuefeng. After eating, Li Cangyu helped Ling Xuefeng clean up the table. He looked at his watch and said, the second round of the regular season is about to start. Wind Color must be very busy, so you can return to the team first. I will take a taxi to the airport myself. It's fine, I'll take you there. Ling Xuefeng stated. Vice Captain Yan Ruwen was very conscientious and there was no need to worry about the other old players on the team. The most troubling Qin Mo had been abused by Cat God and his mindset improved a lot. Ling Xuefeng was very confident in his team. It was rare to see a loved one and he wanted more time alone with Li Cangyu. Since the other person was determined to send him away, Li Cangyu didn't refuse. He simply said, then I will go and pack my things. We have to leave as soon as possible. Yes, remember not to leave anything behind. Li Cangyu didn't have much luggage, so he quickly packed up. The 2 people arrived at the airport early. Ling Xuefeng sat with Li Cangyu for a while until it was 9 o'clock and Li Cangyu got up to go to security. Goodbye. Li Cangyu took the initiative to reach out to Ling Xuefeng. Ling Xuefeng's heart almost stopped from excitement and he immediately hugged back. Ling Xuefeng clung tightly to Li Cangyu for a while before letting go, whispering, see you in New York in October. Li Cangyu nodded. Yes, I'll wait for you to come. Then he turned and waved to Ling Xuefeng. I'm going now. Ling Xuefeng smiled and waved to him. Go ahead. Li Cangyu walked briskly away, his slender and upright back disappearing into the crowd. Then Ling Xuefeng removed his gaze and left the airport. His heart was very reluctant, but Ling Xuefeng knew this was just a short parting. They would soon see each other again. That night, Ling Xuefeng returned to the Wind Color team where all the members were present. In this 1-week holiday period, many players went home to visit their parents while others traveled abroad. Now that the holiday was over, everyone must quickly regain their mindset to deal with the second round of the regular season. Ling Xuefeng summoned all the players to the meeting room for a routine meeting. A big projection screen occupied the middle of a wall. Ling Xuefeng calmly pointed to the big screen with a laser pointer. This is the result of the first round of the regular season. Our team is currently first in the rankings. In the second round of the regular season, we can't relax. The gap with Flying Feathers, Time, and Ghost Spirits isn't big. One mistake might reverse the situation. Ling Xuefeng continued saying, I want everyone here to be as effective as possible during the second round of the regular season. I'm not asking you to win every game, but you should at least play in a wonderful manner. The Ling Xuefeng in the team strategy meeting and the Ling Xuefeng who smiled at the airport while watching his loved one leave seemed like 2 different people. Captain Ling's expression was currently very serious, the powerful aura making players unable to look directly into his eyes. His voice was very calm, but each sentence contained a great weight. The first match of the second round is against the Pure Cleansing team. The style of this team is known to everyone. It is the illusion flow route. We will continue to use the most stable lineup. Vice Captain Yan and I will each stare at a psychic. We will solve the Zhu Qingyu and Chu Yan combination as fast as possible while the others will take care of the black magicians in the back row. Ling Xuefeng started to arrange the tactics of the next game in an orderly way. The players listened carefully and some people took notes. At the same time, the other teams' meeting rooms were brightly lit up. The captains of the major teams were having meetings to prepare for the second round of the 6th season's regular season. 8 a.m. on Tuesday, the Miracle Professional League's headquarters in Beijing, China. The chairman of the league, Nan Jiangang, and the high-level representatives of the game developers and operators were holding an emergency meeting. Nan Jiangang sat at the head of the table and said, I believe that everyone has seen the file sent by the Miracle World League. What suggestions do you have about the changes in the competition model? The director of the Technology Research and Development Department said, this competition format is more complicated. The R&D department needs 1 week to reconstruct the competition information. The second round of the 6th season is about to begin. Should the competition system be changed? It's not urgent. Nan Jiangang said, the 6th season is already half over. We will keep it the same. We will fully replace the system starting with the 2nd division next season. We have to take the 7th season as a new starting point, just in line with the first world competition in December next year. It really wasn't appropriate to change the competition format in the middle of the season. The people nodded in agreement to the chairman's decision. The minister of the promotional department said, Chairman, will the selection of the 6 players in the World Carnival based on the data of this season or the popularity of the players? We have been discussing this matter for several days and haven't come to a conclusion. Nan Jiangang thought about it and said, the World Carnival is an entertainment gathering. Star players from all countries will be invited, so it is best to choose according to popularity. This afternoon, the 2nd round of the regular season is about to begin. What do you think about opening a voting channel and selecting the 6 most popular players in to go New York to participate in the World Carnival? Chairman has a point. Someone nodded in agreement. There is no need to play matches in the carnival or to consider the issue of lineup configuration. It is reasonable to select the 6 people with the highest popularity. Who do you think the 6 people will be? If the voting method is followed, there is no doubt about the popularity of Ling Suifeng, Su Guangmo, and Tan Shishan. In my opinion, Captain Lu of Ghost Spirits should also be selected. Pure Cleansing's captain, Xiao Zhu, is also very popular. He is the league's best auxiliary and he has quite a lot of fans. Cheng Wei's popularity also isn't low, right? Yu Ping Sheng of Flying Feathers might be unsociable, but he is actually quite popular. Chairman Nan listened to the heated discussion and couldn't help sighing. There are too many excellent players in the current Miracle League. It is a headache picking just 6 people for the carnival. This is a good thing. The promotional minister said with a smile, the Miracle League in China has developed very quickly in recent years. It isn't inferior to Japan, South Korea, Europe, and the United States. The players we choose to go definitely won't show a bad appearance to the world. That's true. Chairman Nan laughed. I am even more relieved that one of our talented players is coming back. Talented player? Someone asked doubtfully. Who is it? Tan Shishan's story about a big cat and kitten, you should study it well. Chairman Nan smiled and continued, there is also the Legion defense in the new Moonlight Forest district where both the Bright Goddess and Dark Goddess were killed. You should be able to guess the commanders on both sides. Someone immediately took out their phone and opened it to Tan Shishan's Weibo. However, he found that Captain Tan had deleted the story and many people were confused. Finally, a veteran who spent 6 years in the Miracle League said, Big cat and a kitten? There seems to be only one player in the Miracle League who has something to do with cat. Is it? Old cat, Li Cangyu of the first season. Nan Jiangang nodded with admiration. Is Cat God back? Someone exclaimed with surprise. Are you certain about this? Nan Jiangang smiled and said, of course I am sure. Lu Chuan of the Dragon Warriors Club has contacted me. He will complete the team registration by the end of the year and Li Cangyu's personal information has been transferred to the Miracle League. Great! Some people excitedly exclaimed. Cat God's hand speed is a match with Ling Suifeng's and is ranked in the forefront of the world. If he returns, our country's summoners will soar into the sky. Nan Jiangang also felt very relieved. As the chairman of the Miracle League, he had run and tried to persuade Li Cangyu not to leave, his mouth almost breaking. However, Li Cangyu's attitude was extremely firm and he was very decisive. Nan Jiangang still remembered this young man's upright back and confident appearance when leaving. Now he was returning and was bound to be criticized. Still, Nan Jiangang believed that this man wasn't a careless person. His every choice was him following his own heart and he was clear-minded. His return this time meant he was definitely coming for the championship trophy. Once Old Cat returns, the 7th season would definitely become quite lively. Chapter 62 Carnival Poll. With the launch of the 2nd regular season in the 6th season, the Miracle Professional League also released an official announcement. The 6 representatives of the World Carnival in October this year would be selected using online voting. In order to avoid unfair results by the fans, the league also restricted the number and conditions to vote. All IDs registered in the Miracle Forum that were level 3 or above would automatically receive 1 vote per day, and they were free to vote for any player. Everyone had few comments about this rule. 99% of the fans who watched the professional league would register on Miracle's official forum because the official forum often had a lottery during the live broadcast. Registration was also needed to comment, so it wasn't like anonymous forums where people could randomly swear. Limiting it to level 3 and above would filter out the passers-by and sunspots who maliciously wanted to mess with the voting. Every person got 1 vote a day, but the voting ticket didn't have an expiration date. There was more than 1 month left until the World Carnival. Starting from today, every person would end up with a maximum of 50 votes. In other words, some fans might vote once a day while some fans would accumulate 50 tickets to vote all at once. No one knew what would happen until the last minute. As soon as the voting poll opened, the number of votes for 3 contestants started to soar. They were the captains of the 3 most popular teams in the league. The captain of the Wind Color team, Ling Suifeng, the captain of the Flying Feathers team, Su Guangmo, and the captain of the Time team, Tan Shishan. The popularity of these 3 people had always been high. It was normal for them to dominate the online voting. Most players also agreed that these 3 should be Chinese representatives at the World Carnival. The remaining 3 places were the focus of the voting. Once Li Cangyu returned to New York, he called Bai Xian back and gave him a bowl of herbal medicine to regulate his stomach. The smell of the medicine was unbearable, and Li Cangyu patted his shoulder. "You endure drinking it. The doctor said it would take effect in 1 month. It's okay, I'm not afraid of bitterness," Bai Xian said. Just then, Bai Xian's phone rang. "Vice Captain Bai, did you come back? Can I come for a meal?" It was the hungry for several days Xie Shurong. Bai Xian smiled and said, "Come over. Remember to bring the meal payment." Xie Shurong quickly knocked on the door with a large box of goods. Once he saw Bai Xian, his eyes were like a wolf that had been hungry for a long time. Bai Xian couldn't help feeling creeped out by his look. "This isn't right. Does your team's food taste this bad?" Xie Shurong made a wronged expression. "It is really bad compared to your cooking. Don't you think I have become thinner these days?" Bai Xian said seriously, "I don't see you. I think you are fat." Xie Shurong. Li Cangyu looked at his depressed expression and laughed. "Don't bully Aishu. Come in and eat." Xie Shurong entered the house and smelt the strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine. He couldn't help asking, "Who is taking the medicine?" Bai Xian's stomach disease needs to be well nursed. "When I returned home this time, I found a Chinese medical practitioner and bought some Chinese medicine," Li Cangyu explained as he handed the medicine to Bai Xian. Bai Xian pinched his nose and drank it in one breath. Xie Shurong saw the frown when he drank the bitter medicine and couldn't help feeling distressed. It must be that the previous game pressure was too big and Bai Xian didn't get enough rest and diet, causing him stomach trouble. Bai Xian was smiling all day long, but wasn't he actually suffering a lot? Bai Xian found that Aishu was staring at him and handed over the medicine bowl. "Do you also want to drink?" Xie Shurong touched his nose and asked, "Is it bitter?" Bai Xian replied, "It is bitter." Xie Shurong thought that he would bring over some sweet plum next time and give it to Bai Xian after drinking the medicine. The 3 people who hadn't seen each other for a few days gathered together to eat. Li Cangyu briefly explained the situation when he returned to China. Zhang Zhuiming officially signed with the Dragon Warriors and moved to the Dragon Warriors Club. Li Cangyu meant to wait until the end of the year when Aishu's contract expired and the 3 of them would return to China together. The Xie Bai duo had no opinion on this. After the meal, Xie Shurong consciously ran to wash the dishes. Li Cangyu turned on the computer and clicked on the official website of the Miracle Professional League. In addition to the team rankings and live broadcast announcements, the homepage also had an obvious First World Carnival's voting poll. Li Cangyu curiously clicked on it. The top 3 were undoubtedly occupied by Ling, Su, and Tan. The 4th player made Li Cangyu somewhat surprised. Lu Xiang. This was one of the few female players in the league, the 2nd captain of the Red Fox team. Li Cangyu had never met her, but before returning to China, he specifically checked the details of the 8 teams in the first division of the Miracle League and had a certain understanding of the players. Lu Xiang was currently the most popular healer in the Miracle League. She was known by fans as a god-level nurse by the fans and played an angel priest with the ID of Flying Cotton. She had long black hair and was particularly beautiful. She was a goddess in the eyes of many otaku. She had always been called a god healer, but Captain Lu was modest and low-key. Her personality was gentle and she had a good temper, a typical example of a well-educated girl. In contrast, Vice-Captain Yang Musa was more fiery. She could directly carry a bucket of water up to the 7th floor. She was a super female, making many male players feel inferior to her. As a pure women's team, Red Fox experienced many setbacks in the Miracle League. In particular, many outsiders had been skeptical when Yu Bing led the Red Fox to join the Miracle League in the second season. Many people said it was enough for the girls to be beautiful at home and it was embarrassing for male players to beat them in the game. The result was that the people who said those words were repeatedly beaten. The Red Fox team was like an agile fox on the court. Under the leadership of the first captain Yu Bing, Red Fox was able to force the three swordsmen with the strongest momentum back. The girls' fighting power shouldn't be underestimated. Yu Bing once said in an interview, "In the field of esports, girls aren't as talented as males and a women's esports career is shorter than male players. But we work hard and aren't pretty vases. We are young people who came here for the same dream, so please give us the respect we deserve." Her expression was cold but her eyes were extremely serious. Li Cangyu was the first to praise Yu Bing's interview on Weibo. He always admired this female captain who dared to fight. Unfortunately, Yu Bing retired in the 4th season and she transferred the captain's position to Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang wasn't as haughty as Yu Bing but her humble leadership also made the Red Fox team more united. The Red Fox team was a very strong opponent in the Miracle League. Li Cangyu touched his nose and scrolled down. He found that Lu Wushuan was in 5th place. Lu Wushuan and Zhang Shaowai were a combination he knew from their debut in the 3rd season. This pair of killer brothers didn't show a dazzling talent in the 3rd season but started to show their force in the 4th season and led their team to win the championship in the 5th season. As captain of Ghost Spirits, it was understandable that Captain Lu's votes would be in the top 6. The 6th was Zhu Qingyu, captain of Pure Cleansing. Li Cangyu couldn't help laughing when he saw this name. Xiao Zhu and Xiao Cheng were the same age and they also debuted in the 4th season. However, the psychic wasn't strong at the time. They were a semi-auxiliary and semi-output class and could appear in the arena. The young teenager encountered Cat God in the arena and after being abused by Cat God, he actually cried. Yes, Zhu Qingyu was a crying ghost. After the game with Cat God, he cried in front of a lot of reporters and it was like he was being bullied. It made Li Cangyu feel a special guilt and Li Cangyu ran to comfort him after the game. Chu Yan, the original captain of Pure Cleansing, had to put a pack of tissues in his pocket for this crying ghost. The captain was like a helpless mother. Once Li Cangyu left Miracle, Chu Yan made a decision that shocked the entire league. He made Zhu Qingyu the captain and retreated to the position of vice-captain. This was the only team in the Miracle League that actually exchanged their leadership positions. Chu Yan obviously wanted Zhu Qingyu to grow as soon as possible. Zhu Qingyu was forcibly pulled into the captain's position and gradually grew up. He was still a bit shy in front of the reporters' cameras but at least he wouldn't cry. How would Xiao Zhu react once he found out about Cat God returning? Crying after being abused by Cat God, this was definitely the black history that he was too embarrassed to mention. Li Cangyu glanced at the poll rankings and then logged into his queue number. This was the queue number he used during the Miracle League and he hadn't entered for a long time after the disbandment of Kanglan. As soon as he logged in, he found that the avatar on the lower right corner was flashing. There were obviously many messages. Li Cangyu opened the dialogue window and saw Cheng Wei's concerned words, "Cat God, why did you disband? Cat God, don't be sad. You can go to other teams after disbanding. Cat God, where did you go? Do you want to come to time? Why is Cat God ignoring me? Tears tears." Then there was a short message, "Go back to Miracle. I am waiting for you." It was from Ling Suifeng. They were the two people who were most concerned about Li Cangyu in the Miracle League. One had the feeling of mentoring while the other was unclear, but they had many years of deep feelings and were very special to each other. Li Cangyu saw these words of concern and became extraordinarily warm. At this time, all the old players who debuted before the 4th season of the Miracle League received a message on queue. "Your friend Old Cat is online." Old Cat? This number hadn't been online for a long time. Why did it suddenly pop up today? Many people had surprised expressions on their faces. Ling Suifeng immediately sent a message, "Are you home?" "Yes. Many people know that you have returned to Miracle. It is Tan Shishan's fault." Li Cangyu said, "It doesn't matter. They don't know who my teammates are so I can give everyone a surprise." In the lower right corner, a message popped up from the Miracle Gossip group. At Old Cat, do you mean to return to Miracle? Li Cangyu opened the Q group and found that it was from Vice Captain Zhang Shaowai of Ghost Spirits. Old Cat was the ID he used during Miracle, which was directly translated into Old Cat. His ID is in English instead of Chinese. The Miracle Gossip group was a private group created in the first season. There were no discussions about competitions and tactics. It was pure chit-chat and gossip, making it very lively. Li Cangyu was one of the administrators of the group, but he rarely talked in it after leaving Miracle. It was discovered that an administrator who hadn't been online for 2 years suddenly went online, causing many people in the group to burst. Li Cangyu replied in the group, "Yes, that is the plan." Ling Suifeng followed closely with, "Welcome back." Captain Ling, who rarely appeared in the group, actually spoke as well. "Take a screenshot." Su Guangmo followed with a row of applause. "Welcome back." Cheng Wei also jumped out, "Cat God, you are finally online. I thought you weren't using this queue number. I sent you a message but didn't get a reply." Tears. Tan Shishan sent a patting head emoji, "Cat God didn't see it." Pure Cleansing's vice captain, Chu Yan also said, "Which team did Cat God sign with? Why is there no news on this side of the league?" Zhu Qingyu spoke weakly, "Are you going to make a new team?" Li Cangyu saw the crying youth and smiled. "Xiao Zhu, long time no see." Zhu Qingyu sent a row of blushing expressions. He always felt particularly embarrassed when he thought about how he cried after losing to this person. Zhang Shaowai gloated, "Cat God, don't be like this. Captain Zhu will be scared by you and start crying again." "Cry cry." Zhu Qingyu. The familiar IDs and familiar group. There might be many new players who joined, but there were still many people in the Miracle League who remembered the name of Old Cat and the shock he brought to everyone on the field. Li Cangyu smiled and typed, "I am currently in New York. I will look for those attending the World Carnival in October and invite you to eat fish." Everyone. Sure enough, it was a familiar taste and familiar formula. Whenever Cat God expressed his enthusiasm, he would invite everyone to eat fish. However, this person's return would surely cause a big shuffle in the Miracle League. Everyone was laughing and jokingly welcoming him back, but their hearts were tense. Cat God was bringing a new team back. They had to prepare in advance. Chapter 63 Cold Shoulder. The next night, Xie Shurong once again found the two people to eat, and this time he brought a box of plums for Bai Xian to eat after drinking Chinese medicine, so that it wouldn't be too bitter. Bai Xian ate the sweetness and praised him for being sensible. After the meal, Xie Shurong ran to wash the dishes. Bai Xian was bored and went to the kitchen to see him. Aishu had now mastered the skill of washing dishes and he completed it quickly and cleanly. Bai Xian saw Aishu seriously washing the dishes and couldn't help asking softly, "Aishu, what happened with Flying Feathers? Why did you leave Flying Feathers and come to the United States to play? Can you tell me? If it is inconvenient, then pretend I didn't ask." Bai Xian had been thinking about this problem for a long time and finally couldn't help asking. It wasn't to gossip. He just thought that since they would be teammates, some understanding between them was necessary. If he couldn't figure out the relationship between Xie Shurong and the Flying Feathers team, how could they deal with Flying Feathers in the future? Xie Shurong heard this question and a flash of embarrassment crossed his face. He picked up a clean rag and wiped his hands before turning around to look at Bai Xian. "Cough, it is nothing big. I was hot-tempered when I was 18 years old and my brother also had a hot temper. We often argued over the team. Many times when we were fighting, I would come to a meeting and say nothing. One time, we were arguing too fiercely and I ran out." Bai Xian hadn't expected this to be the reason. Xie Shurong had matured a lot, so Bai Xian hadn't expected the original Aishu to be an impulsive teenager who argued with his brother every day. It was like this. Bai Xian smiled and said, "I am asking you this to figure out your relationship with Su Guangmo. In the future, we have to decide whether to place you against Flying Feathers or not. I was worried that what happened between you and Flying Feathers is a knot that can't be untied. There is no knot. I have a good relationship with my brothers." Xie Shurong touched his nose and added, "Later when we face the Flying Feathers team, you can send me to play without facing any pressure. You can rest assured on this point." "That's good." Bai Xian came up and patted him on the shoulder. "Everyone has done stupid things when they were young. Don't take it to heart." "Yes." Xie Shurong looked at him and found that Vice Captain Bai's comfort was great. His eyes were particularly gentle, like a big brother comforting his younger brother. There wasn't a single trace of ridicule. Xie Shurong couldn't help walking up and hugging Bai Xian gently. He whispered, "Vice Captain Bai, please don't tell other people about this matter." "Are you ashamed?" Bai Xian asked with a smile. Xie Shurong rubbed his chin along Bai Xian's shoulder like a petulant child. "Help me keep it a secret. It isn't a glorious thing and Cat God will certainly laugh at me if he finds out." Bai Xian. This guy's face was really as thick as a city wall. He was so tall yet acted in a spoiled manner so that Bai Xian's heart couldn't help softening. In fact, Xie Shurong hadn't said it but it certainly wasn't easy to play alone in a foreign country in these years. Couldn't he persist until now because the strong faith in his heart was supporting him? This guy was a very strong person. Bai Xian gently patted the petulant A Shu's head and said, "Okay, I won't tell others and will help you keep it a secret." Xie Shurong's eyes brightened as he clung to Bai Xian. "Vice Captain Bai is so good." Bai Xian's eyes moved helplessly as he was held by this guy. He said, "Okay, quickly let me go." "How old are you to still act so spoiled?" Xie Shurong replied with a cheeky expression, "Who told you to be the father of the team?" Bai Xian reached out and pushed him away. "Don't make trouble and pack away the dishes. Then come to the living room to eat fruit." Xie Shurong watched Bai Xian's retreating back and his mind became confused. He hadn't thought too much when hugging Vice Captain Bai. He just thought that Bai Xian's appearance was very gentle, making him want to be close. But once he held on, he didn't want to let go. The feeling of his arms being filled was too good, especially when the person in his arms was so soft and fragrant. His body gave off the clean shower gel smell, he had obviously just showered today. Xie Shurong suppressed the urge to think of other things. He took a deep breath to control his mind and turned to the living room. The super milk dad Bai Xian cut a plate of fruit. He was really careful, cutting the apple and watermelon into pieces. Toothpicks were inserted and it was small enough to swallow in one gulp. Xie Shurong sat down on the sofa and Li Cangyu was also attracted to the food. Once the three of them sat together to eat, Li Cangyu asked, "A Shu, when does the second round of the regular season in the US start?" "It's going to start tomorrow." "Then won't you be busy?" "If you are busy, you don't have to spend as much time in online games. The matches are more important." Xie Shurong smiled and said, "I'm not busy. I'm not in the starting lineup of the second regular season so I don't have to follow them everywhere when playing the game." Bai Xian couldn't help feeling surprised when hearing this. "What? Your captain won't let you play? There are many masters in the team and the lineup has rotated." Xie Shurong's expression was very calm. The genius newcomer Agnes, who debuted last season, is also a Terran swordsman. He is still young but he is very talented. The captain is paying a lot of attention to him and wants to give him more opportunities to appear. Bai Xian and Li Cangyu looked at each other, silent for a moment. It was a normal tactical adjustment for the captain to let newcomers appear. For example, Ling Suifeng let Qin Mo play in the arena to train this young boy. However, letting the newcomer play all the matches and completely replacing an old player, this wasn't a simple tactical adjustment. It was obviously to place A Shu on the bench. Li Cangyu slightly frowned. He guessed that Xie Shurong wasn't as happy as expected in the ice team and might have been pushed aside by his teammates. It was difficult for foreign players to truly integrate into a team. The differences in language, culture, and living habits were huge problems. Moreover, the ice team had many masters and A Shu wasn't irreplaceable. The ice captain's choice was also correct. A Shu would soon leave the team after his contract expired. It was natural to give more opportunities to the newcomers that the team were training. There was nothing wrong with this reasoning but it was quite chilling in terms of feelings. Didn't Xie Shurong join during Ice's toughest period when they were lacking a swordsman in the front row? Xie Shurong ran all the way to the United States, worked with his strange teammates and took the ice team into the ranks of the first-class giants. Now that his contract was about to expire, he was being subjected to such a cold reception. It could only be said that the ice captain was rational and almost cruel. This was the opposite of Li Cangyu. Li Cangyu would rather move with his good brothers and take the hardest road than give up the trust of his friends. He couldn't say who was right or wrong. He could only say that everyone paid attention to different things. Bai Xian couldn't help feeling slightly distressed when he saw Xie Shurong's smiling face. He patted A Shu's hand and said, "A Shu, don't mind it too much. Once your contract expires, we will go back to China and start over." In the past few years, you have been playing with the ice team. You did your best, so there is no need to feel sorry for them. Bai Xian's voice was very gentle, making Xie Shurong feel warm. He couldn't help holding Bai Xian's hand tightly. Today, Xie Shurong had seen everything very thoroughly. When he first arrived in the United States, he was a less mature teenager. It was really difficult time when he was isolated by his teammates. Many times, his teammates joked in English, but he couldn't understand because of the cultural differences. He just awkwardly sat next to them. Later, he held the English-Chinese dictionary and carefully memorized the words. His English level increased by leaps and bounds, and the language barrier was gradually overcome. At the same time, he was recognized by the captain for his outstanding personal ability. At that time, ICE was a lesser-known team in the American Miracle League. They couldn't get the trophy and were eliminated every time they entered the playoffs. After Xie Shurong joined, he played the fast-moving swordsman and brought up the front row of the team. Together with the debut of the genius Bloodkin summoner Jack Josh, the ICE team's performance improved and they won the championship that year. The ICE team started developing faster and faster, recruiting players from various teams. Many talented players came and the ICE team consistently ranked among the top teams in the US Miracle League. They were the favorite to win this season. As Bai Xian said, Xie Shurong was foreign player, but he shouldn't feel sorry for the ICE team. He got the club's paycheck doing what he should and doing his best for every game. This was the attitude that a professional player should have. Emotionally speaking, this type of foreign player didn't have much sense of belonging. To tell the truth, Xie Shurong only played in the ICE club because he couldn't quit his Terran swordsman and to make money to support himself. This was like a company employee working for money. That's why Xie Shurong didn't care too much when the captain placed him on the bench. The ICE team's results, whether good or bad, had little relationship with him. Still, Bai Xian's comfort made Xie Shurong feel very warm. This feeling was like being comforted by his family after being wronged. His whole body was warm. Vice-Captain Bai wasn't the same as the vice-captain of many teams. As the most trusted right arm of Li Cangyu, he could always carefully discover the psychological problems of his teammates, gently comforting them and offering a solution so that each member could readjust their emotions. This stable mentality made him the super nanny of the entire team and made people feel particularly comfortable. Xie Shurong smiled at Bai Xian's worried eyes and whispered, "Don't worry, I am no longer a child and my spirit isn't that fragile. My contract is about to expire and it was clear that I wouldn't renew the contract. The captain doesn't want me taking up the resources of the team. There is nothing wrong with that. However, since he did this, I won't have any nostalgia when leaving the ICE team." This calm appearance made Li Cangyu lose his worry. After so many years of being alone, Xie Shurong's mind became extremely tough. This bit of cold shoulder wasn't a big deal for him. If he was still the teenager of the Flying Feathers team, he might directly argue with the captain. However, now he could accept it calmly because he was already a responsible man. Li Cangyu gently patted Xie Shurong's shoulder and said, "Aishu, you will be lazy in the ICE team for 2 months. Once we return to China at the end of the year, our team will be formally established. You will be our main force in the future." The meaning of Li Cangyu's sentence was obvious. Xie Shurong nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, Captain, I won't act lazy once I return home." The three people smiled at each other. In fact, it was simple to have a good impression of a team. The key was to look at the people leading. Li Cangyu was a very loyal person, decisive and courageous. Combined with Bai Xian's gentleness, Xie Shurong believed that his future team would be a warm and harmonious family. Chapter 64 Steamed Base Identity. Xie Shurong came back and returned straight to the dormitory. In any case, he wasn't participating in the team's next game, so he didn't have to worry about the lineup and tactics. There were still people working overtime in the training room. The young man Agnes, who was placed on the lineup by the captain, saw Xie Shurong passing by and said with a smile, "Aishu, I thought you weren't coming back. You must be so happy. You can have a holiday while we are miserable preparing for tomorrow's game." The irony in this sentence was obvious. Xie Shurong smiled and said, "Refuel." Then he turned quietly and walked away. This child was too arrogant and would someday fall. Players in the field would naturally teach him, so there was no need to waste his breath. After returning to the dormitory, he logged into the online game. His account had risen to level 65 after the Legion defense. Once Li Cangyu saw that Aishu was online, he was added to the team. Zhang Chuiming and Gu Siming were also online, so the 5-member fixed team once again assembled. Li Cangyu sent a welcome expression on the team channel and said, "Let's officially welcome Old Zhang to join our team." Bai Xian put on a headset and asked, "Old Zhang, do you remember me?" Zhang Chuiming laughed and said, "Nobody can forget you, Super Dad Vice Captain Bai." Bai Xian smiled and asked, "Really?" Xie Shurong coughed and interrupted the two of them. "Cough, Old Zhang, I've heard of you as well. I am in the same generation as your master. Where have you heard of me?" Zhang Chuiming asked curiously. Xie Shurong spoke with a thick face, "I naturally heard it from my master." "Captain Song? Did he say anything nice about me?" "Master praised you for being very manly." Song Yan only said that Zhang Chuiming was a bold northern person and that he once held a dinner for all the professional players. Nothing else was mentioned, so Xie Shurong didn't have a deep impression of this person. Obviously, Zhang Chuiming didn't do well in the first season. However, since Cat God pulled him into the team, he must have a bright spot that would attract Cat God. Xie Shurong was very trusting of Cat God's eyes. There was this bold and uninhibited uncle present, causing everyone to become familiar with each other on the voice channel. Xiao Gu suddenly realized one thing and asked, "Isn't there still a person in our fixed team? What about Steamed Base?" Bai Xian couldn't help wondering, speaking of Steamed Base, the time he is going online these days are very irregular. He didn't come to the Legion Defense on Sunday and he is 5 levels lower than us. Zhang Chuiming wondered, is there a temporary problem with his family or something? Li Cangyu listened to everyone discussing it and couldn't help smiling slightly. This Steamed Base, he is likely to be a heavyweight undercover. Everyone was surprised and Zhang Chuiming directly asked, "Old Cat, who do you suspect he is?" Li Cangyu replied, "There is no evidence yet, so I'll tell you when I rip off his cover." Xiao Gu was very curious but he didn't dare to ask. "Then I'll wait for you to release the truth." Zhang Chuiming simply changed the topic, saying, "Yes, last time you told me to bring the child to the arena. I sorted out the full level accounts that my studio isn't using these days. There are 10 accounts of different races and I will allow Xiao Gu to get familiar with the style of each profession." Li Cangyu praised him. "Yes, I think so as well. Xiao Gu's understanding of the major classes in Miracle isn't thorough enough. Let him play every profession first." Gu Siming excitedly exclaimed, "I know, Captain. I will follow Uncle to learn." Zhang Chuiming continued saying, "I have many accounts. If you need anything then just ask." Li Cangyu said, "I won't use them for the time being. Once the team members are ready, I will find you again." "No problem." Zhang Chuiming felt happy that he could help the team a little bit. Steamed Base wasn't online, so Li Cangyu searched through the guild list to find teammates. Small Elf, Small Archer and Small Hunter, the 3 vice presidents appointed by Li Cangyu currently had the highest level. Li Cangyu opened a chat and invited the 3 of them to join. "The president has come." The trio greeted him excitedly. "You worked hard while I wasn't here," Li Cangyu stated. "You are welcome. The guild's construction points are full. Do you want to upgrade the level?" Small Elf asked. These 3 students could be regarded as an unexpected harvest for Li Cangyu. In this time, Li Cangyu was busy and Bai Xian had also run to travel. All guild matters were thrown at them, but the 3 university students were very serious and used their spare time to manage the guild. Today Li Cangyu logged in and found that the construction points of the food squad filled up in just a few days. Only the president had the authority to upgrade the guild level. Li Cangyu went to the NPC to upgrade Food Squad to level 4 and gave the 3 people a task. The number of members will increase, so you should pay attention. See if there are any talents when doing the instances, and this will help facilitate subgroups once we reach full level. I understand. The trio actively responded. Come with me to play a level 65 instance. I will teach you the quickest way to clear it. Li Cangyu typed on the team channel before speaking on the voice channel. Aishu, Old Zhang, the 2 of you leave the team. I will take them through it once and then you can come back. The 2 people decisively left the team and Old Zhang took Aishu to visit the black market trading house. Li Cangyu's team of 6 entered the level 65 Bloodkin Castle instance. The mobs of this instance were all vampires who could use stealth. Dealing with them was very annoying, but this instance had a trick. There was a shortcut they could take to directly avoid the mobs and just face the boss. Many people knew about this route, but Li Cangyu personally used his high agility to give the 3 people a demonstration of the quickest route. The boss also had some skills. Li Cangyu patiently explained them while playing. The trio seriously remembered the explanation. Li Cangyu had asked them to teach this to other people in the food squad so that the members didn't have to worry about leveling. After clearing the instance, Li Cangyu brought old Zhang and A Shu back onto the team. He opened his friends list and saw that Steamed Base still wasn't online. The domestic time should now be 8:30 am on Wednesday. Li Cangyu opened the Miracle official website and saw there was a match between Wind Color and Pure Cleansing this morning. Li Cangyu spoke into his headset, "Everyone, look at Miracle's official website. Today Wind Color is facing Pure Cleansing." Fanboy Gu Siming immediately exclaimed excitedly, Yes, Captain Ling is playing today. Aren't we clearing the instance?" Bai Xian asked. "This boss is a piece of cake for us. I believe there won't be a problem if we watch and play," Li Cangyu stated. The team of 5 professional players really didn't need to be focused when playing the boss of a small instance. Everyone opened the website to the live broadcast, narrowed the game window and operated their accounts while watching the game. Pure Cleansing was a very distinctive team in China's Miracle Alliance. Their style was called Illusion Flow. Other teams used either melee output or remote output as the core. Pure Cleansing's captain and vice-captain were auxiliaries, so their tactics placed the auxiliary psychic as the core. The double auxiliary style of play, the output was weak but they were very difficult to face. This was the evaluation of the Pure Cleansing by many captains in the league. Today, the match between Wind Color and Pure Cleansing was once again deadlocked. Even the extremely aggressive Ling Suifeng was troubled by the continuous control when facing the double auxiliary combination of Zhu Qingyu and Chu Yan. Zhu Qingyu, the former crybaby, had become a very cool auxiliary player after his transition to captain in the 3rd season. Honestly, the first captain of Pure Cleansing and current vice-captain, Chu Yan, was quite courageous. Xiao Zhu might be talented, but his psychological endurance was particularly weak. He cried after losing games, causing the reporters to smell blood. There were often male players yelling at him in the comments. The baby who hasn't grown up should go home instead of playing the game. The female players were the opposite. A child crying is really pitiful. Let sister hug you. Zhu Qingyu was a controversial player because he cried for half an hour after being beaten by Li Cangyu, shocking the whole league. There were many people who hated him, but he also had many fans. Chu Yan forced the young boy to the captain's position at the end of the 3rd season, making him grow up as quickly as possible. Zhu Qingyu was pushed by the media and grew up quickly, living up to expectations. After Xiao Zhu lost a game, he was very calm. His mentality stabilized and he gradually became one of the best auxiliary players in the Miracle League. However, the overall strength of Pure Cleansing was still worse than Wind Color. Zhu Qingyu and Chu Yan's combination could drag the battle on for 40 minutes, but Ling Suifeng was best at seizing opportunities. Once Xiao Zhu made an accidental mistake, Ling Suifeng rushed into the back row to directly break up the lineup of Pure Cleansing. Yan Ruwen quickly followed to control Xiao Zhu and the outputs of the other Wind Color members followed, killing Zhu Qingyu in seconds. This group battle started very suddenly and the end was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Pure Cleansing was destroyed. Many people in the live broadcast spat out, they were tangled up for 40 minutes but it ended in less than 10 seconds. Every game with Pure Cleansing is like this. Pure Cleansing is like a group of soft cotton. Cutting them is unclear and they can drag things out to victory or make it so that the opposing team is very tired. Will Captain Zhu cry again? Don't blacken Xiao Zhu. He hasn't cried for a long time. Hand paper towels to Xiao Zhu. The director deliberately pointed at the camera at Zhu Qingyu, who didn't cry. Instead, he shyly smiled at the camera while scratching his head. He knew that there were definitely a lot of people in the internet making fun of him. It was really awkward. Every time he made a Weibo post, the comments below would be countless people handing him paper towels. Ling Suifeng led his team over to shake hands. Zhu Qingyu also stood up politely, the expression on his face quite calm. Li Cangyu couldn't help feeling emotional looking at this scene. In the past, Li Cangyu had come over to shake hands. As a result, the little guy cried until his eyes turned red and Li Cangyu comforted him for a long time. He also asked the team out to eat grilled fish after the game. Today, the little crybaby had grown up and was already the leader of a team. Pure Cleansing wasn't as dazzling as Wind Color, Flying Feathers and Time in the past few years, but this team was very special in the Miracle League. Their style was very clear and they had been runners-up a few times. It was a good result. Li Cangyu turned off the live broadcast and switched back to the Moonlight Forest District, focusing on playing the instance with his teammates. After approximately 30 minutes, a prompt appeared in the bottom left corner indicating that Steamed Base was online. Li Cangyu sent him a message, "Are you here? Do you want to join the group to clear instances?" "Yes." Steamed Base was soon added to the team. Everyone had heard from Cat God that this person was an undercover, but Cat God was looking for evidence to reveal his identity. Therefore, everyone didn't react and pretended to know nothing as they played the instance. Xiao Gu excitedly exclaimed in the voice channel, "I feel so awkward playing an instance with an uncover." Zhang Chuiming laughed. "The child should calm down." Bai Xian also asked, "Is this undercover someone you know?" Li Cangyu said, "Don't worry, I'll test him out soon." After the instance was over, Li Cangyu sent a PK invitation to Steamed Base. Ling Suifeng thought that if he didn't accept, it would be easy to arouse the clever cat's suspicions. In order to avoid exposing himself, Ling Suifeng deliberately hid part of his strength and played like an ordinary veteran of the online game. As a result, during a critical moment in their duel, Li Cangyu suddenly sent a private message, "Today's match with pure cleansing, the tactics were well arranged." The finger on the other side of the computer slipped and Steamed Base showed a gap. This was caught by Li Cangyu and he used the opportunity to kill the opponent. Ling Suifeng. "Cat, could you not send a harassing message at a critical moment in PK?" Li Cangyu smiled with satisfaction. He sent out feelers and they were grabbed. The reason why he suspected Steamed Base to be Ling Suifeng was because in the Legion Defense War, Ling Suifeng came to act as command while Steamed Base didn't log in. Any veteran would know that the most important activity in Miracle was the Legion Defense. On Sunday, when the rate of people logging in was the highest, Steamed Base didn't come, causing Li Cangyu's suspicion. He also thought back to when Steamed Base joined the food squad and it was exactly the day that Ling Suifeng recognized him in the online game. In addition, the name of Steamed Base was too good. The final straw was that Steamed Base wasn't online today while Wind Color had a match. Could these 4 points be explained by coincidence? In any case, Ling Suifeng wasn't a professional undercover and he hadn't entered the food squad for malicious reasons. He didn't have the professional undercover training that the big guilds gave and Li Cangyu knew him very well. Li Cangyu made a simple attempt and took off his cover. Li Cangyu suppressed a smile and sent in the private chat, "Suifeng, is it fun to open a side account and enter my guild as an undercover?" Ling Suifeng. Chapter 65 Undercover's Alliance. Ling Suifeng didn't expect his cover to be smashed by Li Cangyu. Originally, he wanted to pretend to still know nothing. However, Li Cangyu sent a private message, "Running to play the game during the regular season, won't it affect your status?" The clever cat was like a mirror. There was no meaning in pretending, so Ling Suifeng reluctantly admitted, "Wind Color's next game is in 3 days, so it won't have an impact." He used an undercover as a cover but was recognized. An awkward expression couldn't help appearing on the face of the always cold man. Li Cangyu smiled. "Then accompany me to clear the instance. We are lacking a fixed team member." In the game, Love to Eat Braised Fish killed Steamed Base, causing Gu Siming to ask curiously, "Cat God, did you determine who Steamed Base is?" Li Cangyu replied, "It is Ling Suifeng." Everyone. The voice channel was silent. Apparently everyone was surprised. A moment later, Gu Siming recovered and shouted, "Captain Ling? This person is actually Captain Ling." Bai Xian spoke helplessly, "Xiao Gu, do you have to be so excited? Are you competing to be the #1 brainless fan in the league?" "He he he." Gu Siming giggled and scratched his head. Then he ran in front of Steamed Base. As the name suggests, has sent a flower to Steamed Base. As the name suggests, has sent a flower to Steamed Base. The system channel was continuously filled with flowers. This was a prop in Miracle. Sending friends flowers could increase the degree of friendliness. The confused Ling Suifeng sent a row of question marks. "What are you doing?" Gu Siming said, "Idle, hello. Hehe, I am your fan." Ling Suifeng suddenly remembered Cat telling him that the paladin in his team was a fan. He didn't quite understand why a young boy playing a paladin would be a fan of his demon summoner. However, this young boy was expressing affection towards him and was also Cat's teammate. Ling Suifeng gave him face by saying, "Thank you." Gu Siming was excited. "Captain Ling said thank you to me. I want to take a screenshot." "Step aside. Let me first take a photo with Captain Ling alone." Then he ran to Steamed Base side and used the game's screenshot program to take several photos from different angles. Zhang Zhuiming helplessly reached out and patted this child's head, saying, "You should go downstairs and run a lap around the club to release your excitement." Gu Siming replied, "Then people will think I'm crazy." Zhang Zhuiming, he also knew. Bai Xian said with a smile, "There is a strong competitor like Xiaogu. It seems that Cheng Wei won't be able to keep his status as #1 brainless fan." As he spoke, Li Cangyu suddenly received a private message. "Hello President, are you still missing a member in your fixed team?" It was from God Seal. Li Cangyu remembered this ID of God Seal very clearly. It was a friend who added him on the day of the Legion defense. This person from the Time Guild followed him around, acting as his bodyguard. Every time a ghost spirits killer wanted to kill him, this God Seal would use group attack skills to fight the opposite person and protect the commander. At first, Li Cangyu thought that the President of Time specifically arranged for someone to protect the commander. For the 2 hours of the Legion defense, this guy actually stayed close to him. Li Cangyu doubted the true identity of this person. Every time someone scolded the commander on the camp channel, he would send a message saying, "Stop scolding the commander. You up no can no BB." Every time the Bright Legion gained an advantage, he would fill the camp channel with, "Commander is so domineering. The commander is handsome. The commander is powerful." His typing was extremely fast and comparable to a machine gun firing. Li Cangyu couldn't help laughing. "Cheng Wei, weren't you being too obvious?" The day after the Legion defense, Li Cangyu went offline and didn't expose Cheng Wei's identity. He thought that Cheng Wei was participating in the Legion defense because he was bored. Unexpectedly, he actually entered the online game again using his side account. Was this an addiction to opening a side account? Li Cangyu was really speechless and couldn't help saying, "My team is full. You should go train." Cheng Wei pretended not to understand. "What training? God, I just want to play an instance with you. Can't you give me a position in your team?" Li Cangyu asked, "Isn't Tan Shishan taking care of you?" Cheng Wei subconsciously replied, "He went out to buy lunch." It was only after answering that he found he had fallen into Cat God's language trap. Cheng Wei sent a row of tearful expressions. "QAQ." Li Cangyu smiled. "With your IQ, you should learn how to be an undercover." Cheng Wei. The big-name Ling Suifeng's cover had just been torn off by Li Cangyu. Cheng Wei's cover was completely transparent. There was no way to cover up his stupid nature and he was exposed as soon as he spoke. He was recognized by Cat God in 10 seconds, so Cheng Wei could only send a laughing expression. Cat God, I will accompany you to the instance." Li Cangyu asked, "Don't you have to train?" Cheng Wei explained, "It is lunch break and formal training won't start until 2:30. Li Cangyu looked at the time in the lower right corner. It was already 11:30 at night in New York and it was almost noon domestically. Li Cangyu thought about it before turning to Bai Xian. "Why don't you go to sleep first? There is someone else who wants to play the instance." Bai Xian was adjusting his stomach and needed a regular work schedule and adequate sleep. He usually went to bed at 11:30 in the evening. He smiled at Li Cangyu's words and agreed. "Okay. Everyone, I am going sleep first. You won't have a dad to cover you, so be careful when playing the instance." Xie Shurong hurriedly said, "Quickly go and rest. Your body is important, so don't stay up too late." Bai Xian made a simple sound of agreement, took a shower and then went to sleep. Li Cangyu invited Cheng Wei's side account and typed on the team channel, "Welcome the 2 big undercovers who have joined our instance team. Ling Suifeng. Cheng Wei." Zhang Zhuiming asked curiously on the voice channel, "How come there is another undercover? Who is it this time?" Li Cangyu introduced him, "He is the vice captain of Time, Cheng Wei." Gu Siming excitedly said, "Cheng Wei also came? Is he the white magician called God Seal?" Xie Shurong said, "Great gods have joined, so can I take it easy?" Zhang Zhuiming lamented, "This instance team is too luxurious." This was really a super luxurious lineup. Wind Color's Captain Ling Suifeng and Time's Vice Captain Cheng Wei had actually run to play with Cat God. Li Cangyu happily joined the instance with the 2 super big undercovers. In the Bloodkin Castle instance, the mobs could be bypassed to directly attack the boss. Previously, the task of going through the detour was left to Li Cangyu, but he couldn't help wanting to be lazy today. After entering the instance, he typed on the team channel, "Suifeng, you go and take the detour." "Okay." Ling Suifeng had no opinion. He obeyed Cat God's words and immediately left to find a shortcut. It had been many years since Ling Suifeng played this instance and he couldn't remember the correct route. At a fork, he accidentally ran into a group of mobs and instantly died a tragic death. Ling Suifeng lay down as a corpse and helplessly typed, "I went the wrong way." Li Cangyu. Cheng Wei actively rushed forward and said, "I'll go." Cheng Wei operated the white magician account and actively ran to find a shortcut. The result was that he went in the wrong direction at the fork in the road, attracted a group of small mobs and struggled before dying like Ling Suifeng. Cheng Wei sent a row of tearful expressions. "I also went the wrong way. Li Cangyu, how can the two of you be undercovers?" Ling Suifeng. Cheng Wei. The two men lay on the ground and didn't say a word. Li Cangyu helplessly had to use his own agile elf summoner and made his way through the Bloodkin Castle's complex roads in less than half a minute, successfully reaching the boss. "Okay, everyone revive here." Li Cangyu typed and Ling Suifeng and Cheng Wei obediently chose to resurrect directly by his side. The other teammates also suicided and resurrected in front of the boss. Li Cangyu asked, "Do the two of you remember how to play this boss?" Ling Suifeng replied, "I forgot." Cheng Wei, "I don't know how to hit it." Li Cangyu, "You are too unprofessional to be undercovers. Were these two people actually here to mess with him?" Li Cangyu helplessly typed, "Come into the voice channel. I will only say it once." Ling Suifeng and Cheng Wei quickly entered the voice room. Li Cangyu started to explain, "The Bloodkin boss are all similar. This boss has a stealth skill. When he becomes invisible, Xiao Wei will head to the blue position I marked and use a group attack. Ling Suifeng will use another group attack from the red position. When he is targeting a player, run away quickly and don't let him catch up with you." Li Cangyu quickly said, "You have 2 seconds to respond to the group attack skill. Everyone move behind the boss and hide. That is all you need to be aware of." Then Li Cangyu added, "Our milk god has gone to bed. Our team has no healer so you can't mess around." As a result, there was chaos in the team. Yes, it was these two super big undercovers. Ling Suifeng's output was too high for the opening OT. Cheng Wei misplaced the group attack and missed the hidden boss. Li Cangyu looked at the two men lying on the ground and was speechless. "Did the two of you come to mess me up?" Ling Suifeng said seriously, "I wasn't being careful." Cheng Wei said, "I was too excited. I haven't played a boss with Cat God for a long time and my fingers couldn't keep up with the speed of my brain." Wasn't it just tapping his fingers? He was supposed to throw it in front of him. How did he throw the attack behind him? Was he so excited that he was rushing back and forth? Li Cangyu sighed and said, "Take it more seriously. If this was the match, I would have abused you 10 times already." Once again Cheng Wei, "You threw the group attack in the wrong direction. Suifeng, your output shouldn't be so high." The tautling Suifeng typed, "Yes, I see." Cheng Wei also typed, "I will be serious and go to the front." "Come again." Zhang Zhuiming couldn't help laughing. He took off his headset and whispered to Xiao Gu, "Look at Cat God teaching the two of them. I suddenly feel very cool." Gu Siming replied excitedly, "Yes, Captain Ling is serious and always teaches others. Today he is being taught by Cat God and doesn't dare talk back. Ha ha ha, I am really happy looking at Captain Ling like this. I'm really a black fan." Zhang Zhuiming. "Stupid, you're talking into your headset so everyone can hear it." Zhang Zhuiming pointed to his headset. Xiao Gu immediately covered his mouth and made a zipper gesture. Ling Suifeng naturally heard Gu Siming's words but he still calmly operated the steamed base account to play the boss, not making any response. As this young man said, Cat God was the only one in the entire league who dared to teach him. But so what? His treatment towards his sweetheart was naturally different. Ling Suifeng was sweet when listening to Cat. A child who hadn't grown up wouldn't understand. The resurrected Ling Suifeng and Cheng Wei both showed the focus of a professional player. They listened to Li Cangyu give the explanation again and seriously used their skills according to Li Cangyu's command. This time, the boss was defeated. Li Cangyu sighed. "The two of you continue to maintain this state. We will hit the next boss." The Bloodkin Castle had 3 bosses. The latter 2 were actually more difficult. However, Ling Suifeng and Cheng Wei were professional players with high perception. They quickly adapted to the boss rhythm and the 6 people killed 2 bosses in just 10 minutes. Li Cangyu quickly picked up the equipment dropped by the boss and divided it to his teammates. Among them was a white magician staff. After seeing Cat God assign it to the other white magician in the team, Cheng Wei couldn't help saying, what about me? Look at my equipment. I can also use it. Li Cangyu said, look at you trying to steal a level 65 staff when you are a vice captain. Cheng Wei, oh, I almost forgot. Li Cangyu was speechless. This guy followed him into the instance and incredibly tried to grab equipment. Did he really want to play the online game? Ling Suifeng was very calm and had no interest in the equipment. He only cared about Cat God's rest. Shouldn't it be midnight over there? Why are you still awake? Li Cangyu said, I'm preparing to go sleep. Once the instance rewards were organized, Li Cangyu said, Xiao Wei, you shouldn't log into the online game as much. Cheng Wei felt wronged. Cat God, are you abandoning me? Li Cangyu explained seriously. You need to train and be well prepared for times matches. Tan Shishan is working alone. You are the vice captain, so you should take up the responsibility of the vice captain and don't play around. Cheng Wei had opened the sound. Tan Shishan had gone to buy lunch and heard Cat God's words when he came back. He couldn't help feeling moved. Li Cangyu was a gentle elder to Cheng Wei, guiding him to be more mature and strong. It was normal for the kitten to strongly worship and depend on the big cat. Captain Ling's words about how they were father and son were right. Tan Shishan couldn't help smiling slightly at this and brought the food to the dining room. Then he returned and patted Cheng Wei's head. Xiao Wei, come eat. I bought your favorite egg tart. Oh, I'm coming. Cheng Wei replied before saying seriously to Li Cangyu, Cat God, rest assured. I will train well this afternoon and later contact you on Q. You should frequently log into your old cat account. Okay, go. Xiao Wei was rushed to training, but Li Cangyu had a completely different attitude towards Ling Suifeng. There was no need for him to worry about Ling Suifeng. This person was a very mature captain and Li Cangyu believed he knew how to arrange his time. The fact that he was casually playing in the online game wouldn't affect his status in Wind Color. Li Cangyu sent a private message, I am going to sleep first. Ling Suifeng, yes, after dinner I will come online to accompany you. Your time over there should be 8 in the morning to noon. If you want. There is actually nothing big on my side. At present, we are just smoothly leveling. Zhang Zhuiming has already joined the team. Ling Suifeng's cover was smashed by the other person, so he no longer hid things. He had already inferred the white magician's identity a long time ago. Yes, this time I returned to China for his contract. Li Cangyu said, the team only has 5 people. This isn't enough. The opportunities to find teammates will slowly come. Ling Suifeng reassured him. I believe that your luck won't be bad this time. I hope your words are true. Then I will sleep first. Li Cangyu sent a goodbye wave emoji. Good night. Ling Suifeng sent a hug emoji. Then he immediately corrected it. That is wrong. It should be this. He followed up with a goodbye wave. Li Cangyu. Why did he feel like this person was trying to cover it up? Ling Suifeng, did you really make a mistake? Li Cangyu thought of the farewell at the airport where they hugged tightly and couldn't help touching his chin. Ling Suifeng's cover might have been smashed, but it seemed like there was still a deeper hidden layer. Chapter 66 Assassin. Time passed quickly. The matches of the second round of the 6th season passed one after another. Li Cangyu leveled with his teammates while also paying attention to events in the domestic Miracle League, learning about the style and tactics of various teams. Ling Suifeng would go online after evening training to chat while playing instances. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuiming and Gu Siming were sent to the arena by Li Cangyu, and the young boy quickly grew under the guidance of the uncle. In 1 month, Li Cangyu and the others gradually rose to over level 90. The Food Squad Guild was successfully promoted to the highest level 5 guild under the help of the 3 students. His initial good luck had probably been exhausted because the next teammate never appeared. Li Cangyu was already very satisfied that he could meet Xie Shurong and Zhang Zhuiming in succession in the new district. Perhaps there were many other outstanding newcomers in Moonlight Forest? Mid-September soon arrived and Li Cangyu's account was finally full level. That evening, several people celebrated with fireworks in the game. Li Cangyu went to the black market trading house to find some practical equipment. He had just arrived when a red light flashed on his screen and a sharp dagger was inserted into the chest of the elf summoner. A crit appeared and the fragile elf summoner directly lost 30% health. Was this an assassin? Li Cangyu frowned and looked back, only to discover that the other person had cleverly entered stealth. The life portion of Miracle was very rich and the assassin was one of them. The game had a NPC who specialized in giving assassination missions. After receiving the mission, the map would mark the target that needed to be assassinated. The assassin would also gain the stealth and tracing skills. As long as the assassination succeeded, they could get very rich rewards and increase the merit points. An assassination failure would deduct merit points. There was a 50% chance that the assassination target would be a small boss in the wild and a 50% chance that it would be a player. It was fortunate if the assassin encountered a rookie, but if they met a master, the likelihood of the assassination failing was enormous. The Food Squad was the first guild in the new district to rise to level 5. In addition, Love to Eat Braised Fish was the commander of the Legion Defense. Most players in the new district knew that Love to Eat Braised Fish was a master. An assassin who dared to attack the president of the Food Squad, their courage must be big. Li Kangyu's sharp eyes glanced around, but the other person had hidden after the attack. They were clearly versed in assassination. However, Li Cangyu couldn't be attacked by them. He smiled slightly as he operated Love to Eat Braised Fish forward. He deliberately stood in forest with a relatively complex terrain and waited for the assassin. The other side really bit the bait as a knife came from behind a tree. Li Cangyu suddenly used flying feather steps to move to the other side of the tree and summoned his thunder spirit. The group attack Thunder's Wrath struck, then he swapped to the water spirit, quickly freezing the assassin in place. Looking closely, this person was a bloodkin assassin with an ID of Frost Descends. The title of Assassin League's Gold Killer was written above his head and he was dressed in a simple black outfit. The title above his head was the ranking in the Assassin League based on the number of times the assassin completed a mission. The Gold Killer indicated that this person wasn't weak and had completed many assassinations. Li Cangyu wasn't polite after freezing him. He exchanged to the fire spirit and quickly lowered the opponent's blood. The other party realized that he had encountered a master and entered stealth mode as soon as his frozen state was released. Finding a killer in the forest was really hard, but it didn't matter. Since Li Cangyu was the assassination target, the person would always come to the door. Li Cangyu ignored him and continued to the trading house. He was halfway there when a cold flash of light appeared behind him. The assassin used the short stealth duration to once again pierce Love to Eat Braised Fish's chest. Li Cangyu reacted very quickly and summoned his water spirit and fire spirit. He controlled the opponent and let out a burst of hand speed, quickly killing the person. Once the assassin called Frost Descends lay flat on the ground, Li Cangyu couldn't help smiling. He typed in the area channel, "The mission to assassinate me definitely won't succeed. You should give up." Frost Descends. Li Cangyu spoke again, "Or we can make a deal. If I let you kill me, will you give me all the rewards?" Frost Descends directly resurrected back in the city. An assassin easily offended people, but it was very rewarding. The assassin was the fastest way to make money compared to life players like hunters, blacksmiths, costume makers, etc. It wasn't uncommon for people to play assassins in the game. In the face of a hard target, many assassins would cleverly give up on the task so that they wouldn't lose merit points. Li Cangyu thought this person would give up the mission. He didn't think that after returning from the trading house and going to the instance entrance to meet up with his teammates, he would once again encounter Frost Descends. This person was obviously looking for an opportunity. Rushing to assassinate Love to Eat Braised Fish, how could Cat God die so easily? Even the Lu Zhong combination of ghost spirits would have to put in a bit of thought to assassinate Cat God. This Frost Descends directly ran to kill Cat God, and the result was, he was once again beaten by Cat God. Li Cangyu looked at the person lying in front of him and couldn't help typing, "You haven't given up yet." Frost Descends. Li Cangyu saw that a pair of shoes had dropped and asked, "Do you want the gear that dropped? Should I pick it up for you?" Frost Descends returned to the city and the corpse instantly vanished. This guy was very stubborn. He dropped equipment after dying. Li Cangyu happily picked it up and wanted to return it to him, yet he didn't want it. He probably thought that Li Cangyu was humiliating him. For the next few days, Li Cangyu had a stealth assassin follow him wherever he went. As long as Li Cangyu was alone, he would secretly come over to stab his knife. This guy's ability to find opportunities was very strong. Sometimes Li Cangyu's blood would fall very low from the sneak attacks. On several occasions, Li Cangyu almost died. Unfortunately, the assassin was killed every time. He lay flat on the ground after dropping 1 or 2 equipment. After he was killed 10 times, there was a pile of dropped equipment picked up by Li Cangyu. Li Cangyu said very helplessly, "Did you come here to give me equipment?" Frost Descends. The assassin was killed until he only had underwear left. Bai Xian looked at Frost Descends wearing only underwear and couldn't help sympathizing. This guy is really pitiful. Why did he encounter you for the assassination mission? Why don't you just die once to help him finish the mission? I am tired of watching that child chase you for a few days. Li Cangyu laughed. I'm not used to being killed. Besides, I want to observe him more. He discovered that this killer was special during the third assassination attempt. At the time, Li Cangyu had been waiting for his teammates at the instance's entrance. There were many people present, yet the assassin accurately found Li Cangyu's position in the crowd and sharply attacked. If it wasn't for Li Cangyu using his footwork to quickly evade and then using the water spirit to seal off any retreat, Li Cangyu would have been killed by him. This person was extremely good at finding opportunities and could calmly and patiently wait for the best time to act. A killer must be able to be immersed. This person obviously had the potential to be a good killer. He had a fast hand speed and quick responses. He was also very decisive when it came to striking or retreating. If he hadn't met the tough Li Cangyu, his assassination mission would have already been completed. Li Cangyu was chased by this person for several days, but he actually felt appreciation. Bai Xian couldn't help saying, "You deliberately aren't letting him kill you so that he is stuck on his mission." Li Cangyu replied seriously, "I just want to deepen my understanding of him." Frost Descends was too pitiful after losing all his equipment and only having underwear left, so Li Cangyu sent the equipment to him. Once Frost Descends resurrected in the city, the system told him about a new message and he froze when he opened it. "I have mailed you all the equipment you lost. After putting it on, come and kill me again. Bye, love to eat braised fish." Frost Descends. The corners of his mouth twitched as he put the equipment on. The teenager didn't go back to kill love to eat braised fish. Instead, he went to the NPC and gave up the assassination mission. This was the first time he had given up an assassination mission since he played the game, but he couldn't deal with love to eat braised fish's power. In the past few days, he had racked his brain and used every means but hadn't succeeded. Li Cangyu waited a while and saw that Frost Descents didn't appear. He couldn't help sending a private chat, "You aren't coming to kill me?" "Yes. Let's play an instance together." Then a team invitation was sent. Frost Descends. This person was so strange. He wasn't angry at all about being pursued for a few days. He also took the initiative to send equipment back in the mail. Frost Descends replied, "I don't play instances." "Thank you. Li Cangyu, if you come here, you can get good equipment. Your dagger's durability is only 10% and the shoes aren't very good. If you change to a better set of equipment, you might succeed in killing me." The teenager suddenly felt that he had met the legendary holy goddess from Legends. Why was this person being so nice to the assassin who tried to kill him? He didn't know that Li Cangyu already considered him as a potential teammate and was watching with shining eyes. Chapter 67 Abusing the Teenager. The life skills in Miracle officially opened at level 70. The teenager chose an assassin because this playing method was the most exciting. Assassins were different from life players who collected materials and made products. Their daily task was to kill and get rewards. Apart from the NPC who randomly selected a target for the assassin to kill, people could also issue high-paying assassination missions to hire a killer. It could be said that the assassination risk was the highest, but it was the fastest way to make money. The youth had been doing assassination missions since level 70. He had killed 99 people and was rated as a gold killer by the Assassin's League. He also accumulated a lot of wealth in his warehouse. Now he had no enthusiasm for clearing instances, unlike when he first entered the new district. The happiest thing was to successfully complete an assassination mission, making him feel very powerful. There was a setting in Miracle. If an assassin's missions were completed continuously, more rewards and merit points would be added. He already succeeded 99 times and only need one more mission to obtain the difficult achievement of killing 100 people and directly upgraded to Diamond Killer. At this most critical moment, he encountered love to eat braised fish and was stuck on his mission. If an assassin failed the mission, the system would kill punishment. He had been killed 10 times by braised fish. Putting aside the achievement of killing 100 people, there was the decrease in his money. In the end, he could only endure the urge to vomit blood and give up the assassination mission. If he kept dying, he would become a poor person. The youth gritted his teeth and thought about it. Love to eat braised fish had invited him to join the team, so he should go and see. He could act as an undercover for a while and figure out how to kill this person. The teenager accepted the invitation from Li Cangyu. Li Cangyu said on the team channel, "Everyone gather at the entrance to Beast Jungle." The teenager quickly ran to the instance's door. Beast Jungle was a level 100 instance and many people in the game had reached full level. The instance's entrance was crowded with people, but the teenager locked onto Love to Eat Braised Fish's position with one glance. After all, he had been pursuing braised fish for several days. The youth endured the urge to stab him and quickly walked in front of braised fish. Sharp eyes swept around and found a few teammates with blue IDs. There was an angel priest, a Terran swordsman, an orc paladin and a white magician. They were all members of the food squad and were clearly a friends group. Love to Eat Braised Fish typed, "Everyone has gathered, so enter." Everyone entered the instance together. The youth didn't have time to speak when his screen flashed red. "Blossoming Tree has opened slaughter mode on you." The youth was stunned, but he had always been someone who loved PK. A person took the initiative to attack him, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. He immediately raised the dagger and moved. Li Cangyu wanted to test this person's true level, so he had a shoe strike after entering the dungeon to see this person's ability to adapt. The youth's reaction was truly very fast and decisive. The dagger in his hand emitted a cold light as he thrust, moved behind, backstabbed and entered stealth. But who was Xie Rong? He was the main professional player of a giant team. Killing this youth was only a matter of minutes. The youth didn't even last 30 seconds before he was killed by Xie Rong's gorgeous light and shadow rotation. Li Cangyu went on to say, "Once he resurrects, Xiaogu will come forward. I want to see what you have learned with Uncle Zhang during this time." Zhang Chuiming laughed. "Child, don't disgrace me." Gu Siming excitedly replied, "Don't worry, uncle. Look at how I beat him." The poor teenager had just got up when the system gave him a prompt. "As the name suggests, has opened slaughter mode on you." Then the paladin wildly rushed over. The shield in his left hand was raised high while the golden sword in his right hand hacked around. He seemed disorderly, but his momentum was imposing. The already weakened Bloodkin killer quickly fell at the paladin's feet. Li Cangyu praised, "Xiao Gu's progress is very fast." Gu Siming smiled and scratched his head. "Cat God, thanks for the praise." Then Li Cangyu personally came forward. "Love to Eat Braised Fish has opened slaughter mode on you." The boy who was killed again almost collapsed. It seemed he was wrong. This Love to Eat Braised Fish wasn't a holy goddess. He pulled the youth into this instance to get revenge. What was this? The swordsman killed him, the mad paladin killed him and the summoner killed him again. The group of people joined hands to bully him. The angry youth was about to leave the team when Li Cangyu sent him a message, "Are you going to leave the team?" Frost descends. Li Cangyu, already? I thought you were very proud. People killed you, so shouldn't you be trying to find a way to kill them back? Frost descends. Look, don't even think about assassinating me. You can't even fight the teammates around me. I advise you to stop being an assassin and change to a tailor or blacksmith. Frost descends. Li Cangyu sent a touching head emoji. Look at your garbage equipment. The agility stat is too low while your attack power is seriously overflowing. In fact, if you leave attack at 200% and increase agility, you will be more flexible. A killer's attack power is important, but it is useless if you can't hit them. You will have to rely on the agility stat to find more opportunities. The youth was very depressed about being killed, but once he read this, he couldn't help opening his equipment panel. It seemed a bit reasonable. Let's play the instance and get some equipment first. Then you can change your equipment. Li Cangyu stated. Then he really brought the youth into the instance to give him equipment? Was this giving chocolate after 2 slaps? The depressed youth scratched his head and silently followed behind these people. As he moved forward, he found that the efficiency of these people when playing an instance wasn't just fast. It could be described as a bulldozer. The team pushed through to the boss. Li Cangyu gave a simple explanation on the team channel and everyone started to act. The teenager usually killed people and rarely played instances. In particular, he picked up assassination missions every day after reaching full level and never went to an instance. This boss had a targeted chase skill. Frost Descends was named and he didn't respond in time. The boss caught up with him and used a big move, causing the team's instant death. He thought the leader would scold him, only to see Li Cangyu say, "It doesn't matter. Try again." The group resurrected and continued to play the instance. This time, their luck was better and Frost Descends wasn't named. The others hid very skillfully and the boss was soon killed. Coincidentally, this boss dropped a pair of purple shoes. The attributes were very good as it gave defense while increasing movement speed. Li Cangyu handed the shoes to Frost Descends and said, Here, it is for you. The teenager took the equipment in a complicated mood. At the second boss, the youth was clever enough to follow Xie Shurong. He was a melee class and there was nothing wrong with the swordsman. Sure enough, this time they smoothly killed the boss and the boss actually dropped a pair of daggers. The probability of dropping a weapon in a small level 100 instance was the lowest. In particular, a purple-rated weapon could sell for tens of thousands of gold at the trading house. The attributes of these daggers were excellent, increasing attack power and crit rate. It was suitable for a bloodkin killer to use. Frost Descends drooled as he stared at the daggers. Li Cangyu picked up the dagger and said on the team channel, "I'll give you the daggers if you join my fixed team." Frost Descends. He wasn't the type of person to be tempted by equipment. He was very principled. Li Cangyu continued, "I have the clothing, necklace, bracelet, and ring of a bloodkin killer. Unfortunately, there is no killer on our team. How about I give all of them to you if you join? Stick to principles over equipment." The teenager didn't respond to the bait thrown by Cat God as he calmly refused. "I won't join your fixed team." He had a backbone. Li Cangyu couldn't help smiling. "Don't rush to conclusions. You will join." Frost Descends didn't hesitate. "I won't join." Li Cangyu touched his chin and thought about how to deal with this stubborn boy. The warm offensive seemed to be unappreciated, so it seemed a bit of cruelty was needed. Li Cangyu came to a conclusion. "If you don't join, I will continue to kill you until you only have underwear left." Frost Descends. The invitation became a threat? Did this person think he was an overlord in the game that the youth would listen to him? Did he thought the youth would be afraid? The teenager rolled his eyes and said, "Come to kill me. I will be waiting." It turned out that Li Cangyu wasn't joking. The youth took an assassination mission the next day. The target was Steamed Base and he looked up the data. Steamed Base was a black magician who was only level 98. Frost Descends was 2 levels higher, so he should have the advantage. He thought he would be able to successfully kill the target this time. The result was that when he lurked behind the target, he found Love to Eat braised fish in the vicinity and a bad feeling filled his heart. In any case, he just needed to quickly take care of Steamed Base before Love to Eat braised fish came to the rescue. The youth made a cold expression at this thought and his dagger thrust out. There was a critical hit and he directly cut the other person's blood in half. He didn't expect this Steamed Base reaction to be so quick. The black magician used death imprisonment and accurately sealed him. Li Cangyu found that the assassin had appeared and immediately wrote to Ling Suifeng, "Kill him, don't be polite." Ling Suifeng never refused anything Li Cangyu said. He didn't ask the reason as he used a set of violent black spells to quickly kill the assassin. Li Cangyu sent a smiley expression through private chat to Frost Descends, "You see, even my weak friends can kill you. You still want to be an assassin?" The young boy who was killed. He didn't know that the weak friend was actually a terrible great god. The youth only felt particularly depressed. Why was he so unlucky recently? The assassination mission was unsuccessful. He dropped a hat as part of the death penalty and Li Cangyu quickly picked it up. The depressed youth directly resurrected in the city. He took another assassination mission. This time the target wasn't anyone from the food squad. It was the vice president of the Wind Color Guild. The youth confidently used the long-term stealth skill unique to the assassin and chased the target. His sharp eyes were like a small wolf chasing the prey. He patiently waited a long time before the vice president of the Wind Color went to the wild. The opportunity was here. The youth's eyes turned cold as he immediately moved to the opponent's back, his hands raised in the most common skill of a killer, backstab. Same boat under Wind and Rain was startled by the sneak attack and quickly turned back. The surprising thing was that this person's moves were extremely aggressive and his attack power was very high. There was a critical hit and his summoner was a fragile remote class. He was uncomfortable at being close to the assassin and was about to die. Just then, a soft white light descended from the sky god's blessing. Someone added blood to him? Same boat under Wind and Rain looked around and saw Bai Xian standing not far away, adding blood to him. At the same time, Love to Eat braised fish came forward. His water spirit froze Frost Descends, followed by the summoning of the fire spirit and a series of fireballs. Then Thunder's wrath killed the opponent. Frost Descends. Same boat under Wind and Rain didn't understand the situation, but it was true that Cat God saved him. He was flattered and immediately wrote on the private chat, "Cat God, thanks for helping me." Li Cangyu returned, "You're welcome." Of course, he didn't do it to save Same boat under Wind and Rain. It was to thwart Frost Descend's assassination mission. The young man was severely punished by the system after dying. This time, his clothes and shoes were lost and he didn't have enough gold coins in his bag. The system issued a reminder that he didn't have enough gold coins for the death penalty. He now owed it 1,000 gold coins. The teenager was going crazy. A few days ago, his vault still had a lot of money. From the moment he met Braised Fish, his assassination missions had continuously failed. He had just died and lost 100 gold coins. Now he died again and fell into a negative value, owing the system 1,000 gold. Moreover, the equipment on his body also fell and he only had underwear left. Li Cangyu didn't forget to add fuel to the fire as he sent a private message, "See, I said you would be left in your underwear. Frost descends." Bai Xian followed up with a message, "Hey, if you enter the team, I will make you a delicious meal and you can take the best equipment." Happy face. These two people really were thick-skinned. The child was dressed in only underwear as he returned to the city, sitting in a depressed manner at the fountain in the middle of the city. He also lost his sanity from anger, but he took deep breaths and calmed down. He decided to pick up his next assassination mission. As long as he succeeded, the system would reward him 5,000 gold coins and he could return the money owed to the system. The problem was that he had no equipment. Without a weapon, he couldn't even release his skills. He could go to the store and buy equipment. However, he didn't have any coins on his body and he also owed the system 1,000 gold coins. The teenager was completely stunned. He had no money to buy a weapon. Without a weapon he couldn't release skills, he couldn't do missions without skills and couldn't make money. How miserable! The young man whispered a few words, wanting to tear Love to Eat Braised Fish into pieces. Just then, two people with no face appeared in front of him. Love to Eat Braised Fish said, "Do you understand what it means to be flexible? You should join my team and find out our details and weaknesses. It won't be too late to get revenge in 10 years. It made a lot of sense. However, the youth sensed that he was being fooled. Bai Xian used the gentle method, "Come, our team is lacking a killer. If you play the instance, you can get all the killer class equipment. I will cover you all the way and guarantee that you don't die. Isn't this VIP level treatment? Hey, right-click to join the guild. Then join our fixed team and you can clear instances." Happy face. Why did he meet these two people? In order to avoid the continued harassment, the teenager gritted his teeth. "I will join, I'll join." Li Cangyu sent a row of satisfied expressions. Bai Xian looked back at Li Cangyu and said helpless, "For this stubborn guy, you have no face." Li Cangyu laughed. "I don't. In any case, any principles would be lost in front of eating fish? What face do I have now?" Bai Xian. Cat God was cheeky and killed the youth until he only had his underwear left and he owed the system 1,000 coins. The young boy was forced to tearfully join Cat God's fixed team. The collapsed teenager thought, "Why do I have to join the fixed team?" Chapter 68 Sixth Member. Once the new teammate joined, everyone immediately sent a row of applause. Li Cangyu decisively transferred all the equipment for a killer to Frost Descents and taught him how to match them together the best. The teenager reassembled his equipment according to the captain's instructions and then they played the instance. Ling Suifeng saw that Li Cangyu's team of 6 was complete. The newly added person was the assassin who tried to kill him before. He thought about it and realized that Li Cangyu should have discovered a new teammate. Ling Suifeng felt happy for him and sent a private chat, "Have you found a new person?" Li Cangyu didn't hide it from him and replied, "He is a fast reaction genius killer but is unstable and needs to be trained. Have you figured out his details? I'm slowly getting to know him. I'm afraid that he will be scared off if I tell him about the professional team. Thus, I will wait a while." "Yes, good luck." Ling Suifeng came to the game to see Li Cangyu. After knowing that he was doing well, Ling Suifeng's heart relaxed. The matches are becoming close together these days. You go back and prepare. You don't need to worry about anything on my side. Li Cangyu added, "Don't delay your business." "Okay." Ling Suifeng replied simply before logging off. As Li Cangyu said, the second round of the Miracle League's 6th season was reaching its hottest period. Ling Suifeng obviously wasn't logging onto the game as much as before he was busy making preparations. Today Li Cangyu saw him online and spoke a few words before thoughtfully driving Ling Suifeng away. Ling Suifeng went offline and went to his bedroom to take a nap. He restored his spirits and convened a full meeting in the afternoon. The current team standings had changed a bit. First was wind color, second was time, third was ghost spirits, flying feathers temporarily fell to fourth, then it was pure cleansing, red fox and cheetah. The gap in points was quite close and one game could cause a change in rankings. The top 4 were eligible to enter the playoffs for the trophy. The second round of the regular season was coming to an end and the score for each match was crucial. Therefore, all professional players in the teams had recently stepped up their training to gain a spot in the playoffs. Lee Cangyu finished the small instances with Frost Descents and put all their equipment together. The advantage of Frost Descents was that his reactions were extremely fast. His eyes were keen as he caught the opportunities to attack. The disadvantage was that he wasn't systematically trained and the consistency of his moves was relatively poor. He often made mistakes in his moves or showed a gap. Lee Cangyu desired to train this person. However, the youth was particularly stubborn. If he told the youth to go to the left, he would move to the right. Lee Cangyu had to use a radical method to teach him. He had Aishu and Xiaogu cooperate to kill Frost Descends. A few days later, Frost Descends finally learned to be good and followed behind Lee Cangyu silently. At 7 o'clock that evening, Lee Cangyu logged into the game after eating and was surprised to find that Frost Descends was actually online. The confused Lee Cangyu asked, "Why are you up so early? It should be 7 in the morning domestically. Xiaogu and Old Zhang weren't online yet. In addition, today was the weekend so many young people should still be in bed at this time." The other side replied, "I am abroad and it is currently evening." No wonder his online time was strange. Lee Cangyu previously thought this person was a night owl and hadn't expected it to be a person abroad. Lee Cangyu asked curiously, "Which country?" "The United States." "Which city?" "Where do you live?" The youth spoke in a depressed manner, "Why are you checking my account?" Lee Cangyu said with a smile, "I am currently in New York. If you are close then we can meet." The teenager was surprised. "You are in America as well?" "I'm in Boston." Lee Cangyu said, "That isn't far. Tell me your number and I will come find you one day." The teenager hesitated for a moment. After a few days of knowing each other, he found that this love to eat braised fish wasn't bad. He knew that Frost Descents didn't like instances and would explain the whole process several times. He also gave equipment and took care of Frost Descents when he was embarrassed. Love to eat braised fish would come to PK him every day, killing him using various methods. However, the teenager found that the other person showed mercy and was actually teaching him PK skills. Love to eat braised fish often said, "Hurry and learn how to PK people. I am still waiting for you to kill me." The teenager thought this was a bit strange. How could a master teach the enemy how to kill himself? Was it the holy goddess disease again? Lee Cangyu saw the other person hadn't replied for a long time and typed, "My father and sister are living in New York. I take time every year to visit them but I have never been to Boston. If it isn't convenient for you to come out then forget it." Well, there shouldn't be too many scammers in the game, right? Besides, it wasn't to lie to his face. Would this person dare to rob or kill someone in the United States? In any case, they were both Chinese and should get to know each other. The teenager thought about it before giving his approximate area and contact number. "If you have the opportunity, come to Boston and I will show you around." The teenager had no idea that Lee Cangyu was a man of action. As soon as he gave the number, he got a call from the other person. "Hello, I am Love to Eat Braised Fish. I am free tomorrow evening and want to go to Boston with the milk dad. Can you come out and meet me?" Lee Cangyu said with a smile, his voice as gentle as possible. The boy was scared and silent for a moment before saying, "Then come over. I will invite you to a meal." Was it okay to meet an online friend? This person was the president of the food squad, not a liar. With this in mind, the teenager set a meeting place and sent a text message to Lee Cangyu. The next day, Lee Cangyu and Bai Xian took a bus to Boston. They played the game for too long and went out to relax. It wasn't convenient for Xie Shurong to leave due to his team, so Lee Cangyu didn't call him. Lee Cangyu didn't directly want to talk to Frost Descends about the team in this meeting. He wanted to first see what the person called Frost Descends was. If he had a job in the United States, it wasn't good to force the other person to give up his career and go to another country to play in the league. The result was that when Lee Cangyu and Bai Xian came to the agreed location, they unexpectedly saw a very special teenager. The teenager looked young but he had a slender and tall figure. The key point, he had a pair of black eyes but his hair was gold. His face was also significantly different from ordinary Orientals, with a tall nose, very white skin and rosy lips. This hair didn't seem dyed? Was he a beautiful mixed-race kid? Li Cangyu didn't laugh as he asked, "Frost descends? Hello, I am love to eat braised fish. My real name is Li Cangyu." The teenager came up to him and said lightly, "Hello, my name is Xiao Han." He looked very cold on the surface, but based on his style in the game, Li Cangyu judged that this young boy was in his period of rebellion and had a stubborn temper, causing him to kill people in the game to find a sense of existence. After being killed, he stubbornly chased Li Cangyu for a full 3 days. This was enough perseverance. Bai Xian felt that this mixed-race child was very interesting. He remembered that the child was killed until he only had underwear left, yet he still wasn't willing to accept his loss. Bai Xian endured the urge to pat the golden head and smiled. "Hello, I am the Milk Dad. My real name is Bai Xian." Xiao He looked at him and found that he was gentler compared to the game. He was filled with goodwill and said, "Sit down and order first." The food was soon brought out and the 3 people talked while eating. In any case, Li Cangyu didn't know this boy as well as he did Zhang Shuiming. Therefore, Li Cangyu didn't mention the team's affairs when they met, just in case this rebellious youth became disgusted. The 3 people casually talked about the game. Li Cangyu expressed some views on a killer, as well as some PK tips and sneak attack skills. Xiao Han's eyes were wide and he listened very seriously, his expression like a small dog wagging his tail. The clear black eyes, beautiful blonde hair, cute face of the mixed-race child and the pretend cold expression, this rebellious youth was very interesting. If he joined the team, he would be the small madman's Gu Siming's companion. Li Cangyu quite liked this guy as they talked about things in the online game. He jokingly said, "I deliberately blocked you during the assassination mission. Xiao, do you want to kill me?" Xiao Han's ears turned red as he coughed and said softly, "No." In fact, at the time, he really wanted to kill Li Cangyu 100 times. He joined the fixed team in order to get revenge in 10 years. But after joining the fixed team, he found that the captain was very good to him. All equipment for a killer was given to him and he was also taught how to match equipment and use skills in PK. This Milk Dad was also very good to him, often sending him food and medicine. After all, Xiao Han was young and simple and he could get so much equipment every day. He suddenly felt that it wasn't bad to join the fixed team and gradually threw away the revenge in 10 teams. In this time, he found out that there was an age difference. At first, he thought it was a generation gap. Now that they talked, he found that the 2 people were knowledgeable and proficient in the miracle game. The boy was immediately convinced and filled with worship for these 2 people. He completely forgot that when he was forced to join the fixed team not long ago, he kept being abused by these 2 people. Chapter 69 Regular Season's Results. Bai Xian and Li Cangyu didn't mention their true identities when meeting with Xiao Han, and the team wasn't talked about at all. They just chatted like ordinary friends chatting. Based on this simple conversation, Li Cangyu found that the mixed-race teenager was pretending to be cold, but he was actually very sensitive. He knew a lot about guilds in the new district and also paid attention to the American Miracle League. His favorite player was actually Tree. Bai Xian heard this ID and almost spat out his tea. Tree was the ID for the foreign member of the ice team, Xie Shurong. Xiao Han liked Xie Shurong, which was very understandable. After all, he had Chinese blood, so he probably felt empathy when seeing the player with yellow skin and dark eyes. Bai Xian couldn't help thinking that if Aishu knew that Xiao Han was his fan, his tail would definitely rise into the sky. Li Cangyu looked at the teenager and said, "The first World Carnival will be held on the 2nd of next month in New York. Are you going to watch it?" Xiao Han replied, "Of course, I have already bought a ticket." Li Cangyu had wanted to help him buy a ticket. He didn't expect for Xiao Han to have bought on in advance. Li Cangyu thought about it before saying, "Then when you come to New York, you can stay at my place. Don't waste money on a hotel. We'll go see the carnival together." Xiao Han was very happy. His pocket money was very limited. If he saved money on accommodation, then he could buy more things. Xiao Han thought up to here and quickly agreed. "Okay." Before leaving, the 2 people gave the teenager a gift. It was a bloodkin assassin model they bought when passing by a store. The price was expensive, but it could be disassembled and cleaned. The quality was clearly very good. The young boy was obviously very excited when he received this gift. He held the assassin model and scratched his head with embarrassment. "That. I didn't prepare a present for you. I'll bring it when I come to New York." Bai Xian smiled and rubbed the golden head, saying softly, "Don't worry about it. You are young and spending your parents' money. There is no need to buy us any presents. Come find us when you go to New York next month. I'll make delicious food for you." Xiao Han nodded energetically. Yes. On the way back to New York, Bai Xian thought carefully before saying seriously, "This child is really worth training, but he should have lived in the United States for a long time. His name is Xiao Han, so maybe his father is Chinese and his mother is American. If we want to take him back to play in the league, perhaps his family won't agree." Li Cangyu also had this concern, which was why he didn't mention the game. He looked at Bai Xian and said, "Don't worry and slowly watch. If necessary, I will come forward to coax him." This stubborn teenager had to be coaxed slowly or it was likely to backfire. Li Cangyu was very patient because he knew that if Xiao Han was trained using the professional system, learning about the details of his position movement skills, combined with his keen insight and quick responses meant he could definitely become a real assassin. It was worth showing a bit of patience for a good teammate. Li Cangyu and Bai Xian returned to New York that night. Xie Shurong actively ran over for a meal and asked them about the result of the trip. Bai Xian described, his real name is Xiao Han. He is a blonde, black-eyed mixed-race child who is very handsome. His favorite player happens to be the Terran swordsman of the Ice Team, Tree God. Xie Shurong heard this and happily came over. "Tree God? Is that me? He is my fan." Bai Xian smiled. "I am teasing you yet you are taking it so seriously." Xie Shurong looked at Bai Xian with a wronged expression. Bai Xian couldn't help thinking that if Xiao Han saw A Shu's current appearance, wouldn't he become disillusioned with his idol in an instant? Once dinner was over, the 6 members of the fixed team went online together. It was currently 8 o'clock on Sunday night in the United States, but domestically, it was 8 o'clock on the morning of September 25, a Monday. September 25 was a very important day for many esports fans in China. It was because today was the last game of the second round of the 6th season. It would officially open at 9 AM and draw the regular season to a complete end. The last game is Time vs Terminator. Terminator was the weakest team among the 8 teams in the first division. This team used black and white magicians as their tactical core. They had a very good pair of black magician and white magician. However, compared to the double black magicians of Wind Color or the double white magicians of Red Fox, the tacit understanding of the combination was obviously inferior. Black magic was biased towards killing while white magic was control. In principle, black and white magic's common point was that they were both very powerful. However, the level of the 2 players in Terminator weren't high enough. In particular, their white magician was worse than Cheng Wei and the game against Time was very passive. Last time, Cheng Wei's insomnia and fever resulted in Time's loss to Wind Color. Many Time fans scolded him online for a long time, but he fortunately recovered in the second round. In addition, he found Cat God and was encouraged by Cat God, so he was recently full of vitality. In the arena stage, Cheng Wei and Tan Shishan came forward and easily took 3 points. In the team battle, Cheng Wei's play was also remarkable. His quick responses and fast hand speed controlled the opposite white magician from beginning to end, facilitating Tan Shishan's output in the rear. Time's kiting tactics dispersed Terminator's front row, winning them 4 points in one breath. Terminator finally scored 2 points, but it was too late. The game ended with 7:2. In the explanation room, Yu Bing faced the camera and calmly summed it up. The Terminator team played well today, but Cheng Wei's performance was even more. Terminator's white magician was controlled the whole game and the core tactics couldn't be played. A big loss in the team battle was expected. As for the arena, Captain Tan is more stable as the guard and there aren't too many teams who can take 3 points from him. It isn't wrong that Terminator lost. Her partner Cao Hongyi nodded. The second round of the regular season has come to an end. I think many viewers are concerned about the final rankings of the 8 teams. In the end, which teams have entered the playoffs? Let's take a look at the final version of the rankings that officials have just released. The broadcast changed to the rankings team. First was Wind Color, second was Time, third was Flying Feathers, fourth was Ghost Spirits, fifth was Pure Cleansing, sixth was Red Fox, seventh was Cheetah and eighth was Terminator. We can see that the 4 teams of Wind Color, Time, Flying Feathers and Ghost Spirits have successfully entered the playoffs. According to the knockout rules of the playoffs, Wind Color will face Ghost Spirits in the semi-finals and Time and Flying Feathers will face each other. This season's champion, I hope everyone will continue to pay attention to the playoffs that will begin in late October. Cao Hongyi quickly explained. The current team rankings basically reflected the strength of the domestic top 8 teams. Under the leadership of Ling Suifeng, the wind color became the hardest bone to bite on in the first division. Time and Flying Feathers were also old teams. The Lu Zhang combination performed well for Ghost Spirits this season. Pure Cleansing and Red Fox had the strength to compete for the playoffs. Cheetah's Trap Flow was powerful but relied too much on chance. Terminator was weaker compared to these teams and ended up last. The screen switched from the team rankings to another leaderboard. Yu Bing explained, "Everyone, you are currently seeing the online voting results of the World Carnival. At midnight tonight, the online voting will be completely closed. There are still many netizens saving their votes, so be sure to use all of them today. Don't waste them. The top 6 players will represent China at the first World Carnival. I hope you can take this online voting seriously." Cao Hongyi said. "This live broadcast is coming to an end. Goodbye until the playoffs." Yu Bing corrected, "It should be goodbye until the World Carnival." Cao Hongyi quickly slapped himself and laughed, "It was so excited that I almost forgot. For the Carnival project, I will also be commentating with Sister Bing. It is from 10 a.m. New York time on October 2nd, which is 10 p.m. Beijing time. That is when the opening ceremony of the first Miracle World Carnival will be held. Everyone who likes Miracle must stay in front of your computer and pay attention to the wonderful performance of our 6 players." Yu Bing nodded with a calm expression. "See you at 10 o'clock on October 2 ND. Goodbye." The live screen moved towards the 2 teams' soundproof rooms. The time players who won the game were naturally very happy. Meanwhile, the players for Terminator looked a bit depressed. They were at the bottom of the regular season. According to the Miracle League's promotion system, they would have to face the champion of the second division next spring. If the champion of the second division beat them, the opponent would take away one of the 8 spots in the first division and Terminator would be downgraded to the second division. Captain Liao Zhendong frowned slightly. He thought of old Cat who appeared in the Q group some time ago and felt uneasy. If Cat God came back with a new team, he would definitely return by advancing through the second division. Then the Terminator team would be the biggest obstacle for Cat God to advance. Next spring's promotion race, whose dream would end? Liao Zhendong's heart sank, but he couldn't fall down as captain. He shook hands with Time, took a deep breath and hugged his teammates. He encouraged everyone by saying, "We will refuel next season." Li Cangyu saw this scene and couldn't help feeling sad. He was often the losing party and would take the initiative to stand up and comfort his teammates after losing a game. At that time, he was still young. He could get up after every failure and continue to move forward, plucking up the courage to lead the team. Now he was no longer qualified to fail. He had only one chance and he had to grasp it. Thus, "Captain Liao, I will definitely defeat you in next year's promotion match." Li Cangyu took a deep breath to stabilize his mood, turned off the live broadcast and spoke in the team channel, "Today we won't play any instances. All of you, look through the forum to watch the videos. We will take a few days off to watch the carnival." Xiao Gu's voice was somewhat depressed, "Are you going to watch it live?" "I can't go to the scene with Uncle." Zhang Xueming spoke bluntly, "Never mind, I will accompany you to watch the videos." Li Cangyu smiled. "I forgot to tell you the good news. My application to the boss has been approved and the 2 of you can come to New York. Let's watch the carnival together." Xiao Gu excitedly cried out, "Oh really? I haven't been to America yet. I can really go." Zhang Xueming was also excited. "You are truly loyal Cat God." Li Cangyu laughed. "The boss has a lot of money and I allocated some of the team funds. This time, your fares to go back and forth will be deducted from the team funds." Xiao Gu sent a row of kisses. "Cat God is awesome. I've decided to be your fanboy starting from today." Zhang Keming smiled. "You have defected so soon? Weren't you a Captain Ling fan?" Gu Siming replied seriously, "I am Captain Ling's black fan while I am Cat God's brainless fan. There is no conflict." It meant that he would dare blacken Captain Ling but not Cat God, truly smart. Zhang Xueming gave Xiao Gu a thumbs up and said, "I will ask the boss to book us tickets for the day." Xiao Han had been silently listening to everyone on the voice channel. He couldn't understand anything and finally couldn't help asking, "Cat God? What club? What are you doing?" Xiao Gu replied positively, "We are professional players in the Dragon Warriors Club. Isn't it amazing? Xiao Han. Bai Xian smiled and said, Xiao Han, we aren't intentionally deceiving you. We don't know if you have the intention to go to China to play in the professional league, so we didn't say anything the last time we met. In fact, Love to Eat Braised Fish is our team's captain and we are professional players. Li Cangyu added, there is no need to feel any pressure. Once you come to New York, everyone will gather together. Xiao Gu is a similar age, so you should become friends. Gu Siming immediately agreed. My paladin will cover you, underwear assassin. What was this nickname? Xiao Han stared at the screen. After a long time, he said, okay, I will come to see you on the 1st. He was calm on the surface, but Xiao Han was actually feeling curious. They were professional players. He had actually been abused by a big god. Chapter 70 Crazy Voting. Li Cangyu was loyal while Lu Chuan was very bold. The last time they met in Changsha, they helped Xiao Gu and Old Zhang buy tickets to go to New York. The procedures for leaving the country and the tickets were all handled by Lu Chuan. The Dragon Warriors Club had deep pockets and this wasn't a high cost. Lu Chuan felt that it was good to let players leave the country. In particular, Xiao Gu hadn't gone anywhere since joining the Dragon Warriors training camp. They should let him open his eyes and know the truth of a mountain beyond a mountain, so that he could find his own position and have a joyful debut. Zhang Xueming and Gu Siming asked the boss about the departure time and then anxiously rushed to pack their bags. On the evening of September 25, Miracle's official website in China was almost paralyzed by fans. It was the last moments of the carnival coding. The netizens cast their votes and the ranking changed almost every minute. Just clicking their mouse on the refresh button would show different rankings, making it particularly exciting. Ling Suifeng's fans were very organized and disciplined. At around 11 o'clock in the evening, they started to insanely vote, sending Captain Ling to a first-place position that couldn't be surpassed. Sui Guangmo and Tan Shishan's fans followed, the trio forming the first echelon of the voting. The competition from the 4th to the 12th place was extremely fierce. There were too many excellent players in the Miracle League, each with their individual personality and their diehard fans. The fans hoped that the players they liked could be selected. People even registered various side accounts at the beginning and were waiting for the final voting period. The current rankings from 4th place onward was, Red Fox's Captain Lu Xiang, Time's Vice Captain Cheng Wei, Pure Cleansing's Vice Captain Chu Yan, Cheetah's Captain Zhang Su, Ghost Spirit's Captain Lu Washuan, Red Fox's Vice Captain Yang Muzi, Wind Color's Vice Captain Yan Ruwen, Ghost Spirit's Vice Captain Zhang Shaowai, Flying Feather's Vice Captain Yu Ping Sheng and Pure Cleansing's Captain Zhu Qingyu. These people only had a difference of a few hundred votes between first and last, and there were still many fans waiting to vote at the least minute. The final result was unpredictable. There was only 1 hour left. At this moment, Zhang Shaowai suddenly wrote a message on Weibo. Thank you to all the people who voted for me. Friends who have extra votes, please don't vote for me again. Use all of them on my brother Lu Washuan. I hope that he can represent the country and become a killer at the World Carnival. Thank you. The fans left many messages. I understand Vice Captain Zhang. It would hurt his brother, so he would rather give up his spot to help his brother. Captain Lu will certainly be very pleased to have such a brother. Listen to the Vice Captain. Use all votes on brother Lu. Everyone vote quickly. We must secure one place for ghost spirits. Once Lu Washuan got out from the shower, he opened to the voting interface on the official website and saw that he had actually jumped to 5th place. What was going on? He had a cold personality since he was a child and didn't have many diehard fans in the league. It was incomparable to Tan Shishan. His votes had already fallen to 7th place and he hadn't held on to hope. How could he suddenly reach 5th place in the poll? Lu Washuan opened Weibo and finally understood. It turned out that Zhang Shaowai voluntarily gave up an opportunity to be selected and helped him gain votes on Weibo. This stupid brother might have a low IQ, but this simple support made Lu Washuan feel particularly warm. He walked to the living room and found Zhang Shaowai looking through Weibo. Lu Washuan sat next to him and reached out for a gently hug. He placed his face on Zhang Shaowai's chest and whispered, "Thank you, Hui." Zhang Shaowai laughed. "Brother, we are more affectionate than true brothers." "Thank you." "What brother?" "Your grandfather's grandfather and my grandfather's grandfather were brothers." Lu Washuan scolded his fool in his heart but didn't say it. He just quietly felt the distinct muscles as well as the regular heartbeat. His manly brother was always so reliable in key moments, causing Lu Washuan to sink down. Lu Wuxuan helplessly sighed deep in his heart before pushing up his glasses and saying, "If I am selected as a carnival representative, I will ask the manager to let you come with me." Zhang Shaowai's eyes brightened. "Really? Great, if brother goes and asks the manager then he will definitely listen to you." There was a hint of softness in Lu Wuxuan's eyes as he watched Zhang Shaowai's excited appearance. At the same time, Pure Cleansing's captain Zhu Qingyu also posted a message on Weibo. "Dear fans and black fans, if you still have tickets then please use all of them to vote for Vice-Captain Chu Yan. Thank you. If Chu Yan is selected then I will cry for you. Cry 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 cry. Fans. Black fans." The crybaby youth acted unscrupulous in order to gain votes and blackened himself. The result was that Pure Cleansing's Vice-Captain Chu Yan received a lot of sympathy votes from passers-by. There were also many messages under Zhu Qingyu's post. "Crybaby, you still haven't weaned off your mother. Xiaozhu, don't cry, I'll go vote. Xiaozhu, don't cry. I'll give you a pack of paper towers. What brand do you want?" The witty Zhu Qingyu blackened himself to pull sympathy votes for Chu Yan. The little guy who cried after losing a game, who was abused and smeared in the last few years, becoming the most controversial player in the Miracle League. However, he was strong and could treat his own dark past as a joke, telling everyone that this young man had really grown up. Chu Yan felt very thankful as he looked at Xiaozhu. "You blackened yourself without hesitation." Zhu Qingyu made an embarrassed expression but his eyes were particularly firm. "The Pure Cleansing team should gain one spot. Master, you have to prove to Miracle fans around that world that our country's supports are also very powerful." Chu Yan smiled and agreed. "I will." In fact, Xiaozhu was the apprentice personally raised by Chu Yan. Many players in the league knew that Chu Yan was quite courageous for daring to put his crybaby apprentice who just debuted as the captain. Li Cangyu transferred with his team and Chu Yan abdicated to the position of vice-captain. These two decisions had been voted by many netizens as the boldest decision. Now when the Pure Cleansing team dealt with reporters, Xiaozhu was able to face them and show his ability to withstand setbacks. Chu Yan was actually in charge of the training and tactical arrangements within the team. All fans of Pure Cleansing knew that Vice-Captain Chu was actually the team's real commander and pillar. Once the ace players started to canvass for votes, the Carnival's voting poll changed. As one of the few female players in the Miracle League, Lu Xiang attracted many passers-by votes and was ranked 4th. Cheng Wei relied on his popularity to be 5th but the fans of the Ghost Spirits and Pure Cleansing teams united and released the tickets. Lu Wuxuan and Chu Yan were promoted to the top 6 and Cheng Wei was squeezed to 7th place. The Time team already had Tan Shishan. In order to compete with Captain Ling and Captain Su, the Time fans used most of their votes on Captain Tan. Now it was too late to pull up Cheng Wei as the remaining votes definitely weren't as much as the Ghost Spirits and Pure Cleansing fans. Once the voting was about to end, Cheng Wei stared at the gradually stabilizing rankings and couldn't help feeling sad. He wasn't in the top 6, he couldn't go to New York to see Cat God. Cheng Wei lowered his head in a depressed manner. Should he buy a ticket to go to New York? Then Tan Shishan pushed open the door and entered. Once he saw the kitten's sickly appearance, Tan Shishan walked to his side and asked in a worried manner, "What is it?" Cheng Wei whispered, "The result of the poll is confirmed. Zhu Qingyu and Zhang Shaowai gave up their votes and I didn't make the top 6. This pathetic look was like a beloved fish being stolen from the kitten. Tan Shishan sat down next to him and rubbed his head. "Don't be sad. The fans of Ghost Spirits and Pure Cleansing used their voting tickets. There are so many teams in the league, if 2 members of Time are selected then the fans of other teams won't be convinced. I was asked by the manager to discuss some things and I made a request. If you weren't selected, I want to take you to New York." The manager agreed. The frustrated Cheng Wei was instantly full of blood and resurrected. He raised his head and cried out, "Really?" Tan Shishan smiled and nodded. "Of course, you are my family so you should accompany me." Cheng Wei was dazzled by the fact that he could go to New York to see Cat God and didn't react to Tan Shishan's words. Family member accompanying him, since when was he Tan Shishan's family? The official website of the Miracle Professional League released the final result of the carnival voting that evening. Ling Suifeng, Su Guangmo, Tan Shishan, Lu Xiang, Lu Wuxuan and Chu Yan. Some people weren't satisfied with this lineup but more than 80% of the netizens found it acceptable. Ling, Su, and Tang were the captains of 3 high-profile teams. It was natural they would be selected for the carnival. Lu Xiang was the best healer in the league and her popularity was very stable. Lu Wuxuan was the representative of the domestic assassin while Chu Yan was the best auxiliary. Such a lineup appearing in a group battle would definitely be a luxury configuration. Once the poll results came out, Ling Suifeng sent a message on cue to Li Cangyu. "Cat, I was selected." Li Cangyu gave a thumbs up and praised him. "Good. When are you coming to New York? Are you coming alone or with everyone? The league will be making a group booking and Chairman Nan will lead all of us. We should be in New York on the afternoon of the 30th. Are there any activities scheduled for the afternoon of the 30th? No, it will be a night off. Then tell everyone that I will invite them out to eat." "Okay." Ling Suifeng immediately relayed Li Cangyu's words to the Miracle Gossip group. At Flying Cotton, at Grey Wolf, at Shadow Killer, at Chu Gongzi. Everyone who is going to the carnival, Cat said that after we arrive in New York on the 30th, he will invite everyone to eat. Many people in the group were blown up by these words. Cat? Who was Cat? Cheng Wei was stunned for a long time. Cat should buy Cat God, so he couldn't help saying, "How can you call Cat God Cat? I called him Cat and he didn't respond to me for half a day." So Guangmo followed up, "Captain Ling, you calling the sharp Cat God by just Cat is too disgusting. You don't understand. Cat obviously sounds more amiable." Tan Shishan followed up. "How can you talk to your predecessors like that every day?" Chu Yan also popped out. "Chu Chu, is your family's Xiao Zhu crying? Do you need more paper towers?" Zhang Shaowai also joined in on the fun. Chu Yan immediately replied, "Hui Hui, don't make trouble. Your brother is watching you." Li Cangyu. He was going to be broken by this group. Li Cangyu suddenly hesitated at inviting these gods to eat. Meanwhile, the culprit Ling Suifeng was calmly thinking, "What's wrong with me calling him Cat? All of you don't know the relationship between us, I have been calling him this since I was 18 years old. It is my own exclusive nickname, okay?" Chapter 71 Large Foundation. At 5 p.m. on September 30th, the Chinese delegation for the First World Carnival arrived at the New York airport. Chairman Nan Jiangang personally led the team to the hotel that the committee had organized. The hotel accommodations had been arranged in advance. Lu Xiang and the chairman would have separate rooms, so Guangmo and Tan Shishan were together, Chu Yan and Lu Wuxuan were together while Lu Xiang stayed alone. Once they arrived at the hotel, they found that so many people had brought their family members. No matter where it was, so Guangmo had to bring along his younger brother Yu Pingsheng. Tan Shishan was followed by the excited Cheng Wei, Lu Wuxuan took his younger brother Zhang Shaowai, Chu Yan had his apprentice Zhu Qingyu and even Lu Xiang brought along a good friend, Yang Muzi. Chairman Nan Jianggong's head was as big as a cow's and he immediately communicated with the person in charge of booking the hotel to see if he could add more rooms. The result was that the hotel designated by the organizer was full. The desperate Nan Jiangang had to ask, "Do you want to squeeze together or find another hotel?" Cheng Wei raised his hand and actively said, "I can sleep on the ground." Zhang Shaowai took the initiative to come forward. "I will sleep with my brother in the same bed. We often slept together when we were young." Lu Wuxuan made an awkward expression. People were speechless at the silly Zhang Shaowai. How young was he when he was a child? He wanted to squeeze onto the same bed as his brother? In the end, the always reliable Ling Suifeng calmly said, "I know a hotel nearby. Isn't it better to go there and see if they have a few rooms?" The group had no problem with this. The 6 people who were contestants of the carnival first went to check in. They signed in at the reception desk, received the carnival tickets and settled their luggage. According to the original arrangements, Tan Shishan should be rooming with Su Guangmo. However, Tan Shishan didn't take up his luggage. He secretly sneaked his keycard into Su Guangmo's hand and said, "Captain Su, it is better if you stay with Vice Captain Yu. I will accompany Cheng Wei to another hotel." Su Guangmo patted Tan Shishan's shoulder with a smile. "It is just to my liking." Zhang Shaowai wrapped an arm around his brother's shoulder and said, "Brother, I will stay with you. We will let Xiao Zhu stay with his master." Lu Wuxuan gave his room card to Zhu Qingyu with a blank expression. It is easier to communicate when teammates are staying together. Everyone soon reached a consensus on the issue of accommodation. Once Ling Suifeng settled his luggage, he took Tang, Cheng, Lu and Zhang to a nearby hotel and booked 2 rooms. Everyone took a break before meeting at the hotel entrance. Ling Suifeng said, "I have already set a place for dinner with Cat. Is everyone ready to go?" In the previous group chat, people became used to Ling Suifeng calling Cat God by the name Cat. However, seeing him type it was one thing, actually hearing him say it was another matter. They didn't know why, but when they heard Ling Xuefeng say cat, they got a strange sense of intimacy. If Li Cangyu was really a cat, he was a sharp cat who scratched at his opponent. The place to eat wasn't too far away, so Ling Xuefeng suggested that everyone walk there directly. Cheng Wei was excited about seeing Cat God and quickly rushed forward. Tan Shishan helplessly pulled at his wrist. "Don't go so fast. What if you get lost? Your English is poor, so you definitely won't be able to find the way." Cheng Wei glared at him. "I'm not stupid. How can I get lost? There's navigation." Tan Shishan smiled and pulled at him. "Yes, you are the smartest. In fact, I'm afraid of getting lost, so I have to follow you." Cheng Wei raised his chin. "Then keep up." The Tan Cheng combo led the way while everyone followed them with great enthusiasm. It was because this was a foreign country. If it was a city in China, the paparazzi would definitely be attracted by the gathering of so many gods, while the team's fans would chase them. They didn't need to wear masks and sunglasses to hide their identity. They could wear casual clothes and walk on the streets, enjoying the warm and welcoming sunshine. This experience hadn't been possible for a long time, causing the expression on everyone's faces to be relaxed and happy. In order to facilitate the meeting, Li Cangyu's restaurant was separate from the hotel organized by the committee. Ling Xuefeng and the others quickly arrived at the location and found the private room number mentioned in Li Cangyu's text message. Bai Xian had gone to the airport to pick up Xiaogu and Uncle Zhang, so he wasn't participating in the party. Li Cangyu was the only person waiting for everyone in the restaurant. Once he heard someone knocking on the door, Li Cangyu got up and became stunned when he opened it. Weren't there supposed to be only 6 carnival players? How come there were more than 10 people? Was the size of the team so big? The little fellow saw him and pounced, hugging him excitedly. "Cat God, Cat God, Cat God, Cat God! Li Cangyu!" Li Cangyu was almost knocked down and helplessly rubbed his forehead. Yelling his name so loudly and repeating it 4 times, Cheng Wei was truly the league's #1 brainless fan. Due to the actions of the brainless fan, Ling Xuefeng was forced to temporarily hold back his hug. Li Cangyu helplessly pushed Cheng Wei away and smiled. "How did you come?" Cheng Wei replied happily, "The boss gave permission for me to come with Captain Tan. I haven't been to the United States yet and I came to see you." Li Cangyu reached out and rubbed the little guy's head, a rare doting smile on his face. "Long time no see. Why haven't you grown up yet?" Cheng Wei pouted. "I am obviously 2 centimeters taller. When I first met you, I was 1.73 meters and now I am 1.75 meters. Li Cangyu looked him up and down. "Are you 1.75 meters? Why do I feel like you are shorter than before?" Cheng Wei. The bullied Cheng Wei stared gloomily at Cat God. Li Cangyu softened up and smiled. "Don't stare at me like that. I admit that you have grown taller." Cheng Wei became happy and said, "Not only am I taller, I am stronger than before." He showed off his arm muscles to Cat God. Unfortunately, his little arm really didn't have much muscles to show. The big cat and kitten were getting along so well. Ling Xuefeng and Tan Shishan exchanged looks. Among the people who came in later, Chu Yan and Su Guangmo were players who debuted in the 2nd season. It was only 1 year later than Li Cangyu. They had played against Li Cangyu many times in that year and became familiar with Li Cangyu. They took the initiative to greet him. "Cat God still hasn't changed much," Chu Yan said with a smile. "You too." Li Cangyu spoke emotionally. "I haven't seen you for several years but you are still the same. Haha, us old players haven't changed much. It is the new players who grow quickly." Then he dragged his apprentice over. Zhu Qingyu was somewhat embarrassed. His face was slightly red as he saw the man who made him famous as a crybaby and he couldn't help saying weakly, "Cat God as well." Li Cangyu found the young teenager and immediately became interested. "Xiao Zhu also came?" Zhu Qingyu replied, "Yes, I came to be part of the audience." Chu Yan explained, "Xiao Zhu hasn't been abroad so I took him to watch." Li Cangyu agreed. "Yes, it is good to go out. This time, many people brought someone." Su Guangmo interrupted. "So many people came today, won't Cat God's pressure be very big?" Li Cangyu said, "It doesn't matter. I brought my cards so eat whatever you want." Yu Ping Sheng didn't like to communicate with people. He stayed like a ghost behind his brother and only smiled at Li Cangyu. The smile was faint, just like his silent walk. Vice Captain Yu was really amazing. If he moved around in the middle of the night, he would definitely be able to give a midnight shock. Li Cangyu nodded at Yu Pingsheng. Then Zhang Shaowai actively walked over to Li Cangyu and extended a hand. Cat God! You have become handsomer after a few years. Li Cangyu said, you have become more talkative. Zhang Shaowai laughed. Of course. You are the host today, so I have to praise you even more. Lu Wushuan's nature had always been cold. He came over and nodded to Li Cangyu, then stood silently by his younger brother. The remaining two sisters of the Red Fox team and Tan Shishan were younger generation players who debuted in the 4th season. Li Cangyu was meeting them for the first time today. Ling Suifeng introduced them. This is Red Fox's current captain Lu Xiang and the vice captain Yang Muzi. Li Cangyu took the initiative to hold out a hand and said, I am more familiar with Yu Bing. I haven't met any of the Red Fox's second generation. Lu Xiang gave a gentle laugh and gracefully said, I often hear people mention the name Cat God. Today is our first meeting. Let's get along in the future. This girl was able to act so calmly after meeting a big god, and her generous performance was decent. Li Cangyu admired her even more. He said with a smile, Captain Lu is so polite. Yu Bing raised a good person. Yes. Lu Xiang stood next to Yang Muzi. Cat God as well. Finally, the youngest captain in this group, Tan Shishan, came forward to shake hands. Li Cangyu looked up at him. Tan Shishan was standing next to Ling Suifeng. Despite being young, he didn't show any weakness in his aura. Unlike Ling Suifeng's indifference and toughness, Tan Shishan always smiled and gave the feeling of a spring breeze. This storytelling god was full of humor and wasn't afraid of Cat God, whom he was meeting for the first time. Li Cangyu was very fond of this young player. Tan Shishan didn't show the impatience of young people when playing the game, and he was more stable than Cheng Wei. Cheng Wei actively introduced them. Cat God, this is the new captain of time, Tan Shishan. I know. Li Cangyu nodded and shook hands with Tan Shishan. He praised, Captain Tan is really young and promising. Tan Shishan smiled. Cat God is flattering me. In order to steal the kitten, he must have a good relationship with the big cat. Tan Shishan thought this, and his smile became brighter. Cheng Wei made the initial move and Ling Suifeng decided to grab the finale. He wasn't polite as the previous players who shook hands with Li Cangyu. Ling Suifeng stepped forward and directly hugged Li Cangyu to his chest, whispering, long time no see. The hugged Li Cangyu thought that it hadn't been that long. Didn't they just see each other in Shanghai? But it wasn't good to refute Ling Suifeng in front of so many people. Li Cangyu could only hug him and pat him on the shoulder. Okay, let's all sit down. Don't be polite. Li Cangyu had booked a table for 10 people, but too many people had showed up. He had the waiter temporarily add 2 more chairs and dishes. The table might be slightly crowded, but it would also be more lively. Li Cangyu sat down and said, this store is opened by a Cantonese person. You have to adjust to the time difference when coming to New York, so it is better to eat some food from home. Please try the light Cantonese dishes tonight. The brainless fan always supported Cat God's decisions. Cantonese is good. I don't like spicy food, and I'm also not accustomed to half-cooked Western food. Cantonese food is light and not greasy. It will be just right to eat. So Guangmo also said, thank you Cat God. Eating light foods is better for digestion. Li Cangyu was very thoughtful about this. Some people didn't easily adjust when going abroad, so it was best to eat light domestic food. Ling Suifeng asked, do you want to order first? Well, everybody look at the menu and order what you like. Li Cangyu handed the iPad for ordering to Ling Suifeng. The latter swept through the menu and first found the page for fish. There is steamed fish. Is it enough to order 3? Li Cangyu said, order 4. Zhang Shaowai asked, is steamed fish so essential that you will order 4 of them? Li Cangyu looked up and smiled. 2 are for me and the other 2 are for everyone else. Everyone. Li Cangyu vs. Carnival representatives and professional players, competition project, eating fish. The result, Li Cangyu won. Cat God's obsession with fish was really admirable. The 12 people ordered a full table of dishes. Everyone chatted while eating and the private room was full of joy. The atmosphere of the Miracle League wasn't as lively as it was in the first season. The number of gatherings weren't as frequent. Still, the best of the new generation, Tan Shishan was humble since debut. He didn't dare become too arrogant so old and new players could sit together and chat. The people of different teams had to kill each other every time they met on the field, but now the regular season had ended. The carnival was just an entertainment gathering and there wasn't too much pressure. The young people didn't need to be arrogant. Since the carnival started on October 2nd, Li Cangyu didn't buy wine to avoid affecting everyone's status. Come, tea will be used as a substitute for wine. Everyone, let's have a drink to having a good time in New York. Li Cangyu took the lead in standing up. Everyone stood up together and toasted each other. It was a rare encounter and they cheered for their common goal. Once dinner ended, some people returned to their hotels while some were interested in shopping in New York. Ling Suifeng wanted to talk to Li Cangyu alone but found that the big lightbulb Cheng Wei was following Li Cangyu. Ling Suifeng looked at Tan Shishan and said, "Captain Tan, is Cheng Wei's luggage still being held by the hotel?" Tan Shishan immediately smiled and pulled Xiao Chang away. "Let's go back to the hotel first and bring your luggage to your room. Otherwise, you might come back too late and the staff at the front desk might be off work." Cheng Wei wondered, don't hotels usually have people on duty 24 hours a day? Tan Shishan's excuse was pierced but he still talked with a straight face. "Perhaps it is different in New York. It is better to go and get it in advance." He said this while dragging Cheng Wei forward. Cheng Wei had to look back at Li Cangyu and cried out, "Cat God, I am going first to get my luggage. I'll see you again on another day." Li Cangyu waved at him. "Come and find me when you are free. I will take you around the downtown New York area." Cheng Wei was happy and easily followed Tan Shishan. Once the two of them walked away, Li Cangyu looked back at Ling Suifeng and asked, "You took Cheng Wei away. Do you have something to say to me?" Ling Suifeng was discovered by the witty cat and no longer covered it up. "How is the situation with you team?" "Fine." Li Cangyu looked at him seriously. "The assassin you met in the online game happens to live in Boston. I went to see him with Bai Xian a few days ago. He is very talented and I plan to train him to see if he can develop into a possible teammate." Li Cangyu didn't want to hide it. After all, Ling Suifeng was asking out of concern for a friend rather than inquiring about the future enemy. There was no need to conceal it. In any case, his team would be exposed in the future. The trust that Li Cangyu gave him made Ling Suifeng feel very thankful. His eyes weren't gentle as he whispered, "It isn't easy to find a powerful killer. Right now, there are many killers in the league but it is rare for them to be as excellent as Lu Wushuan and Zhang Shaowai. If you can train this person, he might be the sharpest weapon against many teams in the future. Take advantage of it." Li Cangyu laughed. "Yes, that's what I was thinking." Under the streetlights, Li Cangyu's handsome face was illuminated by a warm glow. His lips that opened and closed while talking seemed to be coated with a soft luster, making Ling Suifeng want to hold him and kiss him. Ling Suifeng's eyes were dark and deep, seemingly holding many unspeakable emotions. Li Cangyu was watched by this eyes and suddenly got palpitations. He quickly turned away and coincidentally saw a same-sex couple kissing intensely on the street. Li Cangyu touched his nose and whispered, "Foreign countries are really open. Cough, we shouldn't act as light bulbs." Li Cangyu pretended to be calm as he stepped forward, destroying the ambiguous atmosphere. Ling Suifeng smiled helplessly and stepped forward with Li Cangyu. The shadows behind them were stretched out by the streetlights, making them look fused together from a distance. Chapter 72 Team Gathering. Li Cangyu and Ling Suifeng separated at the entrance to the hotel. Li Cangyu took a car home. This time, it wasn't his sister's home but a small villa that he recently rented. It wasn't very convenient to always live in his sister's house. In addition, Xiao Gu, Uncle Zhang, and Xiao Han were coming over. Li Cangyu simply rented a bigger house to receive all his teammates. He just got home when he heard the voice of a young boy. "This place is very big. Ah, Cat God is rich. There are 2 floors." It was followed by standard Mandarin. "Don't run around, you little madman. Hey, you really are a little madman." This was clearly Zhang Shuiming. Li Cangyu laughed and opened the door. "I'm back." Xiao Gu immediately pounced. "Cat God is back." Li Cangyu was once again almost knocked down and helplessly rubbed his forehead. Were young teenagers these days always so warm and direct? Did Bai Xian arrange a room for you when you arrived? Li Cangyu asked Zhang Shuiming. "Yes, Vice Captain Bai cleaned the rooms very well." Zhang Shuiming smiled and pulled the young boy back. "Why are you holding Cat God like that? The qualification certificate to become a brainless fan will definitely be sent to you. Now go and bring your luggage to the bedroom." Xiao Gu was taken by his uncle to sort out the luggage. Li Cangyu came to the living room and saw Bai Xian cutting fruit. He unceremoniously took an apple slice and shoved it in his mouth. He asked, "Have you had dinner yet?" "It was too late to go home and cook, so I took them out to eat." Bai Xian looked at the greedy cat eating fruit and smiled. "How was your party with them? How many people were present today?" "It was a bit much," Li Cangyu said with a shrug. "I originally thought it would only be the 6 carnival players. The result was that 12 people turned up today. These people brought their own followers. So many people." Bai Xian was obviously very surprised. "Was Cheng Wei there as well?" "Yes." Li Cangyu nodded. "There was also Yu Pingsheng, Zhang Xiaowai, Xiao Zhu, and Red Fox's vice-captain Yang Muzi." Bai Xian exclaimed, "I haven't seen these people in a long time." Li Cangyu gently wrapped an arm around Bai Xian's shoulder. "I will take you to the next party." Bai Xian glanced at him and said, "I'm not very interested in lively parties. Tomorrow night we will be holding a gathering for our own team. Are you planning to go out or stay at home?" Li Cangyu pointed to Bai Xian's hands and laughed. "Of course I will be at home. Our vice-captain Bai is cooking and will make them not regret joining the team. They will end up surrounding Chef Bai." Bai Xian heard these words and suddenly thought of a group of dogs and cats salivating over his food. Under Cat God's leadership, would this team really become a foodie camp? The next day, Bai Xian prepared a hearty meal in advance and prepared a full table in the dining room. At 5 p.m., Xie Shurong arrived on time. Xiao Gu and Uncle Zhang were meeting him for the first time, but due to their frequent conversations in the game, everyone wasn't a stranger and they chatted to each other. Xiao Han arrived last and looked nervous as he stood in front of this group of people. Gu Siming looked at the mixed-race teenager who was around the same age as him. He walked over with great enthusiasm and said, "Are you the underwear assassin?" "Hello, my name is Gu Siming. Did you dye your hair?" Xiao Han. What did he mean by underwear assassin? Could he put away this bizarre title? In addition, his hair wasn't dyed. Xiao Han looked at Gu Siming with some unhappiness. The latter looked at him curiously. The two teenagers both had dark eyes, but one had black hair while the other was a beautiful gold. Bai Xian looked at this scene and something sprouted in his heart. He hurriedly walked over and stretched out to pat both their heads. He said softly, "The two of you just met, so don't quarrel. Let's go eat first and taste my skills." After entering the restaurant, Xiao Han saw a young man and his eyes lit up. "You are Tree God." Xiao Han was seeing his idol with his own eyes, so his heart was bound to be excited. Xie Shurong showed a handsome smile as he acted like a great god. "Hello, I am Xie Shurong and I am a member of Cat God's new team." Xiao Han. Xie Shurong pointed to the seat next to him and said generously, "Xiao Han, come sit." Xiao Han sat beside him with a stunned look. Bai Xian smiled. "Xiao Han, later you will see Xie Shurong's true self and your image of him will certainly be broken." The dishes on the table looked really colorful and delicious. Once Li Cangyu saw that everyone was present, he said, "Start eating. Everyone is welcome." Then Xiao Han saw a strange picture. Apart from Bai Xian, the other 4 people started to bury their heads in the food. The captain grabbed the fish in front of him, Tree God grabbed the braised pork ribs in front of him. Gu Siming reached out for the eggplant bowl with quick hands while the oldest Uncle Zhang wasn't to be outdone and his chopsticks stole the biggest chicken wing. Xiao Han. How many days had they been hungry? Bai Xian saw that Xiao Han was still sitting there stiffly and smiled, handing over a piece of braised pork. "Come eat. If you are too polite to them, you won't be able to eat later." "Thank you." Xiao Han chewed on the braised pork while observing the group of people gobbling down their food. He wasn't familiar with everyone and felt some shyness when eaten. Later, he found that if he didn't move fast, he wouldn't be able to keep up with their speed. Almost all of the vegetable dishes had been eaten. Only one piece of chicken wing was left and Xiao Han hadn't even tasted it yet. Xiao Han stared at the chicken wing with the sharp eyes of a killer before raising his chopsticks and shooting accurately to grab the chicken wing. At this table, he successfully grabbed the last chicken wing. He felt a strange sense of accomplishment. Professional players using their hand speed to grab food, was this what the team was all about? In addition, there was Tree God. Couldn't he slow down when he ate? How did this image completely contradict the elegant and fast-moving swordsman? During dinner, no one spoke. It was because everyone's mouths were full of delicious food and they were busy eating. Who could still chat? It wasn't until the meal was over and everyone was touching their bellies contentedly that they headed to the living room to chat. Li Cangyu smiled and asked, "How was the cooking of our vice-captain?" Zhang Chuiming immediately gave a thumbs up. "Sure enough, he is a legendary chef." Xiao Gu also said, "It is so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious eggplant." Xie Shurong patted Bai Xian on the shoulder and spoke proudly. "I joined the team because of Vice-Captain Bai. In addition to being a milk god, Vice-Captain Bai is also a chef." Bai Xian smiled and looked at him. "You can't get rid of your fate of washing dishes by kissing up to me." Xie Shurong immediately hugged Bai Xian in a petulant manner. "Bai Xian, good Bai Xian, you are the best. Can I not wash dishes today? I have been washing them for a month." Bai Xian ordered, "No, hurry and go wash them." Xie Shurong was forced to run to the kitchen. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he cried out excitedly, "Great, there is a dishwasher." Xiao Han. He couldn't think of A Shu as his idol. Shamelessly holding on to the vice-captain in order to not wash the dishes and then acting like the dishwasher was like winning the lottery, was he truly a great god? Xiao Han was so disillusioned. Chapter 73 Receiving an Apprentice. October 1st was a day when everyone was idle. Xiao Gu wanted to go to the legendary biggest miracle store in the world. Xiao Han didn't express an opinion, but once the surrounding stores were mentioned, his eyes turned bright. Li Cangyu decided to take everyone to the stores. The World Carnival attracted miracle fans from all over the world. Once Li Cangyu arrived at the shopping center, he found that there were crowds of people here, with some well-known shops having long queues. The third floor contained the largest miracle square, with 6 racial statues with realistic appearance at the entrance. These statues were over 2 meters tall and many tourists stood with the statue to take a group photo. Gu Siming tugged Xiao Han and rushed into the surrounding stores. He faced a large row of game models in the window and finally decided to buy a model of a paladin. He was just about to pay when Zhang Chuiming patted the back of his head. "You are stupid. Coming all the way to buy this stuff when the domestic Dobeo stores have it at almost the same price and even do home deliveries." Gu Siming. Bai Xian also came over and smiled at Xiao Gu. "Your uncle Zhang is right. These globally distributed models don't need to be bought in New York. Their prices are unified and they can be bought domestically. If you want to buy something, you might as well buy the limited editions that aren't available in China." Gu Siming suddenly realized. "Oh, that's right. Bai Xian had a collecting hobby." His eyes quickly locked on a glass counter and he walked Xiao Gu over to it, pointing to a display of exquisite goods. "These are all limited editions." Gu Siming wanted to take the entire glass counter back with him. Unfortunately, the limited editions goods were expensive. He brought a lot of money but he could only buy a few pieces. What should he buy? Gu Siming lowered his head and carefully selected. Xiao Han also walked to the limited edition area and his eyes lingered on a box of bookmarks. Bai Xian walked over to him and smiled. "This set of bookmarks is to commemorate the 6th season, including all the current classes in Miracle. The metal is well preserved and it won't fade for several years." Xiao Han nodded at Vice-Captain Bai's comments. "The physical bookmarks are better than the online photos. Do you want to buy it?" Bai Xian asked. Xiao Han looked at the price. This set of bookmarks was particularly expensive and he didn't have that much money on him. Buying the limited edition items was too extravagant. Perhaps he could buy a set of paper as commemoration. Xiao Han thought this and looked up. "I won't buy it." Then he reluctantly removed his gaze to other areas. Bai Xian looked at the teenager's upright back and smiled slightly. Li Cangyu was coming this way, so Bai Xian immediately pulled him to a corner and said softly, "Xiao Han obviously doesn't have much money when he came to New York this time. He just looked at a limited edition bookmarks set and wasn't willing to buy it. Do you want to buy it for him?" "Oh, there is little meaning." Li Cangyu used his credit card and bought the bookmarks set that Xiao Han was just looking at. Then he walked to the teenager and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Han, this is for you." Xiao Han turned and found that Li Cangyu was holding the item he had been paying attention to for a long time but wasn't willing to buy. He felt touched but protested, I can't accept you gift." "So polite." Li Cangyu laughed. "It is a good thing to accept. I am older than you and have earned more money than you. If you don't mind, it is better to become my apprentice." Xiao Gu's ears were very sharp. When he heard this, he rushed over and said, "Quickly agree. Cat God has never taken an apprentice before. If Cheng Wei knows this, then he will definitely be jealous to death, ha ha ha. You can be out team's little prince. You will be on par with Qin Mo. Xiao Han. Who was Cheng Wei? Who was Qin Mo? He could never understand the little madman's words. Li Cangyu saw Xiao Han's stunned expression. He patted the boy on his shoulder and said, I want to accept you as an apprentice because you are very talented. If you really want to be good at playing miracle, you can follow me. I have played in competitions for many years and my experience is richer than yours. Cat God was actually being humble because his level could already be considered world-class. Xiao Han was a rookie without professional training. The most powerful proof was that he was killed down to his underwear in the online game. Xiao Han didn't know how strong this person was. He only knew that the other person was a professional player. He didn't know much about the domestic miracle league and never heard the name of Cat God. However, Li Cangyu's sincerity moved the teenager. He was just a small and inconspicuous player. Forget Cat God putting him into his fixed team in the online game. Cat God personally ran to Boston to see him and today he bought such a valuable item and wanted to accept him as an apprentice. This treatment made Xiao Han feel flattered and particularly warm. He looked at Li Cangyu in front of him and found that this man's smile was really handsome. How could he hesitate to recognize such a master? Xiao Han thought this and immediately nodded. Okay, I will acknowledge you as my master. Li Cangyu smiled with satisfaction. Good, I promise that you won't regret it. He hadn't planned to accept Xiao Han as an apprentice. Then he talked to Ling Suifeng on the street last night and Ling Suifeng mentioned that it was rare for a killer to surpass the Lu Zhang combination in the domestic miracle league. Xiao Han had been abroad and wasn't affected by the style of killers in the domestic league. He was a piece of white paper and how he grew in the future depended entirely on him. If Li Cangyu could one day bring this mixed-race boy back to China, maybe he really could become the most distinctive killer on the stage of the Chinese Miracle League. Besides, Ling Suifeng had Qin Mo as an apprentice so Li Cangyu couldn't fall behind. He looked at the young boy who felt lost after having no money to buy the surrounding goods and softened. This Xiao Han might have experienced some things, leading to a more rebellious and arrogant nature than the average teenager. Li Cangyu wanted to raise this boy and his strong desire to protect this boy made him not hesitate. He decided to accept Xiao Han as an apprentice. At this point, the teenager's black eyes were full of emotions. Li Cangyu's smile couldn't become wider as he patted the young boy's head and stuffed the bookmarks set into his hand. He said, "This is Master's gift to you. I want to buy you something so you don't have to be polite. Just accept it." Xiao Han was happy enough to faint. It felt good to be fostered by a local tyrant. Li Cangyu opened the buying mode of a local tyrant. He bought many goods for Xiao Han and Xiao Gu, making the two youngsters extremely happy. Li Cangyu didn't expect that he would actually encounter Ling Suifeng in these stores. The eyes of the two men met in the crowd. Ling Suifeng immediately walked over and said, "What a coincidence! Why are you here?" "I'm bringing my friends to buy something." "What are you doing here?" Li Cangyu looked at him doubtfully. "I was idle today and decided to help Qin Mo buy something for Yan Ruwen." Ling Suifeng glanced behind him and said Bai Xian and Zhang Shuiming. He took the initiative to greet them first. "Hello." Bai Xian came forward with a smile. "Captain Ling as well." Zhang Shuiming exclaimed, "This is Ling Suifeng? I haven't seen you in so long. You've changed a lot." Ling Suifeng said, "You have also changed a lot, old Zhang." Zhang Shuiming laughed and touched his chin. "I have a beard. I'm getting old." Gu Siming heard Captain Ling's name and immediately ran over. Captain Ling. Of course, he didn't dare to directly pounce on this man. After all, Captain Ling was too serious and showed an indifferent expression to everyone apart from Cat God. Ling Suifeng looked at the baby-faced boy in front of him and immediately thought of the paladin in Cat's team, his own black fan. "Are you Xiao Gu?" Ling Suifeng nodded to him. Gu Siming was excited. "Ah, I didn't expect Captain Ling to know my last name." "Hee. I am Gu Siming." Zhang Shuiming rubbed his head. "Hurry and ask Captain Ling for a signature." "Oh, yes." Gu Siming opened a packet of freshly bought posters and handed one to Ling Suifeng. "Captain Ling, can I get a signature?" Ling Suifeng was polite and signed Undead Demon. This was his registered ID in the Miracle Professional League and he was called a devil by fans. Gu Siming was very excited and cautiously put away the signed poster. Xiao Han didn't know who Ling Suifeng was but after seeing everyone come over to say hello, he came and stood behind Cat God. Ling Xuefeng saw this blonde, black-eyed mixed-race youth and couldn't help asking, "Who is this?" Li Kangyu replied, "The assassin." Ling Xuefeng suddenly realized. "Oh, frost descends." Xiao Han's eyes widened with surprise. "How do you know my game ID? I'm Steamed Base and I previously fought with you in the new district." Ling Xuefeng said. Xiao Han couldn't help thinking, this is the one Cat God called the weakest among his friends. Li Kangyu took the initiative to say, "His name is Xiao Han and I just accepted him as an apprentice. Is that right?" Ling Xuefeng looked at Xiao Han and found that this young boy looked very cold and stubborn. He seemed a bit like Ling Xuefeng's arrogant apprentice Qin Mo. However, Ling Xuefeng believed that this little guy would become obedient after a week of training with Li Kangyu. Ling Xuefeng thought up to here and said, "Train him well and I will let him play with Qin Mo later." Li Kangyu laughed. "That is what I intended." Xiao Han was very confused when he heard the name Qin Mo but refused to ask. Gu Siming actively came over and explained, "Qin Mo is a rookie in the Domestic Miracle League and Captain Ling's only apprentice. Captain Ling is our Cat God's strongest opponent, so you and Qin Mo will definitely be opponents in the future." Xiao Han was very dazed. Didn't his master say that this person was the weakest among all his friends? How come he was the strongest opponent? Gu Siming gently patted Xiao Han's shoulder and said in the tone of a senior, "Young man, you have to refuel." Xiao Han darkly glared at him. "Gu Siming, aren't you a few months younger than me?" "Really?" Gu Siming pretended not to know. Xiao Han ignored him while his heart was full of curiosity about China's Miracle League. "I have to go first." Ling Xuefeng looked down at his watch and said. "The official delegation of Chinese reporters will be here soon to film the stores. In order to avoid being recognized, I suggest that you get out of here as soon as possible." "I'll go after buying something." Li Kangyu replied. "Go first and have a good afternoon rest. The carnival will open tomorrow morning." "Okay, I understand." Ling Xuefeng turned away. Li Kangyu moved through the stores with his teammates before also leaving. On the afternoon of the same day, Li Kangyu took everyone to visit a few well-known attractions around the city. They also ate authentic Western food. It was already dark when they came home and they had to get up early to go to the carnival venue tomorrow. Li Kangyu suggested that everyone go to bed early. Xiao Han had a shower and sat on his bed to sort through today's harvest. Then he heard a knock on the door. "Come in." Xiao Han put away the surrounding boxes and Li Kangyu opened the door. Xiao Han quickly got up. "Master." "Xiao Han, sit down. I have something to say to you." Li Kangyu walked over and sat down next to him. After the shower, the teenager's skin appeared whiter and his golden hair fell softly over his ears. He looked very cute but always had a cold expression, making Li Kangyu think of a beautiful Persian cat with noble blood. "Master, did something happen?" Xiao Han asked as he looked up. Li Kangyu smiled and stared at him earnestly. "Xiao Han, I used to be a professional player and I plan to return to the Miracle League next year. If you are interested in playing the professional league, I can bring you back to China. Our team belongs to the well-known Dragon Warriors Club in China. The accommodations, training and eating conditions are all good. The players are also easy to get along with. You will certainly adapt if you live there." Li Kangyu added, "Of course, if you don't want to then I won't force you. After all, you are young and playing in the league isn't as casual as the online game. You have to think carefully." Xiao Han was stunned. "At my level, can I really play in the professional league?" He played an assassin in the game because he liked hiding in the darkness to kill people. Xiao Han didn't feel that he had the ability to compete with professional players. The proof was when he fought with Xie Shurong, who was a god. "At your current level, you can't enter the league." Li Kangyu patted his apprentice on the shoulder and continued, "But you have many advantages. As long as you receive professional training, your level can definitely improve. I am interested in your great potential." Li Kangyu looked at the teenager. "Xiao Han, I will ask you a serious question. Are you interested in the Miracle Professional League?" "Of course. I always wanted to play but many clubs in the United States aren't openly recruiting." Xiao Han made tight fists as he said this. If he wasn't interested in the professional league, he wouldn't pay attention to this side of Miracle or have the Chinese player tree as his idol. "Just..." Xiao Han scratched his head with hesitation. "My father might not agree." Li Kangyu said, "As long as you have a firm attitude, Do you want me to help convince your father? Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up. Great! Li Cangyu smiled and rubbed his apprentice's head. Don't rush to make a decision. Playing in the league isn't a simple matter. Once you become a professional player, you must undergo harsh and cruel training. You must also bear failure and embarrassment. I'll give you a week to think about it and then let me know your decision. You are young and have to think responsibly before making a decision. You can't be impulsive, understood? Yes. Xiao Han nodded. Li Cangyu was only a few years older than him, but this man's experience made him seem calm. Every sentence was very reasonable. Even if Xiao Han was in his rebellious period, he admired and respected his newly recognized master. Master was right. He couldn't make a hasty decision. He would soon be 18 years old and must be responsible for his future. Xiao Han decided to calm down and think about whether he truly wanted to become a professional player. Chapter 74 Opening Ceremony. At 9 a.m. on October 2, New York time, the Chinese reporters and photographers waited at the hotel entrance as stipulated by the organizing committee and broadcasted tidbits to the domestic audience. Everyone watching the live broadcast in front of the TV, are you well? I am a frontline reporter of the World Carnival, Ya Rong. In 1 hour, the carnival will officially begin. My current location is the door of the hotel arranged by the World Miracle Organization for this event. Our players are staying at this hotel. They will soon come out, so let me do a simple interview with them. The female reporter in front of the camera spoke quickly. She had her hair in a neat ponytail and lovely dimples when she laughed. As she walked forward, she said, "The 6 players in the carnival are very popular gods in China. I believe that everyone must be looking forward to seeing them. Oh, I see Captain Ling. Let's go to say hello." Ya Rong walked quickly to Ling Suifeng and raised the microphone to his mouth. "Captain Ling, hello. How do you feel about coming to New York?" Ling Suifeng's expression was very calm. "It's fine." This man was particularly difficult to interview, but Ya Rong still had to ask. In this World Carnival, it is said there is a 3v3 match. "Captain Ling, can you reveal who will be participating in the 3v3 match?" Ling Suifeng said, "It is inconvenient to reveal this. It will be known to everyone after the opening ceremony." Ya Rong was forced to let him go. "Then I will let Captain Ling go." Ling Suifeng nodded. "Yes." She saw Su Guangmo, Yu Pingsheng, Lu Xiang, and Yang Music coming out of the hotel and her eyes brightened. She walked over and excitedly said, "So many great gods are going to the carnival." Su Guangmo replied, "Yes." Ya Rong was curious. "Why is Vice Captain Yu and Vice Captain Yang here?" Yu Pingsheng didn't like to talk, so Su Guangmo answered for him. "I brought my brother over to be an audience member." Lu Xiang smiled and said, "I brought Xiao Ziai to be a companion, otherwise it will be too boring when I'm the only girl." She just finished speaking when a familiar voice was heard from not far away. "Hey, hurry up! Don't be late! Where is the car parked?" Ya Rong looked back and actually found Tan Shishan and Cheng Wei. There were also the Lu Zhang brothers, Chu Yan and Xiao Zhu. It was a shocking scene where so many great people stood together. Ya Rong froze for a few seconds before recovering. She immediately ran over and pointed the microphone at Cheng Wei. "Xiao Wei, why are you here?" Cheng Wei waved at the camera. "I came to be a spectator and to cheer them on." Zhang Xiaowei also placed his head in front of the camera and waved to the domestic audience. "Hello everyone, doesn't our carnival backup group have a lot of people? Don't you think we are so united and loving? Don't blacken us later, thank you. Everyone. Silly Zhang, could you not show your IQ in front of the domestic audience?" Lu Wushuan pulled his younger brother away from the camera. Ya Rong looked at the group gathered together and was shocked. "How come there are so many great gods? Are you planning to crush the other teams with the number of people?" Chu Yan and Zhu Qingyu also came over. Xiao Zhu waved shyly at the camera and made to wipe at fake tears before walking away. Chu Yan stood in front of the camera and said seriously, "Our country has a large population, so it is natural that there are more people coming to New York for sightseeing." Tan Shishan smiled and added, "Based on the number of people, our Chinese team has won." Cheng Wei cooperated with his captain. "Captain spoke well, clap. Everyone." Tan Shishan was right. The other countries sent 6 people to the carnival while the Chinese team, the officials only allowed 6 people but couldn't stop them from bringing their own family members. The result of so many family members meant there were more than 10 great gods gathered. Of course, the supporters such as Cheng Wei and Zhang Shaowai couldn't participate in the competition. They could only sit in the audience and cheer for others. Yao Rong exclaimed, "There are so many great gods cheering. I believe that the representatives for this carnival can perform very well." Nanjian Gang had specifically arranged a shuttle bus to pick up the contestants. As everyone headed towards the vehicle, Yao Rong chased after them. "Can you still not reveal the situation of the 3v3 match? Captain Tan, do you want to play the 3v3? Sorry, it can't be revealed yet." Tan Shishan smiled and winked at the camera. "This is a tactical secret. Everyone. The carnival might be an entertainment gathered, but so many masters from all over the world were coming today. They had to show the audience something. Therefore, Miracle's official website announced official news yesterday. The carnival would have a 3v3 match. Players from all over the world could choose 3 players in their country to form a small team to play the 3v3 match. Many Chinese Miracle fans were speculating about which representatives the Chinese team would send. Reporter Yao's question was the most concerning issue at the moment. The audience watching the live broadcast listened to Tan Shishan and couldn't help commenting, "Please put Ling Suotan together. Is there anyone who would question the strength of these 3 players? Ling Suotan would definitely crush all opponents. I am Tan Shishan's sunspot, but today I won't blacken him. I want Ling Suotang to join hands." At the same time, Li Cangyu brought his teammates to the carnival venue. Today's scene was very lively. Looking around, in addition to the local Miracle fans in the United States, many people came from abroad. Everyone spoke different languages, but their love for Miracle was strong. Aishu was sitting with the Ice team today while Xiaogu and Uncle Zhang's seats were together. Li Cangyu could leave them alone, but he wasn't reassured about Xiao Han sitting alone. Therefore, he had Bai Xian ask the sister sitting next to him to switch seats. This girl was Asian. It was unknown which country she came from, so Bai Xian asked her to change seats in fluent English. She came alone and Bai Xian's smile was very gentle. The girl easily agreed and changed seats with Xiao Han. Xiao Han was also very happy at being able to sit with Cat God and Bai Xian. The opening ceremony officially began at 10 o'clock. The opening ceremony was mainly officially prepared performances such as real reproductions of game plots, a large-scale 3D stage drama, singing of theme songs, costume shows of different classes, etc. Many well-known singers were also invited. The venue that could contain tens of thousands of people was packed and the audience was eager. Once the performances were over, it was the real highlight of the carnival, the admission of the representatives. It was the first World Carnival, so the organizers laid the foundation to promote next year's World Competition. The Miracle League's headquarters specifically invited representatives from 16 countries to attend the event. These 16 countries were all countries that held the Miracle Professional League in recent years. The size of the league might be big or small, but the players selected were quite good. In today's opening ceremony, all the players came on stage and it was a rare star-studded picture, causing many audience members to stand up and clap while screaming desperately. As thunderous applause spread out, the representatives from all over the world started to appear. Once the Chinese team entered, Xiao Han found that the man he met in the stores yesterday was actually at the forefront. Wasn't this Cat God's weakest friend? How did he become a carnival player? Xiao Han looked at Li Cangyu with a puzzled expression. The latter slightly smiled and explained. "Xiao Han, I will introduce you to them. In order of appearance, there is Wind Colors Captain Ling Suifeng, Flying Feathers Captain Su Guangmo, Times Captain Tan Shishan, Red Foxes Captain Lu Xiang, Ghost Spirits Captain Lu Wushuan and Pure Cleansing's Vice Captain Chu Yan. They are very good players of China." Xiao Han suddenly realized. Then he was tricked by Cat God? Steamed Base wasn't the weakest but was actually the strongest. The teams appeared based on the country's English initials and the United States host team appeared last. Li Cangyu knew only one of the 6 US members, Jack Josh, who was walking in front. He was the world's most famous Bloodkin summoner and vice-captain of Aishu's Ice team. It was said that his style of play was crazy and violent. He was also very hot-blooded. Li Cangyu sat in the VIP seats of the auditorium and could clearly see his appearance. He was a young and handsome man with a typical blonde and blue-eyed Western appearance. He had a very confident expression on his face. "One day, I will stand on this stage and challenge you." Li Cangyu looked in Jack's direction and smiled slightly. These powerful opponents were constantly inspiring him to move forward. Today, he might be sitting under the stage as a trivial audience member, but Li Cangyu believed that next year's scenery would be different. Once all the teams entered the stage, the players sat down and the host announced the rules of the carnival. For the first World Carnival, the daytime events were all types of fun games. Players were free to sign up for whichever one they wanted and each event had a bonus. There were events such as playing basketball, playing football, long-distance races, relay races, etc. It was like a fun sports meeting in which the miracle characters participated. However, the evening contained the real contest. The 3v3 matches would be starting tonight. Each country's team could select 3 players to sign up for the project. The 16 teams were divided into 4 divisions and would fight from the group stage to the finale. The champions, runners-up and third runners-up would receive high bonuses. In addition, there were the 1v1 matches. All players were free to sign up and play the elimination system. Whoever stood at the end would win a special trophy and a high bonus from the World Miracle Organization. The list of 3v3 teams sent by various countries started to be published on the big screen. To the surprise of many viewers, the Chinese representatives actually sent 2 teams to the 3v3. Team 1, Momo, LXF, Psy. Team 2, Tendai, Killer, XX. The mix of Pinyin and English made many foreigners feel puzzled. In particular, the ID of XX was confusing. However, the domestic audience recognized it with one glance. Su Guangmo, Momo, Ling Suifeng, LXF, and Chu Yan, Psy, the 3 old players formed one team. Tan Shishan, Tendai, Lu Wushuan, Killer, and Lu Xiang, XX, the 3 new generation players formed the second team. The comments area in the live broadcast site was instantly filled. I thought 3 people would be selected out of 6. I didn't expect the result of 2 teams. Directly sending out 2 teams, our 6 Chinese members are awesome. Look, both teams are so powerful. Which group should I worship? Commentator Yu Bing saw this scene and also felt excited. She endured it as she said, many viewers thought that Ling Suotan would likely win the championship if they joined hands. But obviously, our contestants are so confident that they sent 2 teams. All 6 players entering the competition, it is unexpected. Cao Hongai exclaimed excitedly, yes. Our country actually sent 2 teams. I suddenly have a hunch that our first and second team will be in the finals. It is like the table tennis event at the Olympics where our own people competed for the championship. Yu Bing spoke calmly, however, Miracle isn't a game that originated in our country. There are many excellent foreign players. We should look forward to the wonderful performance of our 6 national players. Putting aside China, the countries of South Korea, the United States and France also sent 2 teams. South Korea had always been an esports powerhouse. The WCG, a comprehensive event hosted by South Korea, became a worldwide event. The United States was the birthplace of Miracle and the esports atmosphere was very strong. There were a large number of competitors playing the game. France had been developing rapidly in recent years and the style of their players was very distinctive. The players of these 3 countries were very strong. Other countries might not have leagues as big as China, South Korea, the US and France, but since they could select 3 out of 6 players, the lineup they chose would definitely be stable. It was really unknown who the final winners would be. Xiao Han looked at Li Cangyu with concern. Master, does the Chinese team have a big chance of winning? Well, the current lineup configurations have the most perfect distribution possible with these members. The first team of Ling, Su, and Chu have the eruption suppression tactic. The second team will have the unpredictable kiting and assassination tactics. Li Cangyu explained with a smile. I'm hoping that they will meet in the finals. Xiao Han heard this and his heart was extremely shocked. Due to the time difference, domestic games were often played at 3 or 4 in the morning in Boston. Therefore, he paid little attention to events in China. Once he went abroad with his father, Chinese esports were rarely mentioned. In just a few years, the Miracle players in China had become so strong. Chapter 75 Fun Ball Game. After the opening ceremony, the first event of the day officially started. Today's entertainment project was a basketball game. The map in the game was made into a standard basketball field. 10 players participated in each round and the system randomly assigned them to the red team and the blue team. The rules of the game were very simple. The basketball was an item that could be picked up when the player was half a meter from it. A player with the basketball would have a mark on top of their heads and the basketball would fall when controlled by the opponent's skill or blood fell. Once it fell to the ground, other people could grab the ball. As soon as the ball reached the basket, there would be a shooting prompt where the player could aim at the basket and shoot the ball. It was an entertainment project involving game characters, so there was no difference between forwards or defenders, and the judgment on fouls wasn't as strict. They just needed to grab the basketball and score in the basket. On the big screen, the 10 characters logged into the game in turn. The host gave everyone time to read the rules that were translated into multiple languages. The players on both sides were ready, and as soon as the basketball appeared, the group of people immediately swarmed. There were no Chinese members in this batch of players. The fastest person was the American team's elf archer, Thomas. He was a strong black youth who always showed white teeth when smiling. He ran to the basketball and picked it up with a very fast hand speed. Then he rushed to the basket, stood there and shot. The ball went in. The host said excitedly. However, it seems to be the wrong basket. System decision, blue team +1 point. Thomas of the red team found that he added points to the other side and typed with a blank face in the public channel. Audience. Those who watched basketball games knew that the ball had to be thrown into the opposite basket to count. Thomas held the basketball and threw it into his side's basket, giving the opponent 1 point. In the audience, Cheng Wei smiled and cried out, "Isn't this person stupid? Throwing the ball into his home side, haha." Li Cangyu heard the familiar voice coming from a row behind him. He looked back and found Cheng Wei, Zhang Shaowai and the others sitting in one of the rows behind him. Li Cangyu hadn't noticed when sitting down because there were too many people. Now he looked back when he heard Chinese and met Cheng Wei's eyes. Cheng Wei's eyes brightened and he waved excitedly. "Cat God, Cat God!" If it hadn't been for the people in front of him, Cheng Wei would have eagerly pounced over. He really did look like an excited cat. Li Cangyu smiled and gestured for him to sit down. Cheng Wei hurriedly sat down and used his hands to signal them to eat together later on. Li Cangyu made an okay gesture and Cheng Wei smiled happily. Bai Xian saw this scene and softly explained in Xiao Han's ear. "That person is Cheng Wei, the Time Team's vice-captain. He is Cat God's #1 brainless fan, and he will definitely be jealous if he knew that Cat God accepted you as an apprentice." Xiao Han scratched his head with confusion and asked, "The vice-captain of Time is a fan of Master? Is Master very powerful?" Bai Xian smiled and patted the youth on the shoulder. "You will know later." Lu Wushuan sat in the contestant seats and sent a text message to his brother. "Thomas is really your kind." Zhang Shaowai replied, "How are we the same kind? I am yellow-skinned and he is black." Lu Wushuan wasn't polite. "You are the same type of single-celled animals with developed limbs and simple minds." Zhang Shaowai automatically ignored the latter half of the sentence and happily replied, "Brother, are you praising my well-developed limbs? I've been playing basketball every day and my figure recently became better. I have an 8-pack. Once we go back at night, I will let you touch it." Lu Wushuan. On the big screen, the red and blue teams in the fun basketball game had fallen into a scuffle. Once the basketball was taken away by the other party, everyone hurriedly fought. All types of professional moves filled the basketball court and it was unknown where the basketball item had gone. The blue team's agile assassin aimed at the basketball and ran over. He wanted to use the stealth function but found it couldn't be used here. He only hesitated for a second and the basketball was once again taken away by Thomas of the US. The host was excited. "Oh, it is our fast-moving Thomas." Then Thomas ran all the way and threw the ball into the basket. System decision, blue team +1 point. Thomas typed with a blank face. The host said, "He once again threw it in the wrong place." The live audience burst out laughing. A British member on the same team explained it to him for a long time before Thomas understood. He laughed and scratched the back of his head in a silly action. In the domestic live broadcast, the fans commented, "Thomas is a teasing monkey. He is obviously a spy sent by the blue team, ha ha ha. If he later meets a member of the Chinese team, please continue to give away points." The black young man was the vice-captain of the huge American AK team. He had a strong individual ability and was a relatively famous elf bard in the world. Tan Shishan might be very famous in China but he didn't have as much fame as Thomas in the world. It was just that Thomas had a fatal flaw. He often relied on intuition, a typical hot-blooded player who pressed buttons. The one-sentence evaluation of him was developed fingers and a simple mind. His hand speed was very fast. He was comparable to Li Cangyu but he didn't think as much. He was usually controlled when fighting under his captain's command. Today no one directed his play so he became a wild horse that gave his opponent 2 points in a row. Zhang Shaowai couldn't help laughing at the sight. This is the most famous archer in the world at the moment. Does Tan Shishan have any interest in going toe-to-toe with him? Cheng Wei, did you captain join the 1v1 event? Cheng Wei replied, he didn't join today's 1v1 project. He might join tomorrow. The curious Zhu Qingyu asked, what about basketball? Is he going to play in the basketball game? It looks like fun. Zhang Shaowai said, my brother definitely won't join. Of the players selected for the carnival, Ling Suifeng and Chu Yan had a relatively calm temperament while Lu Wushuan was relatively cold. The three of them weren't interested in the boisterous basketball event. Lu Xiang was gentle and a healer. Stealing the basketball was too difficult for her. Su Guangmo had a hearty personality and Tan Shishan was humorous, so they were more likely to join the basketball event together. The result of the first round was quickly announced. Thanks to Thomas giving away points, the blue team won and were given souvenirs from the organizers. Then the IDs for the second round of players appeared on the big screen. Li Kangyu looked up and saw Tendai and Momo. Sure enough, Tan Shishan and Su Guangmo joined and they happened to both be on the red team. At the beginning of the game, Tan Shishan took advantage of the elf's agility and picked up the basketball. Someone wanted to intercept him but he evaded with a clever movement. Later, someone controlled him. Su Guangmo suddenly used Spirit Lock to stop the person from interfering with Tan Shishan. With Su Guangmo to cover him, Tan Shishan took the ball and quickly arrived at the basket. They shot the ball and the red team scored 1 point. Next, the blue team started off with the ball. The assassin on the opposite side ran forward and Su Guangmo directly used the big move light and shadow rotation to stop him. Tan Shishan took the opportunity to grab the ball and turned using flying feather steps. He rushed to the basket and the ball once again went in. The red team got another point. Deafening applause suddenly filled the venue. The red team scored 2 points less than 1 minute after the opening. The expressions on the faces of the blue team's players were stunned. The cooperation between Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan was too fast. Su Guangmo's light and shadow rotation and Tan Shishan's elf movements were so fast that they were caught off guard. In the commentator's room, Yu Bing saw this scene and couldn't help saying, in fact, Captain Su and Captain Tan also play basketball in reality. I remember they play against each other sometimes and today they are playing together. It is natural to have a tacit understanding. Cao Hongai looked back at Yu Bing. Speaking of basketball, is there any other player in the league who plays? Vice Captain Zhang Shaowai of Ghost Spirits is also very good. According to his brother, Zhang Shaowai was captain of his high school's basketball team. And, Yu Bing suddenly stopped talking. Cao Hongai asked, who else? And Li Kangyu. Yu Bing was silent for 2 seconds before changing her words. There are also several old players who have retired. Cao Hongai saw that Yu Bing didn't want to talk anymore and didn't ask. In fact, Li Kangyu played particularly well. Yu Bing still remembered when she saw Li Kangyu and Su Guangmo playing. After the opening of the 3rd season, several players would go to the basketball court behind the hotel in the evening when they were bored. Li Kangyu was only 20 years old at the time and was slender and well proportioned. He looked handsome when running with the ball. Dribbling, moving, layup, all his actions were like a professional basketball player. Yu Bing watched him play and thought of a scene. It was a sleeping cat who found prey and immediately unsheathed his sharp claws. He ran steadily and caught the mouse, killing it. He was decisive and simple, without wasting any time. Li Kangyu dribbled the ball very fast. As long as it was in his hands, Su Guangmo found it very difficult to intercept. Su Guangmo's level wasn't low. His style of playing favored a fierce dunk, so their single match against each other was very fierce. At that time, there were a few players watching the game. Ling Suifeng's expression was cold but his eyes kept following the figure in the center of the court. Cheng Wei cheered for Cat God while Xie Shurong cheered for his brother. Yu Pingsheng stayed as quiet as a ghost. Finally, Su Guangmo lost by 2 points and the sweaty Li Kangyu walked under the setting sun, his whole body seeming to give off a dazzling halo. Ling Suifeng thoughtfully handed him a bottle of water and a towel, stating in a low and gentle voice, "Wipe off your sweat." "Yes, thank you." Li Kangyu smiled at Ling Suifeng as he used the towel to wipe his sweat. He turned and found Yu Bing watching on the side and waved to her. "Yu Bing, do you want to go eat with us? I will treat you." Yu Bing, who was just passing by, was fortunate enough to follow them to eat. This was 3 years ago and her memories were still impressive. This person was too dazzling, strong and distinct. She always wondered why he had such bad luck and was unable to get the trophy. While Yu Bing was distracted, the score on the court had quickly become 10-2. Cao Hongai sighed. Captain Tan and Captain Su have covered the ball. The match is flowing with them. The people on the other side are completely stunned. It seems that this time, the red team will win. Sure enough, the 10-minute game finished and the red team clearly won with a big lead. Su Guangmo and Tan Shishan looked very happy. They received souvenirs and sat back down with the contestants. During the intermission time, the on-site camera cut to the auditorium and a familiar figure flashed on the screen. The person's facial features weren't particularly exquisite but combined together, he looked distinct and profound. He had a pair of dark eyes and was very handsome. Yu Bing stared with astonishment. Was that cat god? However, when she wanted to look closely, the camera had already cut away. This was just to see the audience's enthusiasm and the man's face only flashed on the camera for a short time. It was too short for people to recognize him. Yu Bing was suddenly reminded of a text message that Lu Xiang sent her yesterday. Sister Bing, today I saw Cat God in New York. Cat God invited us to eat and also wished you well. Li Cangyu was in New York, so he really had come to the venue, right? Yu Bing forced down her excited mood as she thought, the person who has long been buried must have a day to shine.